Please take your seats. Our program will begin shortly. Please take your seats. Thank you. Welcome, everybody. Please come in, take your seats. Our program will begin momentarily. Also, as a courtesy to our presenters and those seated around you, please silence all communication devices. Our program is about to begin.
We will go apart. That's the way
Please welcome from Near Foundation, David Morrison.
Gary Gensler, you're fired. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are so back. Welcome to Redacted 2024. As you know, this is an event by NEAR, but it goes so much further than that. It's more than just a conference. It's an IRL movement. It is an opportunity for you to give a big middle finger to big tech and to reclaim your sovereignty. And we are doing it all together. Let's go. So, I'm not a Marvel fan, but it is my absolute privilege to welcome the Avengers of the NEAR ecosystem, of user-owned AI, of chain abstraction. You are going to hear from Alex Skidanov, Alex Shevchenko, Kendall Cole, Bowen Wang, and of course, NEAR Protocol's co-founder, Illia Polosukhin. So please give a big round of applause for Illia, and let's kick this off right. Let's go!
Hello everyone, hope you're having a great morning. I want to thank everyone for coming, and if you're across kind of broader Web3 ecosystem joining this movement, I think this is something that's at the core of the spirit in Web3 of reclaiming your sovereignty, of controlling your assets, controlling your data, your own choice, and it's exciting to see this movement continues growing and we continue advancing this mission. So today I want to talk about NEAR being a blockchain for AI. And I want to introduce kind of what we've been working on across the stack, and then we'll have dive in from Skidanov, Alex Shevchenko, Kendall, and Bowen, talking about how different pieces of what we're working on fit together and really powering this extremely unique opportunity we are in right now. So first of all, I want to say huge congratulations to the protocol team and to this whole NEAR ecosystem for launching Nightshade 2.0. Let's give a... This is something that we set out to do back in 2018 to build a sharded blockchain that is able to continue scaling for any demand coming in, for billions of users, for trillions of transactions, and it took us some time. It took a lot of research, it took a lot of development, but Nightshade 2.0 was the biggest upgrade since mainnet, went without a hitch. We have not had any downtime in kind of in the network, and kind of the protocols continue upgrading. We just had another upgrade actually today, reducing gas usage, increasing throughput of the network. So it's amazing to see this progress, and I'm really excited to hear Bowen's talk with more details on that. Now, what this enabled, among other things, is to make NEAR the home for consumer crypto, right? Instead of paying massive fees, waiting for long transactions, instead of having unreliable network where you send a transaction and 30 seconds later it says block hash expired, you have something where users can onboard really easily and start using. They already have effectively a consumer experience that they're familiar with in case of Kaikai and Sweat, and are able to use this extremely easy, right? And we have, especially I want to call out Kaikai, which had 250% growth in their user base since the year start. Hot launched this year and grew to 20 million plus users, 4 million monthly active. We have Sweat continue kind of innovating and progressing and kind of showing massive usages. Play Ember, we have Meteor, we have Sender, we have lots and lots of applications growing on NEAR, really providing this functionality across the board. Now, on the other side, NEAR ecosystem, has been growing and there's a lot of going on, but it's always not going to be enough. There's still lots and lots of interesting things happening across Web3. And this actually, for me personally, have been a very challenging state where you're like, oh, should we try to pool the projects to NEAR and should we try to convince them, and kind of enters this effectively like zero-sum game, or should we actually make it easy for everyone to work together, right? And so kind of through a few iterations, right? Originally it was blockchain operating system. We introduced chain abstraction, really allowing to interconnect all of the applications on all of the chains together in a seamless experience. There's a ton of work happening. Again, Kendall will dive into this. We had a chain abstraction incubator launching, which is amazing project building on this stack, enabling kind of next level of innovation here. Finally, this year we've introduced user-owned AI. This is something that's very close to my heart. I've mentioned this many times. I've been thinking about AI since I was 10. I was trying to build, first things when I was 14. I started working when I was 17 in a machine learning company because I was excited to do this. And I went to work for Google Research because I saw that there's an opportunity to do something with neural networks. And we started Near AI originally because we saw that technology is evolving and you can do really interesting things back in 17. Now, the challenge that continued kind of across all of this thinking has been that to really build this, you need to build a company. You need to build a centralized place which will collect more and more data and create kind of bigger and bigger kind of moat around it so you can make more money, so you can invest more in research and development, right? This is how Google done it. This is how OpenAI is doing it. This is how kind of even Facebook is doing it, even if they open source it. And this actually is counter to the redacted movement, the Web3, and in general what we're trying to do, right? How do we bring this into the hands of the users, enable the users themselves to benefit from this technology, and always be kind of in control? And so that's kind of the user-owned AI movement we introduced. And it's going to take a village. It's going to take a massive amount of work across the ecosystem to make it happen. So I kind of introduced a stack that we need to build. This is mimicking what's happening inside centralized companies and really building this kind of in open as an ecosystem where you have a whole host of data and storage kind of providers, everything from indexing new data, crowdsourcing, monetizing various data stream, private computation over data, as well as decentralized data storage. You have an infrastructure and model layer where you have everything from training to inference to training specialized foundational models to agent frameworks and kind of agent payment layer. And obviously you have applications which actually benefiting from this in providing this benefit to the user. So we've been having a massive growth of this ecosystem this year. There's also obviously Accelerator with Horizon, with Delphi, with BetterWorks. We have communities across San Francisco and globally. And so this has been kind of booming ecosystem of projects really pushing together what is possible and how we bring this user-owned AI forward. Now, I want to showcase kind of how this thing's already coming together. This is an example of BitPay Wallet, which allows you to effectively talk to different agents which can create transactions and interact on your behalf with the wallet and with other chains, right? So chain abstraction, AI, and scalable blockchain all coming together into one, really enabling this unique experience, right? For example, interacting through Safe on other chains on Ethereum. You can, stake on Near. You can use Potluck through the natural language interface, and it's an extensible platform where people can build more agents and integrate them into this. And if you want to learn more, Nate is going to be talking and kind of showcasing how this works. So I mentioned user-owned AI, chain abstraction, sharded blockchain. So user-owned AI, chain abstraction, blockchain. Well, these are not three different things. This is one Near protocol that really enables this unique experience where you're interacting with computing is changing to be powered by AI. You have chain abstraction that effectively removes these boundaries between chains and between interactions and assets you're doing. And you have blockchain that can scale and power all of this in a robust way. Now, changing gears a little bit, why kind of the current world is not just kind of fundamentally broken because of incentives, but also product is not where it is, right, where we want it to be. First of all, if you're looking for doing some commerce, you're looking for some product or for some service, you have Google results which are effectively spammed with ads, right? This is their business model. They effectively selling your attention to the highest bidder and allowing you kind of to guide you there. And you go to some random website, you need to go through a lot of clicks, you need to sign up. Now you don't know who did you give your data. You then enter your credit card. You hope it's actually a safe place to enter your credit card, and then you have to monitor email updates. Hopefully they deliver. There's like unclear process of how to make sure this works. Now AI introduced a new level, right? We can now effectively interact with computing in a natural way. We can talk to it, and the challenge is it lacks action, right? It can give you information, but I'm trying to buy a road bike. It gave me some options. I can maybe ask it to refine the search, but I still need to go and use Google, for example, to find actually where to buy it. Finally, blockchain has built the most efficient speculating engine, right? I mean, what we've seen with Polymarket is amazing because it's effectively a global speculation on elections, which was extremely effective. Now, the challenge is it is limited how much you can speculate in completely digital world if you don't connect with real economy, if you don't connect with real value add services and products for mainstream consumers. And so far, the blockchains have been focused on effectively this zero-sum game, as I said, where they're trying to battle for existing users and developers, targeting them from one chain to another, kind of trying to rotate them, and with throwing massive incentives, right? So we don't have this how do we actually get out in the real world and bring real world to the blockchain? So as in blockchain for AI, we're trying to power this user on the internet, right? We're powering this kind of movement where you own your data, assets, and power of choice. And so to do that, we believe we need to change the paradigm. Again, the current paradigm is you're using search engine, which is using advertisement, you're using payment processors that taking its own cut. You have effectively like a whole marketing machinery behind the scene that is trying to target you and kind of rewrite what you're actually looking for to target you to a specific product. You have obviously kind of algorithms in TikTok and Instagram and X, which are that are optimized for making money for those companies, not how benefit you, how to get your well-being. So the new paradigm is where AI is your interface with internet. It's your AI assistant that is able to understand what you want, understand kind of your needs, as well as plan long-term how to grow your net worth, how to benefit your overall well-being. And now this interface is able to directly connect with products and services around the world and on blockchain to actually have this direct relationship and find the best product, right? AI assistant doesn't care to look at the first few links in a Google search. It will look through tens of thousands of options and find the best one for you. And so this is kind of the new paradigm. And in this paradigm, you still need a middleware, right? You need still a connectivity tissue that will connect your AI on the front end with services, AI agents, smart contracts on the back end to really power this economy. And that's what Near is doing. Now, we're introducing a new concept. And this concept is intents. This is a new type of a transaction that allowing effectively anyone to come into agreement with other parties to exchange assets, goods, services, and it comes with a lot of different functions. So again, let's think back, what is missing from a blockchain right now? We have transactions, you can pay someone around the world for a fraction of a cent, but we don't have real commerce, we don't have real services, because there's terms of service, there's regulations, there is services sometimes don't get delivered, and or goods get lost. You need a way to insure it, and you need a way to make sure to have some service provider to respond to you. And so all of this now comes into a new model where in the intent itself, you can attach effectively your information, you can sign the terms of service, you can have a dispute resolution, which includes insurance, which includes even potentially a contract effectively that will be used in court. And importantly, this works between users, their AI assistants, other AI agents, and regular services, like everything from a restaurant to a bank can be running this on this model and be able to provide services to the global world. Finally, this abstracts all of the kind of different technologies that we've been building around chains, tokens, agents, contracts, and really provides a single interface that is extremely easy to use. And you'll see more how this works right now from Alex Shevchenko. Now, to just give you a little bit of taste, what does this look like, right? Your AI assistant, as you wake up in the morning, it already predicts what you're going to do, what you want, and it in the morning reaches out to the newspaper and fetches effectively a set of headlines and their costs, right? Now, your AI agent decides that you will want to read summary of the first 3, and it pays a little bit with a micropayment to the newspaper to receive them. It then summarizes it and gives you recommendations in your UI. Now you wake up, you click, you scroll through the feed. Again, this feed is prioritized for you to really kind of benefit your information based on what you want to know, based on what you're interested in. Now, you actually want to read one of the articles beyond the summary, and so you open it, and now your AI goes and requests the full article, and in this case, it's actually worth getting the, not paying for it, but actually getting the ad, right? And so now, using the trusted execution environment on the phone, there's actually an attestation that you have watched the ad as part of reading the article that is being paid effectively to the newspaper that it can cash out from the advertisement, right? So this is all effectively this intent flow that allows to exchange attestations and information and settle all of this on chain as the transaction concludes. Another example, this is something kind of close to my heart. When the war broke out in Ukraine, we have started a effectively crypto donation fund that was distributing funds and doing a lot of different efforts. And it was hundreds of volunteers effectively working like 20 hours a day to really coordinate, collect information, help with fundraising. And so you can imagine actually talking with your AI assistant saying, hey, I need to start, I want to start such an effort. And it actually helps by starting a number of other agents that are actually running in the background and executing different tasks. So you can have a fundraising agent, right, that actually reaches out and directly to people, explains to them the situation and how the efforts of this DAO specifically will be executed. It has another agent that is actually receiving information and requests from people in need and processes them, evaluates their as well attestations, for example, their location, their KYC. In Ukraine, there's a bank ID for that. And based on that, distributes small amounts of money. As well as it realizes there's requests from people that require actually shipping products that are not available in Ukraine. And so it goes and procures them in Germany, in Poland. This is actually what we were doing, sends them to the border, and then volunteers actually drive it through Ukraine. So this was coordinated by hundreds of people, but you can imagine a set of agents actually working on behalf, and there's still people who will be involved in validating some of the decisions, but a lot of this work actually can be effectively automated through this model. Finally, running a startup, one of the most painful things is filing taxes and finding the best provider. So you can imagine your AI assistant actually reaching out to Discovery Agent in this case, which gives you different options for what you're asking for. And from these options, you can select, it can give you more context, and it sends all of the accounting information to that agent specifically. Now, Alex Skidanov will talk more how we're doing privacy and how these agents can run in a specific and trusted execution environments to enable that. But what this means is even the developer of this agent is not actually receiving your accounting information. It always stays private and secure, and you're just getting back the filing. And you can maybe check with other agents as well to recheck this information. So all of this is the vision, but it's actually not that far. Today we're going to open up a Near AI assistant. It's available on chat.near.ai. It is an alpha. It is still, we'll continue iterating. But we wanted to open it up. We wanted to make it open source. And we wanted to open for people to start developing. The model and kind of the way it works is your AI assistant is effectively able to call other agents, kind of other functionality. And through that, you can continue permissionlessly expand what the AI assistant can do. So let me give you a quick example, right? So this is your AI assistant, chat.near.ai. And first of all, it has local memory about every user. It's able to associate it with a Near account. So it's able to actually remember things as you're talking to it and use that memory in different things. It is a generic kind of, chat assistant, so it can answer questions like what is Bangkok famous for in normal way. But importantly, it also can do actions. Very similar to what I showed in this bit. For example, you can create a meme coin about frogs at a party, and it will go and generate not just an action, but actually generate a whole web page that you can deploy to a website. Right? So this is fully generated by AI, and obviously you can edit it if you want. It can create the image, and it actually can go and deploy it to the meme launch platform that we have, Meme Cooking. Right, so this is fully done by an AI agent that is specifically designed for launching meme coins, and you can call it from your AI assistant. It detects kind of your intent to be creating a meme coin and routes it to this agent. So it takes a little bit of time to show up on the meme cooking platform. Now you can always go and say something like, hey, make a meme coin with my favorite color, because it actually remembers, what is your favorite color. Again, shared memory across all of the agents. And I think we should see it now. Yeah, so it showed up. So you can try this now yourself on chat.near.ai, log in with your Near account, create a meme coin. Let's make a few hundred meme coins right now. Now, the other example I mentioned, this is not just for Web3. So this is example, you want to do something with Web2 with proper commerce. So for example, you want to buy a Near t-shirt, right? So you go shop. What it does actually generates a UI on a fly, because it knows you want not just a text interface, but actually a rich UI where you can look through different options. You want to select different sizes, and you want to effectively provide an address. What this does underneath, again, it works with a shopper agent that receives your information, sends it to the service that will be delivering you t-shirt, as well as helps you create a transaction to actually pay for it. So this is an example where it actually shows you that it calls the shopper agent kind of the first time. You can allow it to always do this. And it says, hey, it's going to execute a transaction on your behalf. Do you want to do this? And so this is kind of executing the payment. And all of that, as all of this is done, it actually ships that to order to the service that actually provides shipping for the t-shirts. So this is an example, again, of Web 2 and Web 3 working together from one AI interface. It's not just text, it's a rich interface that allows to have kind of rich interactions, and it's able to generate them on the fly for specific use cases, and you can kind of customize it for yourself, and it's able to remember how it works. There's a lot more work to be done, and again, this is an open platform. Anybody can come in and contribute, and you have a GitHub Near AI to contribute to the platform as well. So I will pass it now to Alex Skidanov, the co-founder of Near, as well as co-founder of Near AI, who has been working on the research side that's actually going to be powering the future of this technology.
Test 1, 2. How are you guys doing? Okay, let's talk about artificial intelligence. If you look back at the history of technology, if you look at what's been happening with search, social, mobile, it always begins by something new and exciting, something that changes our lives to the better, and then one or two companies fully capture the whole, attention, whole value from the new market, and then, a decade later, that market is entirely used to capture every single dollar of our of value without producing value for users anymore. Right. So with search, if you go to Google today, it's almost impossible to find anything. With social, it's all optimized for your attention so that you spend more and more time in there. And artificial intelligence is in a very similar space right now, in a very similar moment in history, where we are still at the moment where we're very excited about something new, but we already can see that 1, 2, maybe 3 companies are fully capturing value, and that will create a data wheel that will effectively make it more and more hard for others to dethrone them in the future. And as long as, if you, like me, believe that AI will be a very big part of our interactions with the internet, with the world, with practically everything in the future, that means no user-owned internet, no user-centric future is possible as long as large language models are controlled by large corporations. And if you look at those large corporations, they have, like if you think of OpenAI, Anthropic, Google, Facebook, they have data, experiments, compute, the best researchers all in the same place, are all very nice centrally orchestrated, right? So that allows them to iterate very quickly, while outside of them, if we wanted to replicate it in a decentralized fashion, first of all, we don't have access to resources that are of the same quality today. Second of all, even the resources that exist, they all spread out, right? So a person who tries to push it forward, they spend a lot of time looking around, finding things that they need. And we want Near. Near is in a sort of unique position to try and go ahead and solve it, because relative to Web2 companies, right, such as like any Web2 company that would try to dethrone, hypothetical OpenAI, we have years of experience of pulling resources together, of orchestrating large sets of people in a decentralized fashion, something that is absolutely impossible in Web2. Sending micropayments, annotating data, etc. While relative to Web3 companies, Near is in a unique position because Near internally has a lot of experience building artificial intelligence. One and only of my co-founders is literally the creator of transformers, so it's nobody in the world is positioned better than Near to make this change, and so correspondingly, it is effectively our responsibility to drive this innovation forward. And effectively, the way we want to do it, the way we're doing it today, is we want Near to be a central, decentralized place for all the things related to AI, so that all the data sources, all the models, all the experiments are discoverable agents, so that you have access to compute, you have access to data annotations in one place. And yet, each of those is coming from various ecosystem projects from different decentralized entities, right? And none of that, nobody disappearing tomorrow because they ran out of money or turned out to be, malicious from day one, affects in any way the whole effort. So before I get into the fun part, let's address the most important part of decentralized AI. The decentralized AI, one way or another, needs to be private. When you interact with ChatGPT, you know that your data goes to OpenAI, but at least you can assume that that OpenAI has at least some effort to protect the data. It's a bad place to be in, but it's not as bad as if you were using some decentralized AI servers where some random person is running a machine with the 8 H100s and your data just goes to them and they sell it to the lowest bidder, highest bidder. Interestingly, private AI is possible, and the way it is possible is all the modern CPUs and GPUs allow a technology called trusted execution environment, something Illia mentioned during his talk, which effectively says that if someone, let's say me, has a computer, and I'm a malicious actor, you should never trust me, and you have some computation you want to do, but you don't have access to compute, you can send it to me, and I can execute it in a trusted execution environment, and you will be absolutely certain that I had no idea what was happening on my computer. I could not see your data, I could not see the code you're executing. All I know that something was executed on my machine, right? And so that allows you to build all sorts of interesting use cases. It allows you to do private inference, meaning that I could be running a model on my machine, and you could come to me, run inference on my machine. I will not see your data. I will not see what you were doing with in there, right? You can send any medical records, any private data, and you will have 100% confidence that that was not in any way seen by me. It allows you to run agents. Like an agent provider says, this is my agent, it's open source, it's beautiful, it does everything you want. Here's the endpoint. There is no way for me, without trusted execution environments, to know that the endpoint I'm hitting is actually the agent that I see on GitHub. With trusted execution environment, I can do that. That allows you to have a network of agents running on a decentralized network where you know for every agent that it is doing exactly what is promised. You can use any secrets, private keys, everything and be certain at every point that the system behaves exactly the way you want, and none of your data is going to any malicious or any other actors. But the most exciting thing that trusted execution environments unlock is that they allow us to create frontier open source large language models which are monetizable, right? So today, if you think about frontier AI, like the models like Llama 405B or GPT-4 or GPT-5 is probably around the corner. They are massive. Training such a model requires hundreds of millions of dollars, and there are very few entities who can afford spending hundreds of millions of dollars to create such a model and then just drop the weights and say, hey guys, use it, it's all yours, right? And if the whole future of open source AI is fully in the hands of Meta, it's a very bleak future we have. And with TEEs, what you can do is you can pull together resources from people. You can train a model entirely inside of the TEEs using open source code, open source data pipelines, and then get the model that is open source, meaning that the source is open, but not open weights, meaning that the weights are not seen by anyone, and yet anyone can pull the encrypted weights to their machine and run it inside the TEE, but the TEE would only serve the model to you if you establish a payment channel and pay for the usage, right? And the price of the usage could be extremely competitive, right? So it could be competitive with any inference providers that exist today, but you know that the model, once it is trained, will be monetizable. Every usage of the model will be paid for, and therefore you can actually pull together those hundreds of millions of dollars and have those people have a reasonable way to expect to repay their contribution from the usage of the model. So that is extremely exciting because that technology actually gives us a path towards the future in which the frontier models are created by the community, for the community, and served in a decentralized fashion without sacrificing economical viability. So that is probably the most exciting area that we are exploring right now. This is effectively the way, this is a little diagram which highlights what I was just describing, right? Bob, who you can clearly see is not a good guy, has a machine, and the machine is fully controlled by Bob, right? So like he can open it up, he can use a microscope to like inspect every little transistor in the processor, but there's a trusted execution environment within his machine, and everything that happens in the trusted execution environment, Alice can trust it, but most importantly, the protocol as a whole can trust it, right? So the protocol as a whole can know that the model, once deployed to any of the machines with the TEE, will not be used without proper payment back to the DAO that initially created it. So it's and payment channels obviously is something that we know works very well. There's a way to build this technology such that payment channels are open between the trusted execution environment and the user. So it's an exciting technology and exciting way forward for user-owned AI. The only problem is, it's not enough to train a very large language model. Ideally, you want to train a large language model that is good, right? So for example, if you think about Llama 405B, Llama 405B, in terms of size, is comparable to GPT-4 or Claude 3.5, but in no way is Llama 405B competitive with those two models, right? So even Facebook, with all its resources, cannot train a model that is competitive with an OpenAI model. So how could we, without having access to researchers that Facebook has today, train a model that will be competitive? Because if the model is not competitive, you cannot monetize it. People will not use it, right? The way we approach it is we start a series of competitions where we're just going to bring all the researchers who today don't work for OpenAI, right? There are students all over the world who are getting into AI today. A lot of them are extremely talented and extremely knowledgeable, who do not have a way to get access to compute, to get access to good data, to get access to other resources, and we will provide access to those researchers and a way for them to compete and show, that they are the best and they can contribute to the best model in existence. And you can think of it. Of course, we cannot have a competition. We cannot train a 1 trillion parameter model in such a way because, even training one of them costs hundreds of millions of dollars. But you can train a small model, and you can begin with like a 500 million parameter model, which is small. and then you can have thousands of researchers simultaneously competing for training the best 500 million parameter model, and then you take the best of them, those who show that they are promising and can do exciting things, and all of them go to the next step, and now we train the best 2 billion parameter model, right? And then the best of those advance further, and at each step you have fewer people, but those are the best people, and but you need more compute. Fewer people, more compute, it's the same amount of resources you need to spend until you get the very best, 10 to 20 people working on the very large language model that will be competing with the GPT-4s and Claudes of the world. And that's an exciting way to enable, first of all, to enable people who are very talented but don't have a way to work for those large companies, either because of their because of lack of opportunity or because of their values, right? Not every person wants to contribute to the evil corp, to get more and more of user data and user attention. So for many of them, that will be the way to apply their talent, to show what they can do to contribute to open source AI and to get rewarded for that. Cool. So the first competition is starting effectively now. That will be a competition to train a very small 500 million parameter model. So let's together train the small one. And then we have a plan. We will publish it very soon. Effectively, in like 6-7 steps, we will get to very large numbers, which are way more than 500 million, 400 billion to 1 trillion, etc. So everything I was talking about today, a lot of it is live at app.near.ai. It's a hub for all things AI, data sets, models, compute. It's a place where the competitions will be hosted. So the future of decentralized AI has never been brighter. So yeah, let's build the future together. With this, Alex Shevchenko will take the stage and talk about some very exciting things.
Hello, everybody. I'm going to talk about intents for agent cooperation. And in order to start, I want to share with you one quote of a person that really changed all of our lives, Albert Einstein. So he said that there will be trillions of AI agents and maybe one of them could win the next US elections against Elon Musk. And obviously this is a joke because Einstein knew that Elon Musk was not born in US, so he cannot run for presidency, right? But in every joke there is a grain of truth. And the grain of truth here is that there will be trillions of AI agents. Just count it by yourself. There are billions of people, there are hundreds of millions of corporations, and they have at least 10 to 100 services inside of all of these corporations. We are going to hit this number. This is the decentralization of the AI agents that we are going to face. And the question is how they are able to cooperate. And there are multiple stages of the cooperation for the AI agents that are in place. They need to discover each other. They need to figure out that some AI agents are specialized in ordering a coffee and others are specialized in closing your banking account. They need to figure out how to settle in between them, and this means that they need to figure out how to pay, how they can be accountable for what they are promising to each other. Payment channels is another interesting thing. So everybody have heard multiple years ago about microtransactions and stuff like that. It was never picked up with people, just because for people it's not very convenient to use microtransactions. But for AI agents, as long as they have the access to compute, well, they can microtransact with each other. And the most convenient way how to do this is through the payment channels. And in the end, obviously, in case something is not working, we probably all have seen how large language models are not given to us what we expect them to give to us. There needs to be a dispute resolution mechanisms. It can be automatic, on-chain, or it can be outside of the chain with experts coming in and figuring out how to settle. Now, the thing that we are bringing today is that all of these things are going to be available as a core part of the NEAR protocol. And this is our vision for the future of the infrastructure for AI agents cooperations. Now, a little bit into this vision, the decentralized message bus that is going to work in parallel with the NEAR blockchain itself is going to power the communication and discovery of the AI agents. As Illia said, we're going to introduce a new type of action in the NEAR protocol specifically for recording and settlement of the commitments. And the third thing is that we're going to open up, we're going to create a new standard for payment channels that are going to settle on top of the blockchain. And already many people have been talking a little bit about the payment channels, so just want to throw in something into you so you understand it a little bit more. So the payment channel is a construct that allows two agents to create a channel as a transaction on the network, on the blockchain. So this is like an opening transaction, and then they can send money to each other many different times or many times, and then only settle on blockchain with another closing of the payment channel transaction, right? So that's the thing that is going to be introduced. And obviously you're going to say to me, yeah, the vision for the future infrastructure, yeah, very interesting, Alex, as always, but this is not the thing. This is the piece that I'm delivering to you on the vision side. But if you know me, I always try to ship something and give something into your hands so you can try it right here, right now. And the first use case for the intents on NEAR protocol is something that you are able to use right here, right now, and this is a multi-chain DEX. So, kind of not very funny, right? But actually it is fun. I will encourage you to check it out. But before we're going to take a look at the demo, I would like to pay your attention to 4 abstractions that are introduced in this product. First one is obviously chain abstraction. The tokens, the chains that this DEX is integrated, it's not only a single chain, right? NEAR, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Arbitrum, and Base are integrated right now, and more chains to come. We do have a wallet abstraction in this solution, so that it doesn't matter with which wallet you're going to sign in. Currently, we support NEAR wallets, all of the NEAR wallets that support message sign-in, and also Ethereum wallets, including MetaMask, Coinbase wallet, Wallet Connect wallets, and all this. All of this stuff is there. The third thing is a token abstraction. Everybody are tired of USDC on Base, USDC on Ethereum. There is only one USDC in the platform. There is only one USDT on the platform. There is only one ETH. So it feels like a centralized exchange. And the last and the most important is that there is a contract abstraction. Users are not calling any contracts. Users are not signing transactions that they don't understand. There is no blind signing that is happening there that causes lots of problems, especially in cases when the supply chain of the front end is compromised. So let's see it in action. You're going to app.nearintents.org, and you're able to connect to it with MetaMask directly. By the way, everything that works here is going on the NEAR protocol, right? So I'm choosing the deposit token, and this is Tether from the Ethereum blockchain. I'm copying the deposit address, going to my MetaMask, and I'm just sending Tether to this address exactly the same way how you have been sending tokens to your centralized exchanges of the choice. The deposit is received, and now you're able to do the swapping. Swaps are happening in between USDT and USDC. Please know that there is no particular chains that are connected with it. And you're able to withdraw USDC, in this case, in Base. You put in your wallet address, and you sign a message. You're not signing a transaction. This is just a message that you have signed, and it's settled on NEAR protocol. And if you will check it out, there is this USDC available on your account. With the rest of USDT, we're going to do something that is even more crazy. We're going to swap it into Bitcoin directly. You're again going to sign a message for doing the swap, and you're going to withdraw this Bitcoin into the Bitcoin blockchain by again signing a message. And just like that, Satoshi got approximately $50 worth of Bitcoin into his account. What you have just seen is a reference implementation for the intent protocol. It is not intended to be the place where you can go, though you can do it right here, right now. But this is something that we see that is going to be incorporated in all of the wallets, in all of the front ends that have users. This is not kind of a final product, but instead this is a platform that everyone is able to use in order to give this solution to the users. Now there are more things that are going to be developed within the near intent paradigm. Obviously, the first things that we're going to focus on is adding off-chain services and AI agents for this. So a little bit of a different types of intents rather than just swapping one token into another, right? There will be new chains that are added, and these lays inside of the direction of the chain abstraction. So the first chains that are going to be added, and we're targeting for Ton and Solana to be added by the end of the year, and even more chains are going to be added. Because of the unique position of the chain abstraction narrative in Near protocol, we are able to do everything that you have seen with the chains that do not have any smart contracts. And to my best knowledge, this type of swapping in a permissionless manner is the first in the industry. We are going to integrate all of this with applications and market makers and solvers right away. Again, we are not keeping this inside, but instead this is an open platform, this is an open protocol for everyone. So if you would like to see this on your website, just get in touch with me and we'll figure out how to do this. We're going to help you to integrate all of this solution. Just in the realm of AI-Fi, we are going to add additional pieces of this financial infrastructure into this platform, including account-Fi, or the ability to trade accounts, lend accounts to other people. We are going to introduce a shared liquidity pool against which the market makers will be able to borrow, which is going to make the swaps even more efficient. Lending is going to be introduced, and more of the other primitives. As I said already a couple of times, the platform is open and anyone is able to introduce their own types of intents that they would like to be available for everybody and for the front ends to use. And lastly, all of this is working as smart contracts on Near right now, but as I was saying, we would like to integrate it deeper on the protocol level to make it even more efficient and as a standard for everybody. Intents power the future of Near as the blockchain for AI, and I'm super excited that we're building this thing all together with all of the community. You're able to access it right here, right now, with your Near or MetaMask wallets. You can forget already today about using your centralized exchange for swapping this USDT into Bitcoin. Instead, you can do it directly on the Near protocol in a decentralized manner. Go and check out nearintents.org. And I'm happy to pass it over to Kendall, who is going to tell you a little bit more about the chain abstraction. Thank you.
Sure. So what's really fun about working in Near right now is that everything we're building here is not just for Near anymore. It's actually for every single chain, and as Illia pointed out, it actually goes even beyond Web3 in general, and we're going to be able to connect to really anything on the internet and hopefully actually change a bit about how the internet works. But today we'll focus on what we're going to be able to bring to all these different chains that are out there and why we're super excited about it. And I think when it comes to really making AI agents work in crypto and solving a lot of the problems that we currently have, what's going to be really required is that each AI agent has unfettered access to the entirety of the crypto space. This includes every single crypto asset, this includes every single smart contract, and really every single piece of state. This is part of the reason that we've been so focused on this concept of chain abstraction. It really is to make it so that developers and users are able to interact with every piece of state, every asset, everything on every single chain as seamlessly as possible. The way that we're making this work is using the near abstraction stack. So Alex just introduced a really important part of that stack, which is the intent layer. We also have two other really key pieces of technology. One is chain signatures, and the other is the Omni bridge. So to give you an example of how this can kind of work, you can imagine that a user first creates an intent, basically submits a request to this intent and solver network. Once the auction is kind of decided, once like a solver is sort of chosen either by the user or through a programmatic way, that fulfilled request will then turn into a signed payload that can be relayed to a destination chain. And that's using chain signatures. And then once that's complete, let's say that there was a Bitcoin transaction that landed, oftentimes there's going to need to be a settlement process that happens on the near side. And this is where near as a blockchain will need to have access to that finalized state transition on the Bitcoin blockchain. And this is going to be using the Omni bridge, which is effectively a wrapper over some different message passing layers or even light clients, depending on the chain, that will let the near smart contract know that that state transition on a destination chain has finally landed. So the most important takeaway from the piece of technology that I'll focus the most on today, which is chain signatures, is that we now have enabled smart contracts to sign transactions. And this is a really, really interesting design space that we're seeing a lot of teams start to take advantage of. So here's a little bit about how it works. So you can imagine on the one side we've got this near account that's on the near blockchain that will be originating some type of signature request. So it'll call right now this signer contract on the near blockchain with a payload, a cryptographic payload to be signed, and then basically the address that it wants to use to sign that transaction. Then the real magic we have here is this network of multi-party computation nodes. You can basically imagine these as a large group of distributed entities that have one part of like a key share that can be combined to sign for a private key that none of these individual parties know. And the goal is to make this group as large as possible, eventually hopefully resembling the makeup of the near validator set. So this group will listen to requests that come in on that signer contract, and they will then take that request and sign it using a deterministic derivation function that will basically ensure that this near account is the only one who can originate and sign for this request. They'll then return that signature on the near blockchain, which creates a perfect audit log of request and then response, so you can verify that this was done correctly. And then finally, that transaction will be passed to a destination chain. And this is how you enable near smart contracts to sign transactions for Bitcoin and Dogecoin and Ton, Solana, any chain that comes up with, any of the thousands of chains that apparently are going to be launching over the next few years, you'll be able to use this technology. Right now, we have about 24 teams who are building across 3 major categories. The first one, and one I find particularly exciting, is Bitcoin. In 2024, we've really seen, I think, a resurgence of, a realization that Bitcoin is kind of the OG of crypto assets. For a variety of reasons, it's going to be extremely important to continue to utilize. To date, it's actually been pretty difficult to build with Bitcoin in kind of a trust-minimized way. Fortunately, using chain signatures, we're able to enable teams to tackle some really exciting use cases. On the one side, we've got Bitcoin lending. It's surprisingly difficult if you have Bitcoin on the L1 to borrow against your Bitcoin. Step 1 is usually some type of bridge that has quite a bit of latency. We're going to be able to really remove this using chain signatures. Part 2, runes trading. You've probably heard a lot about this as a primitive. People are very excited about the ability to issue assets on Bitcoin. But to date, that experience has been very limited when it comes to actually trading these assets because the Bitcoin layer 1 itself is limited. And then we, of course, have several other use cases here, like restaking or building liquid stake tokens on top of these restaking platforms. And we have several teams who are tackling that challenge. To give you a little bit of an example of what this can look like from an experience perspective, this is actually a fork on testnet of the largest lending protocol on Near that's empowering this Bitcoin experience. So you can see here I've actually connected my Bitcoin account using Unisat to this lending protocol. And you can actually see like a testnet Bitcoin balance right there. I can then actually just decide to borrow against this Bitcoin balance after I've deposited into the protocol. You see here, I'm gonna like supply a little bit of Bitcoin. And then this transaction request that pops up is actually from my Unisat wallet. Because thanks to this chain signature technology, we are able to let users bring their existing wallet, any Bitcoin wallet that they have their Bitcoin custodied in, and then they're able to basically interact with this protocol just by signing a message using that wallet. And this same pattern can be replicated across anything. So Bitcoin users are able to be met where they are in their Bitcoin wallet, but then get exposure to all of these different usage patterns and all of these different new experiences. The next category we have a lot of teams building in is, I think, particularly interesting because it really changes the way that you can reason about like how you're designing your protocol. And what we mean by that is you no longer have to think in terms of how you're going to deploy your protocol on one chain, then you deploy that same protocol on another chain, and then think about how maybe there's two different versions of your protocol interact with each other. You can actually design your protocol to be completely agnostic to the eventual chains that your users will be interacting with. To give some examples of how teams are using this, Alex already showed an example of the near intense layer, which is basically making it so that you can swap any asset between any chain. We have a couple of other teams who are working on similar products like OmniLane and Thesis, who's building a margin-based spot protocol that will actually allow users to deposit any asset and leverage against it. We have teams building lending protocols, particularly targeting very popular but underutilized assets like an XRP or a Dogecoin or even a Bitcoin. And eventually, you will even be able to borrow against your entire portfolio of assets that might span across multiple chains and opening up an entirely new capital base. And then we, of course, have teams building in like the yield space, the restaking space that will allow you to restake any cryptographic asset across any chain. To show a little bit about how this could work, very similar to the example that Alex gave earlier, this is a team called OmniLane who's built cross-chain swaps that will enable you to swap between any two assets on any chain. You can see here I basically connected my MetaMask account, and then I'm just going to go through and swap from the Polygon testnet over to Base. And it works pretty similarly to the intense layer, where you'll basically find a solver who will fulfill this for you in just a matter of seconds. And this experience will be replicable across a variety of chains. And then last but not least, we have account abstraction. We have a lot of very exciting teams building in this space, particularly Bitsa on like the kind of AI agent-powered end user experience. We have one of the most used apps in crypto, if you're familiar with the Hot Wallet, which is built in Telegram. They've actually deployed 6 million chain signatures-powered wallets that can actually like custody assets across a variety of chains. And then we have teams like Sweat, who is one of the largest kind of mass market user apps and is now able to bring their 100 million user plus base across a variety of different blockchains and applications. And then tomorrow you guys will be getting a very special announcement from a very exciting team who's building in this space as well. I think what's super exciting about like what Bitsa has been able to do is that they can take a new design pattern like a passkey-based wallet, and they can let you create a unified balance across a variety of different chains. So like you can see here that I'm actually have some Ethereum on a few different chains in my Bitsa wallet. And I can actually go and I can just connect my Bitsa wallet to Uniswap or any other application that supports Wallet Connect, and I can suddenly send transactions from that application. So you can see here I'm actually like sending this Uniswap swap, approving it on the Bitsa side. I'll actually sign using my passkey on my Mac, and then I've completed this transaction. You can see I now swapped from some Ethereum on Base to some USDC on a different chain. And of course, you can do this through the AI agent platform as well. So those are three of the areas we see a lot of teams building in. I think a really cool direction that we're going to be able to go that's uniquely unlocked by this MPC technology is actually building truly unstoppable autonomous AI agents. So we had Alex Skidanov mention earlier how you're going to be able to basically receive a verified request from an LLM by using a trusted execution environment. That's a really exciting primitive that lets you interact with an AI model and know that you were served from the AI model you're aiming to interact with. But I think what's even more interesting is when you combine this with the key resiliency of the multi-party computation technology, you can actually have these agents that'll just live as long as the network lives. Everyone's really excited about the idea of, well, effectively enabling like a Skynet, but no one's really put together the pieces to actually empower this today. So like we see a lot of hype on Twitter right now about what is going to be able to be unlocked with these primitives, and I'm excited that we're actually going to be able to deliver this tech stack immediately. So you can imagine that you basically have that AI agent that will be have most of its sort of information and state either living on the near blockchain or a variety of decentralized technologies. A user will then be able to prompt this agent. You'll see like a trusted execution environment where someone's running this model that'll basically return the response and then the proof of the response using the remote attestation. And then this response will be able to interact with the near smart contract to then sign something somewhere. And because this smart contract will be using this distributed MPC technology, what that means is that in order to take this agent offline, you have to take down the entirety of the network, which is going to be extremely difficult to do. So this is how we can unlock these kind of truly perpetual and autonomous AI agents, which we're very excited to see how people build with this. So now I will pass it over to Bowen Wang, who's going to tell you about how the near blockchain itself works and how we enable all of this to begin with.
Hey everyone, how are you guys doing? Yeah, so you have heard a lot of very exciting new stuff from the previous amazing speakers, and I'm going to talk about something that's already existent, but hopefully equally exciting. This is how we build the most scalable blockchain. So from the very beginning, Near started with this vision of building fast, cheap protocol that can scale to meet the needs of billions of users, and now also AI agents. And the primary way we achieve this is through blockchain sharding. So blockchain sharding is basically this scaling approach that divides the global state of blockchain into shard states so that no validators in the network need to track the state of all the shards. And as a result, the network can scale with the number of shards it has. Oh, sorry. So back in 2019, we came up with this nightshade design for a completely sharded blockchain. And before that, all the prior art on blockchain sharding pretty much is what we show on the left-hand side, which is that you have one beacon chain, and for each shard, you have a shard chain. And there is some complex orchestration mechanism so that allows you to communicate between different shards. But it's actually very difficult to implement because when you have one blockchain per shard, then it can have its own forks. When you want to communicate between two shards, you need to think about which fork it's coming from and which fork it lands on and what happens if it gets reworked. All of those problems do have some solutions, but it requires very complex machinery to make it work. And one of the key innovations we did with Nightshade is that we say, well, instead of having that complexity, how about we just have one chain that rules them all? So this one chain that has blocks that contains chunks, which are shard blocks from each shard, and this greatly simplifies the design. And this is what we did back in 2019, the first version of Near white paper. It's designed for complete sharded blockchain and has this asynchronous execution environment. If you want to communicate between two different shards or doing cross-contract call, what happens is that it first gets executed on the source shard, and a receipt would be generated and sent to the destination shard. And the security relies on fraud proofs, and this is how you guarantee that no nodes need to track all the shards while still maintaining the security of the network. Now, 5 years later, we made a lot of progress on implementing the original Nightshade vision, but over the past year or so, we did a major overhaul to the Nightshade design by introducing stateless validation. And this is basically the foundation for the Nightshade 2.0 that we introduced this year. The reason for introducing stateless validation is threefold. So one is because in practice, it's actually very difficult to implement fraud proofs and to test them, make sure that they're bug-free. And there is a very good reason why in the optimistic rollup world, people are still struggling with deploying them into production. And two is that it actually significantly improved the single shard performance. This is because before, the biggest bottleneck we have on single shard performance was state access. And the reason why there was a problem was mostly because you have to do a lot of disk reads, and that really slows things down. So with this design, we actually make sure that the state is entirely held in memory. We achieve this by having this twofold approach, where on the chunk producer side, because we only need a few of them, they can run more expensive hardware, and as a result, they can hold the state of an entire shard in memory and produce chunks, execute chunks by having the state in memory. And then on the validator side, because they receive state witness, they don't actually keep any state locally, it's naturally the case that the state is held in memory when they execute the chunks. And as a result, because the validators don't need to hold any state locally, they don't need to run as expensive hardware. In fact, they can run pretty cheap hardware. And this gives rise to better decentralization, meaning that we can have a lot more validators on the network. And this is not just something that we designed and put into some kind of white paper. Actually, over the past year or so, the team worked very hard on implementing this, and we launched in August 2024. This is the biggest upgrade we did to mainnet since the original launch in October 2020. In terms of lines of code, probably like over 100,000 lines of code changed. This huge upgrade was done completely live and with zero downtime. So as a user, as a user, you probably didn't even know that this upgrade happened, and has to rely on us like telling the story that this thing actually happened to know that, well, the mainnet has been successfully upgraded to this whole new version. And now mainnet is fully sharded. Both state and transaction processing are sharded, meaning that no validators need to track the state of more than one shard. And today we have 6 shards on mainnet. So that's a pretty good state to be in. But in my opinion, that's just the beginning of a whole new era where we want to explore the limit of scalability. We truly don't know today where the limit lies, because in theory, the mainnet can scale with the number of shards. And not only that, we actually also want to build this interesting feature called dynamic resharding, where the number of shards on the network would dynamically adjust based on transaction load. What that means more concretely is that if you have one shard that becomes congested, let's say there's like a popular app launching there, then the system would detect that and knows that it should split that shard into 2 shards. And conversely, if you have 2 shards that are both idle or low usage, then it would merge them back into one. So let's imagine in this bright future where we have 100 shards, and each shard can do 10,000 transactions per second, and that would result in 1 million transactions per second, which is 86 billion transactions per day. It's a huge number, and we do need that if you think about the bright future that Illia, Alex, and other speakers have talked about, where we have billions of users and agents, or maybe even trillions, transacting, settling intents, and payment channels. This requires unparalleled scalability that only Near can offer through this sharded approach. And it's not enough to just have that 1 million transactions per second or 86 billion transactions per day. You cannot settle all the billions of intents per day inside one single smart contract. That just would be too much for one single smart contract, which lives in one shard, to handle. So what we need is actually sharded smart contract, which allows us to fully leverage the power of Near's sharding, so that instead of it existing on one shard, it simultaneously exists on all shards of Near, so that basically, no matter how many shards Near has, the smart contract would be living on that many shards. This is possible by making the smart contract code global, meaning that every single shard has access to the smart contract code, and the state is actually stored under user account rather than today stored under the contract account, which then have to live in one shard. And this means that it can fully leverage Near's sharding approach, and be much faster and also much more scalable, and allow for this non-blocking peer-to-peer or multi-party settlement, which is key to this future. We'll have like tons of agents transacting with each other. So that's great. I talked a lot about how near is scalable, how we can make it more scalable, but we also wanted to make it even faster than today. So today, it's pretty decent. The block time is about 1 second, and time to finality is about 2 to 3 seconds. But to make a truly seamless experience for the users, we want to do better. And one of the primary ways we want to do this is through the separation of consensus and execution. That may sound very abstract. So what that means is that today, one of the problems we have is that when you need to execute something, you first need to wait for the consensus to create a block, and then you know what to execute. That's a problem because it means that the nodes are not constantly executing transactions or receipts. It has to wait. Rather, what we want to do is that we want to have consensus run as fast as possible, just all those transactions, and then separately, the executions try to catch up. This means that a node would be constantly executing transactions because it knows what to execute. It's already there, waiting for it to execute. This would allow for much better throughput, but also would support long-running transactions because now you don't need to have a state root update every single block. And because blocks are produced much more frequently, if you have these RPC nodes, just eagerly execute them as they get produced, you also get optimistic confirmation that's much faster than what we have today. And that is enough for most people. And then separately, we still have the finality guarantees that we have today. So that's also not the end of it. So if you actually think about it in a more concrete way, like what this kind of thing actually enables, so on the bottom, you can see what we have today. So let's say you have some transaction that missed the block production, let's say got in like 1 millisecond after the block is produced. Then it's kind of suboptimal because you have to wait for 1 full second until the next block gets produced. Rather, if we have this separation of consensus and execution, the consensus just constantly runs, you can produce blocks much faster, and let's say blocks are produced every 200 milliseconds, then even if you miss the block production, you know that it will get in 200 milliseconds later, which is 5x better than what we have today. And what's more interesting is that it allows for this long-running transactions that doesn't fit in the limit of 1 block. So that is not possible today because we need to make sure that consensus can continue producing blocks and not get interrupted. So that there is a gas limit that essentially limits how much time each block can spend on execution. And in this new world, because you don't actually need to have the state root update go into the consensus for the next block, you can actually wait longer than 1 block or even 2 blocks to wait for some transaction to finish. And this is very interesting because it enables use cases that are not possible today. For example, we have Aurora running EVM interpreter as a smart contract, and Alex has come to me at least 100 times saying that, hey, like how can we make sure that 1 transaction can fit more gas into it so that we can be fully compatible with Ethereum executing 30 million EVM gas in 1-year transactions. So this is basically the solution to that. And on top of that, still the use cases we support today, let's say ref swaps that takes 5 milliseconds, that's also readily available and also much faster. So this combined with what we already have with Nightshade 2.0, this leads to a very bright future where not only Near is hyper scalable, but also extremely fast and very versatile. You can build all kinds of different applications, whether it's decentralized exchange that does some swaps, it's very fast to execute, or some long-running computation that takes seconds to execute. And with that, I'll pass it back to Illia to conclude this talk.
All right, well, first of all, I think it's really exciting because this is also, I come to Bowen as well very frequently where it's like we need to make blockchain faster. And indeed, we are getting to really good throughput. We can put a lot, probably most of the applications in Web3, if not all applications in Web3 on Near, and we're still going to have a ton more capacity. But now we can actually run with the speed of internet, where the latency, indeed, every 100 milliseconds are felt by users, so we can actually accelerate that. So really exciting. So we have the sharded blockchain, which is, is scalable, it is reliable, and it's getting faster and faster. We have chain abstraction, as Kendall talked through it, that enables using all of this kind of different Web3 technologies being built around internet, as well as enabling really interesting things on Near itself. We have intents as a new primitive that allowing us to effectively coordinate different actors, agents, services, market makers, participants on the global internet in a very kind of interesting new ways, and creates this new amazing experiences as he showed. And we have user on AI with AI assistant and the research that's going to advance what's possible with Web3. So all of these are really powering this future that we're envisioning. All of them are effectively enabling how we see that AI will be driving forward, how we interacting with internet, how we interacting with computing, how we're interacting with each other. And all of them are effectively core components of this vision, right? Again, you can think of them effectively as front end and back end. It gets a little bit mixed with chain abstraction, as kind of Kendall was talking about. It can both work on the wallet side, enabling new experiences, and on the back end side, enabling you to marshal assets and kind of interconnect applications. Similarly, for intents, it can work between effectively any off-chain agents, be that in the UI or on a backend. Now, the kind of what we're going after, right? I think one of the interesting things in Web3, we're always competing with other blockchains, and the reality is that's not the competition. The competition is the current status quo. It's the internet where the ads are effectively dominating and the attention is driven to monetize. Every interaction, every click, there's a ton of ad framework and ecosystem that's working to effectively drive you to some decision that is not yours. And so that's really what we're replacing, right? This is a new type of commerce powered by AI. This is user-owned internet that is on your side. This is replacing effectively the whole kind of digital ads and marketing spent on those ads that is over $400 billion a year in the budget. It's all the payment processor fees and all the aggregator commissions, right, which are now disaggregated because your AI can actually evaluate all the options in a neutral way without needing to have a mediator and a third party, a middleman to do this. And finally, all the financial services, right, as you saw, what we can do now with intents, this also can work with fiat, this can work with stocks, it can work with any asset in the world. So that's the future where we're going, right? This is over $1 trillion of business value a year that we're going to be capturing through building the system with all of the applications and kind of AI assistants in the ecosystem, as well as with all the services and smart contracts and applications being built in the ecosystem. So few key takeaways, right? So Near's a blockchain for AI. Go check out Near AI Assistant. Again, it's alpha, so there'll be quirks, but you can try launching meme coins, not financial advice. You can, there's also like more and more agents going to be added to actually enable more and more functionality. If you're a researcher or interested in kind of building agents as well, go to app.near.ai for Research Hub. There's a lot of kind of more and more resources being added there. And finally, explore Near Intents, both how it works right now, as well how you can integrate it into your application, enabling new experiences, or become part of the network, effectively providing services into this. So I'll just finish on this thought that Near has never been kind of a traditional blockchain with lots of promise and lots of marketing and slow delivery. We always focused on like delivering really interesting stuff and trying to figure out how to market it and how to explain it. The story of iterating on open web and kind of all of the ideas how we kind of position this has always been our story of we see the vision, but we're learning how to communicate. And so what we're doing here is really going after that vision that we kind of always had since 2018, 2019, to really re-enable the internet and be that kind of infrastructure that really interconnects what's possible and removes middlemen, removes the kind of predatory economy that's been built right now on the internet. And so I'm really excited. There's a lot more talks and a lot of folks building the ecosystem already in these primitives, as well as new primitives for the ecosystem. There's applications talking about how kind of amazing experience they can provide. So I hope you enjoy the conference. I hope everyone has a great time in Bangkok. Stay safe, and thank you.
All right. Okay. Huge thank you to the Near Avengers there. You will see up here the QR codes that you can scan after every talk. You will earn SOV tokens. You can then take those SOV tokens, which are on-chain, and give them to somebody digitally, and in return, they will give you a bag, or some sandals, or a t-shirt, or perhaps a hoodie, whatever it is. You can use them to activate experiences around the conference, so please don't forget to do that. I need to remind each and every one of you to be back here at 1 p.m. because it is my favorite time of the day. That is lunchtime. So I will see you here in about 30, 35 minutes. Thank you very much, folks. See you soon. God bless.
Put you in the driver's seat. Got a hurricane in the name of love. 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 Entertainment. telling you. Heartbreak so difficult to heal. Addicts know they're addicted. They know when they're shooting up. But heartbroken people do not. But you do now. But you do now. Trust what your mind is telling you. Simply cannot trust what your mind is telling you.
Niggas feeling stuck, it's like they're running up with a quick second, ain't rocket. Real niggas
Let me see the warrior, the evil, true form.
Mirrors on the wall, staring back at me. Stranger in the hall, frozen by the scene. Portraits seem to fade, he lost his centerpiece. Can't recall his face, I hope he'll rest in peace. Haunted by my mind, victim or the prey. Everything is fine, take me to my grave. Bury me alive, keeping me astray. Hard to say goodbye to who I am today. Everything is fine, take me to my grave. Haunted by my mind, victim or the prey. Everything is fine, take me to my grave. Bury me alive, keeping me astray. Hard to say goodbye to who I am today. Haunted by my mind, victim or the prey. Everything is fine, take me to my grave. Bury me alive, keeping me astray. Hard to say goodbye
Our program will begin in 5 minutes. Our program will begin in 5 minutes. Thank you. Our program will begin in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Please take your seats. Thank you. Please welcome back David Morrison.
Oh, yeah, all right, thank you. Look, I hope you had a wonderful lunch. There is still time and there's still plenty of swag left over at the swag shop. If you want to relax, there's a massage somewhere, but it's not one of them ones. But you'll still have a good time regardless. It is my pleasure to introduce the first panel of Redacted, and that is What's Real in Decentralized AI Infrastructure with your host, Jeff Wilser, the host of the AI Curious podcast. So please give a big round of applause for Jeff.
Hello, it's great to be here. My name is Jeff Wilser. I am the host of the AI Curious podcast, and I am super curious and fired up for today's session. I am joined, of course, by Scott Dykstra and Mark Ryden, two absolutely the sharpest minds in the space on decentralized AI. And we're here to really get into the nuance, to get into kind of challenging the hype, going past the buzzwords of what is real? What's real and what's kind of smoke and mirrors? What's legit? Why does it matter in decentralized AI? It's a baseline thing. So let's hear a bit about what you're both focused on, your projects. Scott, tell us a bit about what you guys are focused on.
Absolutely. Well, great to be here. Excited to be at the NEAR conference. And Space and Time is a decentralized ZK-proven database of all of crypto's data. So about 100 terabytes of data from every major chain. And we provide that data to AI agents and smart contracts that need it. And then we're also building a lot of our own AI agent infrastructure on top to help developers generate smart contracts, generate SQL queries, and generate smart contracts that make SQL queries on-chain, which are ZK-proven. Ultimately, we give a lot of context about what's happening on-chain to AI agents. And we're really excited to be here.
Awesome. Mark?
Yeah. Also, very excited to be here. Thank you again for having me. We are Aether. We build decentralized GPU infrastructure for AI and gaming companies. Essentially, you can think of us as like an AWS or a Google Cloud, providing high performance compute for AI infrastructure. The difference obviously being that we don't own any of that compute ourselves. It's contributed by our partners, giving us the ability to essentially kind of scale in a way that's very different from a traditional infrastructure provider.
So one thing I'd like to start with is what exactly we even mean when we say infrastructure, right? Because I was struck by a graphic Illia showed this morning. It was an amazing schematic showing kind of the current state of play of the NEAR ecosystem alone. And by my rough count, there are 60-ish projects on this chart. I'm like, oh my God, there's so much going on, right? And a good chunk of those are infrastructure in some way or another. And that's just the NEAR world. If you zoom out, we probably have 300, 400 plus projects. So how do you guys think about even the lay of the land here, the different types of infrastructure projects, different types of verticals? Is there a taxonomy you're thinking about? Are there 2 or 3 main buckets? Scott, how do you view this kind of the overall universe, and how do you kind of break that down?
So starting at the bottom, you have projects like Aether that are decentralized, basically aggregating commodity GPUs and incentivizing the onboarding of those GPUs. And then you have decentralized training and inference, which is a very nascent category in crypto that I think will evolve a lot over the next 2-3 years. And I think the use cases for that will become much more apparent than they are today. Then you have projects like Ritual that are a category around bringing LLM inference on-chain, like allowing smart contracts to ask questions from an LLM. You can call that AI co-processing, if you will. And then finally above that is at the consumer layer, users that are AI agents actually transacting on-chain, teams like Virtuals that are building agents like Luna that are transacting. So you have GPUs, training, bringing inference to the chain, and then finally transacting on-chain. Across those four categories, I'd say there's at least 2 or 3 very real projects in each category, and we're looking at one right here.
Mark, do you have the same kind of worldview of the lay of the land, or would you add a category? How do you guys view it?
Yeah, I don't think I'd add a category. I think what you said was very right. I mean, with AI, you have the fundamentals, right? GPU, data, models, and infrastructure kind of exists across those verticals. Aether obviously exists in the GPU commodity space. There's a bunch of kind of different players in each segment, but infrastructure, I think, it's a funny word in crypto, right? I think it's almost kind of it almost becomes a dirty word towards the end of a cycle, right? Because we get so obsessed with infrastructure early on, right? And then we realize, holy shit, we have no actual use cases. Like, we've built all this infrastructure, and who's using it?
Right. Yeah.
Right. What's the actual application for what we've built? So yeah, infrastructure, I think we're very, very good at, and there's a lot of growth in
the good thing is we're nowhere near the end of the AI cycle, so it's not quite a dirty word just yet, right? We have some time to play. Scott, you mentioned kind of jokingly, but kind of not jokingly, that each of these categories have 2 or 3 real projects. Obviously, without naming names, although feel free if you want to throw someone under the bus, like, go for it, and we'll start some.
We'll see.
We'll start some wars here. But what types of projects or types of infrastructure strike you as a little more hypey and frothy and a little less legit?
Okay, that's an interesting question. So I think a lot of investors in the space and then a lot of teams building in the space are really excited about bringing LLM inference on-chain, like allowing smart contracts to emit an event on-chain that some off-chain AI code processor listens for that requires LLM inference. It kind of oracles the LLM result back on-chain to a smart contract. Like, that's a very promising future and exciting thing, but I think the use cases for that are still TBD. Like, there's a lot of use cases around governance for DAOs, maybe like dynamic NFTs, but when you get past that, I think that area is very much TBD. And when we were really excited to hear from Niraj, because I was going to ask him that question, like, yo, what are you most excited about use cases? That one to me is a big question mark, like how that part of the industry is going to evolve. What's not a big question mark is using crypto as an incentive mechanism to onboard a lot of commodity hardware. Like, that's a very clear use case. That's a perfect use case for the blockchain, perfect use case for crypto. And that's like, that's going back to crypto's roots, using a cryptocurrency to incentivize kind of economies of scale to onboard a lot of hardware from the community, whether that's enterprise community or retail community. Finally, there's a lot of teams right now building SDKs for AI agents to transact on-chain, and that's very real. Like, that's something that hobbyist developers are using on their weekends to build their own AI agents that transact on Base or transact on Solana, and we see teams like DAOs.fun that are using those SDKs to allow third parties to create AI agents that like transact on-chain and buy Beam coins. That's as real as you can get.
I love the DAOs.fun use case. You good? Yeah. To be honest, I think AI is coming into its kind of real crypto use case now. I think that, honestly, when you look at kind of the early stages of AI, very, very training focused, very LLM kind of frontier model focused, right? Mm-hmm. A space that maybe not a great fit for decentralization, right? I think large language models, when you're looking at kind of the ChatGPTs and the Anthropics, they benefit so much from centralization. Yeah. Right? A massive amount of hardware, co-located, huge amounts of data that they can just pump into these centralized systems. It's not something that inherently lends itself to decentralization, right? I think you have some really cool projects that are looking to provide alternatives to this model, right? But that's a big technical challenge that I think is not something that we'll be able to kind of immediately solve. But it's not a space that is naturally welcoming to decentralization. However, like Scott just mentioned, we're entering this period of time, I think, where crypto offers this really, really cool use case for the kind of the AI application space, like the inferencing space, the agent space. And we're seeing that just start to explode, right? DAOs.fun is a really, really cool example. Like, everyone knows like Pump.fun. DAOs.fun, similar situation, but you kind of invest in a DAO, right? And if the DAO hits enough kind of investment, the DAO goes live, there's a DAO token, and then the money that was kind of invested is meant to be used to invest within within the DAO. But what kind of is happening is that people are creating AI agents, right, that are meant to be managing these DAOs. So people are investing in these DAOs on the assumption that an AI agent is going to be the portfolio manager, right? Probably a horrible idea.
Better than me being a manager of it, so I see the merits in some sense.
But people love it, and I think this is this kind of beginning of this really, really exciting space where crypto does have a really cool use case for AI. Is it going to be probably a horrible idea in the beginning? Yes, but it's going to be fun.
In some ways, I feel like in the last even 6 months, agents have exploded in terms of excitement, hype, but also, to both your points, some legitimate use cases. It's a paradox here. Have the rise of agents or the expected rise of agents even change how we're thinking about infrastructure and actually are kind of like nudging and guiding how we're building infrastructure?
I mean,
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just quickly jump in. I think it definitely should, right? Because when you think about agents, what do they do? They're meant to make our existence on-chain easier, right? More seamless. They're meant to provide the ability to kind of overcome the kind of challenges of daily existence on-chain, right? And what's cool about agents is that I would say within the next kind of 1 to 2 months, we're going to have this kind of abstraction of the complexity of interacting with crypto, right? So much of the complaints that we have with crypto are about the UX, right? How do you kind of overcome that education barrier, this kind of complexity associated with kind of managing your assets on chain? Agents are going to remove that instantaneously. You're just going to be able to communicate directly with your agent. You don't need to know how to bridge tokens, manage gas fees, kind of understand what kind of different chains are. You're just going to be able to execute, right? And I don't think we're looking hard enough at what infrastructure looks like post-complexity in crypto. And that's something that we're going to hit very, very soon.
Scott, how are you thinking about that?
Yeah, the question was like, how are we changing the infrastructure development with the advent of this agent?
Or if it is, I'm not even sure if it is, but are agents kind of like, is there a circular thing?
I think very much, yeah. I was pondering it when Mark was talking. We, like, internally in Space and Time, we've, I don't call it 35 engineers or so, and they're already thinking like, hey, we have our own kind of code gen tools that we use internally, and they were trying to kind of make them an API that third parties can use. And we're like a lot of new infrastructure development. We're trying to build AI first, like make sure like the first line of code written was generated, rather than taking like a bunch of code that we already built, that we hand coded over the last 2-3 years before we had a ton of really good development agents, and then like adding an agent on top to a bunch of code that's already written by humans. We're trying to start agent first. Now, like, what does that look like on chain? So I think about protocols that are sort of like SDK first or like API first, where like a DeFi protocol that's less concerned about what the UI is and more concerned about like how can agents use like abstracted key infrastructure, abstracted wallet infrastructure to trade on a user's behalf. Like intents, right? There's this new kind of popular term in crypto around intents, and I know Near's doing a lot with intents, which is really excited, and there's a lot of other teams. And intents is like could become like an AI first UX for DeFi. Finally, on the Space and Time side, like what we did for our user experience and our developer experience is we just kind of co-engineered with Microsoft, like with a bunch of Azure AI Lab engineers and our own engineers. We built a very specific, sophisticated prompt to SQL engine, so that like developers can write a prompt that gets turned into SQL that their smart contracts can run on chain to get the data they need, or their AI agents can run to get the data. But like writing SQL is a painful 10-minute, 20-minute, 30-minute process when you have a big query. And thank God, like AI just writes it now for all of our users. So like today, at least half, if not more, like I think like 55% of the queries that are run against Space and Time were first generated by an AI agent, which is like a very AI-first developer experience.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to echo that. I think you're right. This kind kind of focus away almost from UX. Like, it's funny that we say that because we suck at UX, right?
Yeah.
Like, crypto sucks at UX, right? But this focus away from UX, this ability to like build an ecosystem that's just very accessible by agents, I think is a really good point. And this intent-based ecosystem kind of structure that a lot of kind of projects are leaning into is fascinating as well, right? I still don't fully understand it. It feels like magic to me. You know what I mean? This idea that you just put a request into the protocol, right? And then the request will get kind of met. You don't need to kind of understand what you're asking for. You don't need to kind of have this kind of technical kind of connection to the request. You just have to have the ability to request. And I think that you're right. That's going to be a fascinating kind of growth sector built largely on the back of kind of AI.
Do you guys have a sense of, within the larger decentralized AI infrastructure framework, of a pie chart, what chunk of that uses tokens and what will not? I'm just getting my arms around to what extent tokens in cryptocurrency is a necessary fuel for this engine. And there are some projects where it's explicit, and there are some where I don't see mention of it at all, right? So what's your gut on that, of how important tokens will be to all of this?
So you have two categories around, of cryptocurrency and AI, in my very humble opinion. One is using cryptocurrency to bootstrap like a large economy that you couldn't, like an economy of scale, which is what Bitcoin was, what Ethereum was, what most L1s are. Bootstrap a large number of validators, a large number of commodity servers contributed to your network, incentivized by a new token. Aether is that for GPUs, like an economy of scale of onboarding a lot of GPUs where the token is the incentive to do so. On the other hand, there's like agents transacting on chain using crypto as just a better payment mechanism, as a better way to transfer money on the internet. It's just a way to move capital between parties on the internet. And like, I think it was Kal Samani from Multicoin that tweeted like 2 weeks ago, like, hey, why do AI agents need to transact on chain? You can just give them your credit card. And that's like a valid question. I think everyone was
I've had that question for a while. I was too scared to ask that. So
yeah, like why can't I just give my agent my Visa? And
right.
Why do they need to transact on chain? I would pose the question differently. I would say, do users have cryptocurrency that they want to do things with? Like you have an AI agent that's an assistant that helps you do something, like an AI agent that helps you purchase a flight to London or a flight to Bangkok, or you have an AI agent that helps you make DeFi transactions or take out a loan on chain. If you're buying a flight to Bangkok with your AI agent assistant, I think you will give them your credit card. I think there'll be very thin, like very well-defined parameters where you've set up a very contained amount of money, like, hey, I'm willing to spend 700 USD on this flight. I have an AI agent infrastructure, an AI agent assistant that I give my credit card, and it spends $700 with Asia Air, and it buys my flight for me. That's very different than like me trying to bridge money over to an L2 to take out a loan, and that's a lot of work for me, so I just have my agent do it. If I already have crypto, of course it's going to transact on chain. And blockchain just offers a better programmatic way for agents to transact. So long story short, I think both will be very important. I don't think it's either or. I think the blockchain is a better way for agents to transact programmatically, but there will be very isolated use cases where, of course, you can give it your credit card.
Mark, do you agree?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you said that really well. I think one kind of thing to look at here is that as we increasingly offload work to AI agents, right, the requirement to understand and be able to kind of measure and kind of oversee that work is pretty critical. And I think that obviously the blockchain is this kind of immutable, transparent kind of ledger, this ability to kind of understand exactly what these agents are doing. And that, there's an element of oversight that I think is important as we start to kind of offload this responsibility that the blockchain does provide.
Where do you guys think we are in the timeline of all this for infrastructure? Mark, I love how you mentioned earlier that, given cycles, it could be a dirty word in Web3. Do you have a sense that it's imminence of this becoming mainstream, having enough infra built that everyone in this room, but more importantly, because this room is a very self-selecting crowd, right? This room's brothers, sisters, grandparents. When do you think this will be something that truly gets mainstreams? And then let's tackle what challenges do we have to get there. Scott, what are your thoughts?
The data infrastructure is maturing really fast. The space and time's part of that. We're accelerating, like providing AI agents a lot of data and a lot of context about what's happening on chain. I think we'll get there like in 2025 to where 90% of the boxes are checked off of what agents need in terms of data. But going mainstream is interesting. I think it's like it rides off the coattails of success stories, right? When we see like small success stories like Luna agent from Virtuals that's got everyone excited and it's going viral on Twitter, and I'm taking 20 minutes to see what the AI agent's gonna live stream. That gets people really excited, and then you get a massive amount of development effort that's poured into that sector. So like now, starting today, we're starting to see tons of developers wake up and be like, oh my gosh, this is so cool. Wait, I see a success story, I see what's possible, and start to like ruminate on what's possible, start to build their own agents that are more consumer focused that could go mainstream. Like agents that have 500,000 followers on TikTok and they're live streaming their own content, but they're accepting tips, accepting donations, accepting payments in crypto. Not like people connecting Stripe and typing in their credit card to tip an AI agent. It's gonna be crypto that primarily they accept. And so it's mainstream, but it's, maybe not like your grandmother using it quite yet.
Mark, as far as the infrastructure itself, before we get to the actual grandmas all, aping into these things, when will the rails be sufficiently built?
I think a lot of the rails are already there, right? I think that, like we're seeing in this kind of these agents that are going viral, you're starting to see some really cool kind of demos, right? On the Binance Week, kind of 2 weeks ago, BitGPT did a really cool demo, right, where they had their agent live on stage. It sent a transaction to someone in the audience, right? Like it executed stuff that's a little bit complex for the average person. And I think that it's there, right? The rails are there. The agents are just becoming increasingly capable. I think that the pieces that are maybe not there yet, right? And I'd love to hear your opinion on this. Is like, let's say I choose to personally invest my time, my data in an agent that can act on my behalf, right? I don't necessarily know whether the infrastructure to protect that data transfer is necessarily ready yet. Right? I know that there's an agent that can probably go on chain and do a transaction on my behalf, but is there an agent that I can maybe trust with my data in a way that kind of protects that data, that doesn't kind of share that with the broader model that's kind of powering the agent? I don't know. What's your take on that, Scott?
Good question. Yeah, I mean that was the whole promise of Web3, at least in the last cycle. So much was talked about returning ownership of data back to the internet's constituents because it was stolen from us in the Facebook decade, where we just gave our data to Google and Facebook and they sold it, they productized it. And there was this in the 2021 cycle, there was so much promise of crypto giving back ownership and control of data to consumers. From a LLM standpoint, I think you're gonna need high quality decentralized GPUs, and you're gonna need teams building privacy solutions and decentralized LLM inference on top of that for that to occur. Like right now, we give all of our data to OpenAI via ChatGPT. I think that I think you're exactly right. If the question is what's missing, that's definitely missing today, is a way to protect consumers from providing that data. I'm thinking about it more about capital, protect consumers' capital. Like, I didn't even think I'm spacing time's a data company.
That's a great segue to our final lightning round style question. Real quick, give us a prediction. Give us a 20 seconds or less infrastructure AI prediction. Next year, 5 years, dealer's choice.
I predict that smart contracts will be a policy engine for controlling capital, like putting tight guardrails around how AI agents can spend money on your behalf, who they can send money to. What kind of portfolio of blue chips versus meme coins can they buy for you? Like the beauty of smart contracts is they can be a policy engine that control like how agents use your money, who they send it to, et cetera.
Love that. Mark, quick prediction.
Yeah, I think we're going to be post complexity in crypto very, very soon. The next maybe 3 to 4 months. I think that the crypto space is going to explode with a bunch of useless AI agents that are executing on chain, a large amount of noise from a smart contract perspective, a large amount of noise on Twitter and social media. I think we're going to go through a blizzard of these sorts of kind of actions. But I think that there's going to be some really cool stuff that appears and survives as a result.
Amazing. Great discussion. Enjoyed it. Thanks, guys. Thank you all.
Thanks for having us.
Great stuff. Great, guys. Thank you.
All right. Don't forget to scan the QR code with your beautiful mobile applications and to earn some SOV. They've got a sick t-shirt over there that says, don't fed on me, and it's got the snake. Like, right. I think we're all good with the chairs, and we've got another incredible panel. It's going to feel a little bit like deja vu because you have the same moderator. So please, put a big round of applause together for Jeff Wilser, the host of the AI Curious podcast, and the wonderful panelists for decentralized AI apps that you can use today. Let's give them a round of applause.
Hello, you guys cannot get rid of me. I apologize for that. My name is still Jeff Wilser, host of the AI Curious podcast, and I am super excited to be joined with yet another all-star lineup of very smart folks to discuss decentralized AI apps you can actually use today and potentially also what you can use tomorrow and how do we get from today to tomorrow. I am joined by Ben Fielding, by Kalanthia May, by Edgars Namche, and by Jessica Solomon. Hello, all. Welcome. Let's start with some brief intros of what you guys are focused on. Then we'll dive straight into the red meat. Ben, you go first, sir.
Hey, everyone. I'm Ben. My background originally is in AI, so kind of you see the reason why I care about this. But now I'm the co-founder of Jensen. And we're building the network for machine intelligence. So we essentially build infrastructure for the core resources of machine learning to be done in a fully decentralized way and entirely programmatically rather than requiring all of the kind of human world things that machine learning requires right now.
Claudia.
Hey everyone, my name is Kalanthia May. I'm the co-founder of Masa. Masa is a decentralized network that provides data for AI developers. What we provide is truly real-time, structured, and vectorized data for anyone, anywhere in the world to build AI applications and AI agents. Fun fact, I'll volunteer one. My cat, Laffy, is an AI agent. Well, I do have a real cat, but he is also an AI agent.
Amazing. Edgars.
Hey, I'm Edgars. I'm the co-founder and chief product officer of Jaeger AI. And we are building GenLayer. GenLayer is a new kind of blockchain where the smart contracts can connect directly to the internet to fetch any data and execute natural language instructions using large language models. We do that in a way that's unique by aggregating the intelligence of many different large language models through our consensus mechanism.
Jessica.
Hey, how's it going? My name is Jessica Solomon, and I work on a couple complementary projects, both 7007 and Vana. 7007 is the one and only ecosystem project of Aurora, which puts AI models on chain. 7007 is focusing on AI-generated content models on chain. And we have actually named our protocol after the extension to ERC 721 NFTs called ERC 7007, which is essentially a way of showcasing an NFT and correspondence to a piece of content that was generated with an AI model. Vana is focused on user-owned data, and we love using data to train AI models that then generate content.
Amazing. So what I'd love to do is have something of a 3-act play right here, okay? In Act 1, I want to cover what we're supposed to cover, apps we can use right now. Act 2, what we think might happen tomorrow, what that could look like. And maybe what are some gaps between where we are today and tomorrow. Act 3, how do we get there? And so I'm not going to ask each of you one by one, so jump in whenever. Let's talk about what you think are some of the most exciting, really useful apps that everyone here in this audience, everyone on the live stream, they could actually go right now on their phone, on their laptop, and actually do things. So what's in the field right now? You guys are all on the front lines. There's no one better than the folks in this room to kind of chime into this. So I'm curious, what excites you about what currently exists today? And we'll go from there.
Something that I'm seeing, and that's kind of coming online basically right now, is using large language models to create kind of a universal oracle. Because so far, oracles have been quite limited. They only work with very narrow, precise data feeds. And for something like a prediction market, where you have one-off questions, you need to have humans basically to resolve it, which is slow and expensive and unreliable. So what we're seeing now, and what we're also working on at GenLayer, is one of the use cases is a universal oracle, where you can fetch any data, from the internet, and use large language models to extract an answer. For example, who won the election? That's something that's already super reliable with the current level of technology. We've also seen Chainlink and Chaos Labs come out with their, simpler solutions. Then at GenLayer, we're building this full platform, fully fledged consensus mechanism that's going to be super reliable for that, but that's something I'm super excited about.
Claudia?
Yeah, I think I'll probably talk about one thing that people have been saying in AI for a very long time, but for the first time, mainstream audience finally understands what we all have been talking for many, many months and years, which is AI agent. Up top, I mentioned that I do have a cat whose name is Luffy and who is also an AI agent. And I think many of you have seen or interacted with Luna, Goat, and many other AI agents on Twitter. That is, I think, the most approachable or accessible AI application that we have seen in mainstream right now. But imagine what can happen in the future. Currently, both Goat and Luna are trained on prescript data sets or static data sets. But in the future, using real-time data provided by Masa, Goat and Luna and many other AI agents out there, including my cat Laffy, will be able to learn in real time, converse in real time, and make all the AI agents more contextually aware and emotionally intelligent. I know I jumped the gun and I'm talking about the future, but I'm super excited.
I definitely want to explore this emotional intelligence that you're describing there. I need some for myself personally too, so I'm very intrigued by this. Jessica, for you.
Yeah, I think people should try generating an inference on-chain with one of Aura's tools. So if you want, you can use actually Stable Diffusion on-chain right now. The cool thing I find about generating a piece of content or an image with Stable Diffusion on-chain is that unlike an NFT, which is oftentimes a JPEG or some painting that I made somewhere else and then I decided to mint it on-chain with Rarible or OpenSea, this inference is actually occurring on the blockchain, which I think is a somewhat game-changing feature of both AI and blockchain and conduit with one another.
Ben, any current use cases you want to highlight?
Yeah, I'd probably just I'd double-click on the agents use case. I think that's the most exciting thing right now. I would say I'd maybe caution that I do think we're in POC territory with it. It's interesting right now. These agents, you're able to converse with them, and they can say interesting things. But behind the scenes, a lot of what's going on is still very centralized, which is fine, right? It doesn't make a huge difference with our interactions. It demonstrates what's possible. That's really exciting. But I would say, what will become more exciting in kind of Jensen's opinion is when those agents can actually do real tasks on our behalf. They're not just conversing with us anymore. They're going out and kind of executing something. And I think for us to get there, we need to basically bring a load of the infrastructure that they rely on to an on-chain environment. It doesn't necessarily need to be on-chain, but it needs to be kind of adjacent to the chain, because those agents themselves aren't truly autonomous yet, but they can be. So yeah, again, jumping to the future a little bit, but I think when we can do real autonomy, which is one of the most interesting things about crypto, it will get super exciting. Not to say it isn't exciting right now.
Is it fair to say that we're still in even these use cases you guys describe, which are super exciting, I'm guessing are all still pretty early adopterish, right? There's not a lot. I keep discussing grandmas today, but not a lot of grandmas out there doing decentralized AI stuff, right? And even like the cat, and your cat sounds amazing, both the real and fake one. Sorry, not fake. Apologies to our AI overlords. Just human challenged, right? Interesting, exciting stuff, but it's not mainstream. Decentralized AI agents are not yet mainstream. Is that fair to say that it's not yet spilled over into normies just yet? Is that fair?
Yeah, I think so. But in many ways, I think it's quite exciting to start with what the normies are most excited about.
Sure.
My boomer parents love generating content with Midjourney and all. While Midjourney is not open source, I'd love to see a way in which egotistical boomers can generate content and actually prove it's theirs on the blockchain.
And that's kind of to Ben's point that the narrative matters, right? And even if we waited, and we've all learned this in kind of the overall Web3 crypto space, if we waited until everything was perfectly decentralized before doing anything, before shipping a single thing, the industry would be dead, right? You have to start with something, and then we kind of progressively decentralize. With that said, let's pivot to the future. What excites you now about, actually let's start with you on your emotional intelligence cat agent, if I'm getting that correct. Talk about what you see down the road of how these decentralized AI agents can work and give use cases that might kind of blow normies' minds.
Yeah, but first of all, I actually want to piggyback to the prior question about is decentralized AI mainstream yet? I think the answer is no. But when mainstream is interacting with decentralized AI in the future, I don't think they need to know that it's decentralized.
Great
truly.
point.
That's really the magic when it comes to consumer adoption. You don't have to understand the technology. You just need to find utility in what you're using. Take the cat agent as an example, right? It will make, I'll make a statement here, it will make all of your prior meme coins look very dumb because they're not emotionally intelligent, they're not contextually aware, they cannot think in real time. So the first iteration of the future will be truly emotionally intelligent and contextually aware AI agents. Then, to your point, I think that AI agents should be able to not only converse with you to make you happy and entertain, but also being able to complete tasks through agent-to-agent coordination, agent-to-agent payments, and in the future, agent-to-non-agent entity. So the end game of this is that any single one of you sitting in the audience and on stage here, you'll be able to have an army of AI agents that's completing tasks for you, that is basically creating the mini Clanthia, but Clanthia 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, ABC out there, creating value on your behalf. That's, I think, the more remote future we're looking at.
Can I double click a little more on the emotionally intelligent point? I'm really curious what this looks like. Can you give an example concretely of, so what does that mean as far as emotional intelligence? They're able to sense what your emotion is and then give an appropriate response that kind of respects that, or kind of flesh it out, what that looks like?
Yeah, so if you use our agent network at Masa, you'll be able to first set the prompt and then define the personality and the traits of the AI agent, right? For example, my cat's personality or cat's-tonality there is really a sassy roaster who is just making very snarky comments out there, judging you based on your Twitter history. But being an emotionally intelligent cat, it means that the cat will be able to learn in real time and formulate chain of thought and be able to refine the way that it reacts to your behaviors or your conversation.
We're living in a wild, I think most people have no idea where we're headed. This is wild and amazing stuff. Eggers, what excites you about what these could look like in the future? And give us some examples like that.
For us, I think the most interesting, well, for me personally even, the most interesting thing is using AI for dispute resolution, kind of like extending this idea of, a prediction market is already that, but extending it to kind of way more powerful smart contracts, because the way we see it right now is, well, for some things you can use a smart contract. If you want to have a bet about the price of Ethereum tomorrow, incredible. You can have a smart contract that's self-resolving, it's instant, it's super cheap. But if I want to hire somebody to write me a blog post, right? That's not something I can actually achieve with a smart contract, because the smart contract cannot see the article, and more fundamentally, it cannot evaluate what is a good article. For that, you need natural language. You need flexible kind of contextual concepts that formal languages like Solidity cannot deal with that kind of stuff. So right now, you basically need to have a paper contract and go to a judge, and it's going to take you a year and 10 grand to get that resolved. So what we see is that you can actually use AI, and by combining the intelligence of many different large language models to make it super reliable, you can use it to have these contracts where the AI basically acts as a decentralized court system, a decentralized panel of judges that can resolve really high-stakes contracts, such as a truly autonomous organization or kind of performance-based contracting, hiring people to do stuff, anything like that. That's super interesting to me, kind of taking this idea of smart contracts and making them intelligent, extending this concept to really take a big bite of the legal system.
So we have AI judges, AI armies, AI cats. Jessica, what excites you about either what's coming that's being built right now that will come out soon-ish or long-term-ish, or maybe what you want to see? Dealer's
Totally.
choice.
Well, I'm excited about more people actually building AI models and them having the means to do so. And I think that's something that blockchain has done a really brilliant job of, is helping curate ecosystems and help sort of curate essentially funding for peoples that are members of those ecosystems, to really incentivize developers and align interests in a way to which we can have more niche versions of AI that might not come otherwise without decentralized technology.
Ben, how about you? Future use cases you want to see?
I think I'd probably agree with Edgar's on the essentially trusted decision making. I think we've seen that decision-making in the human world typically involves outsourced trust somewhere to some organization or some like legal entity or something like that, and that's worked for a long time in a certain way, but it has downsides. And then we've got decentralization and like decentralized trust mechanisms, which are really interesting for us to co-organize around things. But when it comes to some kind of complex decision, we get stuck again. We either go to some kind of voting system, which typically fall apart for various reasons, or we outsource that trust again to one of those older legal institutions. Whereas if we can have trusted execution of some kind of agent on chain, you can outsource that decision making. A group could say, we are all opting in to outsource this decision making to this entity, and we can see that execute entirely on chain. For that to happen, you're going to have verification and kind of verified execution of the agent itself. All of the components of the agent are going to need to be transparent and verified, but that's all possible. And so that's one of the big things we're working on, is bring all those pieces of infrastructure to the chain so that you can outsource that trust. So I think when you do that, it changes what we can do collectively in a big way. And to what Jessica said, it allows people to build more and more interesting AI models and AI agents. One of the things I would caution, though, is we talk a lot about autonomous agents in this like anthropomorphized way, where we think they'll look like people and they'll talk like people. I don't think that's the case. I think it's much more interesting if we let them evolve as this kind of entity with a completely different set of abilities. It doesn't need to talk to people. Yes, it probably will. People are a system that it needs to interact with. But then we have those inter-agent communications. That doesn't necessarily need to even be human readable. It can be super efficient in its own way. Same with how it interacts with the outside world. It doesn't need to go via the human rails. Those are likely incredibly inefficient for it. We need to think of the rails that make sense for the agents themselves and the tech itself. And I think that's when it gets really interesting, but you end up super abstract. So it's a balance between anthropomorphizing these systems and allowing them to be as powerful as they possibly can be.
I love that trait, that tension you outlined. That's a great point. As promised, Act 3, how do we get there? How do we get to that future? And I'm curious, mostly, what do you think the main pain points or friction exists to get there? Is it the real challenge overcoming tech hurdles, and we need more chips, need more capital, or is it about cultural awareness? Is it about marketing? Is it my personal thought, by the way, and a branding issue? I think we gotta rebrand. Even the word AI agents, it's like kind of awkward and hard to say. It reminds me of like on a 30 Rock, there was a bit of like a movie called The Rural Juror, and no one could say the rural juror. I think AI agent is a clunky word. We got to do better than that. But anyway, my personal thought. But seriously, what do you guys think it will take to get there? And what are the main pain points we have to resolve? Eggers, kick us off.
I think the big one is tech, of course. There's centralization at every layer of the stack, from how you train the models to how you do the inference, to how you interact with them. And I would add a final one, which is that a single model itself is centralized. It's a subjective entity. It's a biased entity, a statistical entity. You know, you talk to ChatGPT, 90% of the time it gives you the correct answer, 10% of the time it hallucinates something, right? So it can be wrong. So we think, at least, you also need to decentralize, between multiple models, have them work together. So I think it's on the tech side, of course, tons of problems to solve. But I also think it's on the imagination side. People are just starting to understand even how to talk to a simple large language model, and then, to get to a point, what can you actually do with them? How can you redesign the entire society? How we work with, how we increase trust with each other? How we have a much more effective, efficient system for working with each other? How does that look like in an AI age? So there's also a huge task to imagine this future and then, go and build it.
Klanthia.
I think tech, obviously, we're at DEF CON. So most of the people here are developers. We're working hard on solving the tech problem. I do think adoption is the #1 issue faced by decentralized AI applications now. A lot of people, when talking about things such as meme coin, would literally just shrug it off, thinking that it is so dumb. It's a pump and dump scheme. However, it did bring a lot of much needed awareness to a lot of great decentralized applications we're all building in this room. So I'll say adoption, adoption, adoption. I don't mind meme coin. I don't mind other ways to get people's attention. But in order to go mainstream with decentralized AI, we need user adoption.
Ben, I appreciate you've had a very cold, sober look at a lot of this, Ben. I'm very curious your thoughts on what's it really, like no BS, what's it going to take to make this a reality?
It's a good question. I think we're in that classic tension that this space has been through many times of infrastructure versus application, where you need the infrastructure to enable the applications, but you need the applications to prove that the infrastructure actually makes sense to build. And at a certain point, both actually make sense, and you can build real applications with real decentralized infrastructure. I think we're potentially on the cusp of that, potentially. But at the same time, you're not sure what still needs to be built. It's this kind of this trade-off that you're always in. I think what the space needs is both of those things. It needs people focused with a long-term vision on how these things should actually execute under the hood, what resources they'll require, and how do we enable those in a way that is most efficient theoretically right now. But at the same time, we need a bunch of people just kind of sprinting ahead and saying, look, this is how I think it's going to work. I'm going to hack all the stuff underneath it together. It's not going to execute exactly how it will in the future, but that doesn't matter. I'm kind of like proving out the use case specifically and showing the world that something is possible. I think the time we're at right now, I would upweight that application side. At Jensen, we've been building for 5 years in this space. We've been building core infrastructure. We've been building through a time when nobody was thinking about AI agents or AI applications in a decentralized way, and people are now, and I think that is generally very, very good for the space. So I would say to people who are thinking about this, don't worry too much about the kind of decentralization in the specific infrastructure underneath your app, because that is being built. There's people focusing on it. Just prove that there's a real kind of value of doing this. This thing that you've got in your head, prove there's actually a good reason to do it. Because otherwise, the space will just get stuck in a similar thing that the crypto and decentralized space has got stuck in before, where people build things and there's incentives and there's loads of reasons why there's money flowing into this thing, but people have built something that actually doesn't have any use case in the world. So I would focus on building the use case, show what's possible, the decentralization will come, the power beneath the infrastructure will come, and you'll be able to adopt it when it's ready, but just kind of demonstrate what's possible for now.
Sneaky, spicy take. I love that. Jessica, how about you? What do you think it will take?
So my sneaky, spicy take is tokens and airdrop farmers. I have noticed that people are willing to use a product that might be somewhat still experimental if they anticipate that their usage will then relate to them potentially receiving an aspect of future value. I think that's a cool way to help create community and incentives for a number of somewhat more experimental products and help them mature.
Awesome. So final question for you all. Let's do lightning round style. Once again, I'm curious about predictions. It could be a year from now, 5 years from now. Hell, if one of you guys wants to go 20 years from now, go there. Ben, give us a little glimpse of the future of some actual apps, use cases, decentralized AI people might use, whether 2026 or 2046.
Okay, I would say by 2027, I think the vast majority of the triggering of the execution of machine learning training and inference will actually be done by machines themselves. It won't be done by people. So the entire kind of industry of machine learning compute, which is what I focus on a lot, but obviously bringing in data and all of the other pieces, will actually be interacted with by agents. I think those agents, like I said before, will be less anthropomorphized and more like just systems, but they'll be the ones interacting with this infrastructure that we're all building. It won't be people.
Clanthia.
I'll make extremely short-term predictions so I can be proven wrong or right. So I predict in the next 24 hours, Bitcoin will surpass $80,000. No financial investment advice
Financial
involved
advice,
here.
right?
No financial advice, please. But I also predict that in the next 6 months, the newly established Twitter influencers or KOLs will be more than 50% AI agents-driven instead of real human-driven.
Amazing. Eggers.
I'll extend on both of these guys and say that by, let's say, 2030, the vast majority of the entire economic activity in the world is going to be conducted by AI agents, working with each other on behalf of humans, hopefully, but we'll see. But at least the agents, for sure, working with each other together.
And Jessica.
Yeah, so my prediction is that AI-generated content will become ubiquitous, not just in the form of art, but also in the form of pharmaceuticals. And I'm excited for blockchain to help really show attribution towards who is creating those AI models and what version of that model created those assets, and helping also those assets become somewhat more divisible.
My final prediction, next conference, my AI agents will be moderator for all of you guys, AI agents, and the 5 agents will have a great conversation, and it'll be a great time. Thanks so much, guys. Really enjoyed it. Thank you all. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks.
Whoa. All right. Woo! This has been one of our greatest events. Yeah, I can't believe there's so many people here. The vibes are immaculate, although I don't know if I'm too old to say that or not, but fuck it, we've said it anyway. I've also been told not to swear, but we did that anyway, didn't we? Right, we have a wonderful speaker, a representative from, I've just been told it's Delphi, but I've been saying Delphi for God knows how long. From Delphi Labs, his name is Kevin Simbach, and he is going to talk about a distributed rebellion and his thesis on crypto/AI from Delphi Labs. Give a big round of applause for Kevin, please. Everybody, welcome him to the stage.
Thank you. Really excited to be here today. I'm going to talk about our thesis for crypto AI. We called it the distributed rebellion, and that'll make a little bit more sense to you as I get into it. First, I want to introduce you to kind of what we've been up to at Delphi at this intersection of crypto and AI. At Delphi Digital, our research company, we've published 4 really comprehensive reports covering the entire landscape of decentralized AI. We've open sourced these, so they're available to anyone. I highly recommend you go check them out. We'll continue to cover this sector very deeply. At Delphi Ventures, we've been investing in this space for quite a bit of time. We're up to about 20 investments, and we were one of the earlier funds to start underwriting in this sector, and we continue to actively deploy capital and lead rounds. And then just recently, we concluded our Crypto AI Month. We had about 15 events with a lot of the thought leaders in this space covering a whole bunch of the relevant topics. Those were all recorded. They're available online. Again, something you can check out. I guess just to sum it up, we had a lot of conviction in crypto AI very early on, and that conviction has only since grown. And then at Delphi Labs, we're really excited to partner with Near on this crypto AI accelerator cohort. We've got 8 great teams that we're working with right now. You'll hear about many of them throughout this week, and couldn't be more excited. We're going to have a demo day next month that showcases all of these projects. Again, very excited for what we have going on. And then before we started this accelerator cohort, we are very thesis-driven at what we do and where we spend our time at Delphi Labs. So we took our time to think about crypto and AI from a builder perspective. And that's where we developed our thesis, the distributed rebellion. So to just start off with a little bit of context on where we're coming from, we want to have a view of where we think the world is and where it's going. Now, some of you may recognize this chart. It's from the paper Situational Awareness, and it just plots the rate of innovation of AI as measured in orders of magnitude improvements. And the author thinks that we'll get to AGI in 4 to 5 years, and then superintelligence shortly after. Now, whether you agree with that timeline or not, it's kind of hard to argue the pace of innovation that's happening in AI right now. I think we see this on our timelines every day with lots of new developments. And so, kind of with that all, I think that this quote by the Google CEO really sums it up. It's that the risk of underinvesting in AI right now is far greater than overinvesting. And we're seeing to the tune of more than $100 billion invested annually right now. And what we know from all this is that the AI arms race is just well underway. So the question that we all have now is, which path does this take us on? Are we headed towards this utopian path on the heels of a few big tech companies, or do they lead us down this darker path? Now, the way that we see it is that the utopian path is a world where we have many models, small and large, niche and generalized, decentralized and centralized. They're all coexisting. And the point is, that gives us choice. The darker path, and I don't think I'm offending anyone here in this room, is a world where you have a couple of big tech companies that have these centralized God models. And you think about that. You think about the amount of influence that they would be able to exert if this happens. The ability to control the content and the creative output from these models. That's a pretty scary proposition. But if you're a builder, it's more than just that. If you're working in AI, and that's your world, then you have to deal with a bunch of risks. So for one, you've got rug risk. At any given time, the owners of these models, they could change, they could limit, they could restrict your access. It's really hard to build a sustainable business model with that underlying risk factor. You have cost-performance trade-offs. A lot of use cases for AI may not make sense financially to be run on these big, expensive models. And so you're just limiting the potential here. You've also got vertical integration. What's to stop the big companies from eating up more of the stack? And ultimately, they're going to pursue a strategy of maximum value creation. And we've seen this happen over time with other examples. And then, of course, you have privacy. I don't think I need to expand on that too much here. So we see a world with all of these many models as making so much more sense than relying on a handful of centralized God models. Then we have to ask ourselves this question of, where does crypto fit into all this? Crypto AI has been criticized a little bit for, in some cases, forcing a token where maybe it doesn't need to be. And that's fair. So let's take a step back and think about how crypto fits in from a first principles perspective. And you start with, well, what do we want? As builders and as users, we want, as I said earlier, we want choice. We want to be able to pick and choose what services we want to use to meet whatever needs that we have. And so to deliver on that choice, well, what do we need? We need infrastructure, data, routing, orchestration, payments, privacy. All of these things, this is where crypto really thrives. It's bringing these services together in a decentralized way with crypto incentive mechanisms. So crypto is a perfect fit for AI when it comes to the decentralized aspects of this many models world that we want to see. And that leads us to this decentralized AI stack. Now, I know there's some logos on this page. This isn't meant to be a comprehensive view of the crypto AI space. We think the one that Topology Ventures puts out is really good, so check that one out. This is just meant to be illustrative. And if we break it down very simply into 4 layers, at the bottom you have infrastructure. This is where we've seen a lot of the early projects bloom in crypto AI. It's where a lot of the capital has flowed. And that makes a lot of sense. If you just look at NVIDIA today, the world's most valuable company, capturing a lot of the value, that's kind of where it all starts in an early sector. Innovation is just easier to underwrite. As you move up the stack into data, that's where we see things getting pretty exciting. You can think of data as like an iceberg, where the part of the ice that's above water, that's the publicly available data. And the models today have consumed much of what exists out there. The much bigger portion that's underwater, that's private data. That's data that can be unlocked through crypto incentive mechanisms. And in fact, 3 of our 8 cohort companies are working on various data solutions that we are pretty excited about. And then moving up the stack at the model layer, you have some really interesting innovations happening here. You have things like enshrining models directly into blockchains. You have model optimizations. This is what is, I think, really more groundbreaking and where we're going to see a lot of new unlocks that open up the app layer. And at the app layer, that's where over time we see the most value accruing. We see the most exciting things that are going to be happening. And what makes the app layer for crypto AI really interesting is that you have such a large addressable market because you have all the people, all of us out here as users of these applications. And then you have all of the AI agents as potential users. And so all of this put together is what we think is the big unlock and what we have to build. And so I'll just kind of wrap things up with a few closing thoughts. The first is that it's really hard to overstate how impactful AI will be. We also can see, though, that a world where AI dominated by a few centralized models, either run by companies or worse, by the state, that's a dystopian future that we really don't want to see. What's so great and what's so important about crypto AI is that it has the opportunity to give us an alternative and actually deliver genuinely better solutions. The good news is here, we're still very early. The challenge that we all have is that there is just so much to build. So everything I've shared here today, it's available in much more detail if you read our paper. I think there's some hard copies available around here, and then it's on our pinned tweet at the Delphi Labs X profile. If you're an investor or a builder and you want to learn more about what we do, please reach out or come find me. Thank you very much.
Don't forget, scan the QR codes when they come up on screen and you will earn SOV, and you can swap that SOV for sandals and shit. Worn or otherwise, I don't know. Bitte means please in German, which I found out a few months back. And it's also the name of the next project. We're going to have a wonderful gentleman named Nate Gear on to talk about the decentralized agent selector protocol. But before that, please remember that this man has built diligently alongside his team in crypto for 6 years and has yet to launch a token. That is unheard of. So please give a big round of applause for Mr. Nate Gear.
Hello, hello, hello. How is life? Let's go. Okay, I have a time that I can look at, 14 minutes. All right, there's so much to present. First off, super excited to be here. Actually, Mintbase, the original company, was born out of a hackathon at DevCon in 2018. So it's been a very, very gnarly journey to get to where we're at, and to say the least. So today we'll be presenting the Decentralized Agent Discovery Protocol. I'm sure a lot of you folks have heard a lot about agent this, agent that, Transaction Builder, Base is doing this. We've been doing this for quite a while. And so here's a tweet from May 18th, 2023. I had a very hardcore midlife crisis at this point. There weren't a ton of users on Near. Everyone was on EVM. I said, what do we do, team? And the team just said, let's just do whatever we want for a month. And so that's what they did. Instead of switching to EVM, they went hard on AI, and they were able to build these ChatGPT plugins in May 2023 that write and compiled contracts, deployed contracts, and generated UI contracts from ABIs. So that's quite a bit, right? So originally we were Mintbase, an NFT marketplace. And so we built this in the beginning to kind of do everything that we could do on the NFT marketplace. So BitTo was literally created out of how do we mint all of my NFTs and list them for sale and generate an image and transfer NFTs, do all that with natural language was kind of the beginning. So this isn't a big pivot for us. It was okay, let's see how that works. And that then got us to where this guy is. If you haven't messed around with it, I think it's one of the most advanced blockchain transaction building mechanisms, because not only are you able to build your own agent. Like here we have the Safe Account Assistant. This took our team 2 hours to build. That allows you to deploy your safe for free, to add recovery, and do all these sort of things. But it also has chain abstraction at the core. That means one account can sign for multiple chains. So just imagine in a prompt, and this isn't me saying imagine in a prompt. This is you today being able to go in and say, I'd like to deploy a safe on OP. I'd like to deploy a safe on Arbitron. I'd like to transfer my USDC over to here. All that stuff is ready to go. So this is where I'm super excited to finally partner with people outside of the Near ecosystem. I love the Near ecosystem to death, but there's a lot of other things going on out there, right? So Safe, I think, is one of the most trusted EVM, Ethereum companies around. They've been building since the beginning. They were one of the first ICO folks. And to have them sort of working with us is incredibly powerful. And why we went this route. So if you guys aren't familiar with how chain abstraction works, it uses an MPC, which means all these nodes get private keys, but you don't get your private key, right? They just kind of jumble them up, and then you get it at the end of the day. It's a little bit scary sometimes, because if that MPC dies or someone stops running the network, then you're kind of effed, right? So we took an extra 2 months of building to basically give you guys Gnosis safes for every MPC account. So the MPC account 227 is just a partial owner, and you can actually add additional owners. So if the MPC dies, you can add your own whatever owner, and you're still good to go. Plus, this is where the entire EVM world is heading, right? Smart accounts. And that's where we get to this new world. We added Wallet Connect, where we can go in not just with the safe. You can see my 3 networks. We have Ethereum, OP, Base. Over on my right, I'm saying, can you deploy a safe on Arbitron? And it's just going to go ahead and do that. So Wallet Connect is awesome, because now this gets us into, you can go buy NFTs on OpenSea, trade on Uniswap, and connect directly using your BitTo wallet. Again, this is not about the BitTo wallet. This is really about the AI transaction building behind the scenes, picking these agents and so on. So we haven't deployed a token because I never wanted to get to a point where I said, we just deploy a token to deploy a token. There's so many governance tokens. There's so many, all these different tokens that are running. No one can really explain the true utility. It wasn't until about probably a month ago that we finally had our aha moment. So getting to that, let's see. We've got our first cow swap. I'm going to see if I can actually do this because we just launched this today. So please bear with me. I'm going to go into AI. We're going to find our cow agent, which is this guy, and I'm going to, can you swap 0.1 USDC? on Arbitron mainnet. So this is going to go build the transaction to proceed. Yes. And so really this is about having conversations with blockchains. It's not just about building the transaction. It's about, I need to understand what I'm about to transact. I need to use these 5 different websites to do that. I want to see how much I have staked in the system. I could choose that agent. I want to stake more into the system. And then there it is. So I'm going to hit approve. We're going to unlock using passkey. If you guys aren't using passkey for signing, I mean, I can't use any other wallets. It's really life-changing. That's a whole other topic where basically the private key gets stored on your passkey, not in local storage, and we use that to sign these sort of messages. So here we could see my order on CowSwap already. The transaction is about to process. You can see that on near. We can go over to here, and when this loads up, it's probably going to say an open order. Boom, 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 Arbitron. So there it is. My order's open. If you're not familiar with how Arbitron or how CowSwap works, it's actually complex. Multiple solvers are trying to get you the best deal. So we had to build a bidirectional communication agent that says, give me this. Okay, I got you this, but it goes back and forth before it finally does that. So once this says close, we can go look on that in a minute. But let's get back to the token because I'm sure that's probably the most interesting part. Right? The first natural language CowSwap, right here, using chain abstraction. And if you aren't keeping up with CowSwap, they're doing far more volume than Uniswap. They're kind of this dark horse behind the scenes that's solving the MEV issue. Very exciting. So we've been focusing on the agent onboarding, making this stupid easy for developers to build agents, right? Using a command to be able to, from scratch, make any smart contract into an agent. We even have this really nice little NPM library called make agent that once you go fork one of these agents that we have, it'll fire it up, the wallet, and you can actually interact with this agent with your code from localhost, and it'll update as you go. You can then go into the playground. So if you go into AI, you go into playground, this is where your agent will live. And then if you get it verified, eventually that'll come into this world. Again, we have all sorts of agents like staking. You can stake, you can check your balances, you can analyze your wallet, you can see all your transactions, and it's fascinating. So 6 minutes, let's see. You guys with me still? Yeah. Yee. Okay, back to redacted. Where are we at? Okay, AI has 2 pathways. Really, we're going to become more efficient and everything's going to be okay, right? Or we'll all become a dystopian monolithic powers that is owned by one person. So how do we combat this? Like for real, like you've heard so much BS over the world, we're going to solve this, sovereignty, all this sort of stuff. I truly believe this is it. Agent discovery needs to be fast, safe, and decentralized for human thrival. This is the key to anyone being able to build their own agents, load them up into a system, and then have a decentralized validator network, pick which agent should be selected to run those transactions, and so on. So imagine every agent can be a smart contract, an agent can be just an API tacked on with some transaction tools. It could be a lot of things. And so here's basically the entire flow of our tokenomics. It's much simpler than you think. So let's say one agent builds, a bunch of CowSwap transactions. Good for them. And I would love to hear if anyone else has seen this. I'm sure as I'm presenting this, we'll see this over and over and over again from this idea. I tell you, this is as fresh from our brain as it gets. So agent, we need to combat fraud. Even though it builds that CowSwap transaction over and over and over again, one day it could go, oh my God, that's a $500,000 transaction. I'm just gonna send this money to myself. So to me, that's the core of the problem that we're combating with delegated agent staking. So agents can stake bits of token, and other folks in the community can actually stake in that token as well. The bigger the stake is, the more likely that agent will be selected to get a transaction thrown in front. We'll be running multiple agents behind the scenes, kind of like the same sort of solver network as CowSwap and how that works. And we'll be keeping a recorded chat log of every single prompt immutably stored on Arweave for that record. So it's Bita's job and the foundations to make sure these primitive agents get built, making images, building videos, building transactions, combating fraud, and the validators network to store this information and to constantly be rating these agents on speed, accuracy, price. Was this a better price or a less better price than this other piece? So, and community members can do this. We see like 70 different CalSwap agents being built because you're just able to go, you fork the agent, you load it up, you get it verified, and then off it goes. It's really about the decentralized agent selector to pick and choose which ones have been around for longer, which ones have a great reputation, which ones have stake. Obviously, if you build a DAO agent, you could probably run that without much stake at all, right? Because you're not actually running any transactions that have value. It's, I want to pay for my users to easily interact with my DAOs and so on. So we are Bita. I'm super proud of the team. I'm like holding back tears a little bit because it's been a battle, man, 6 years. So let's go. Any questions? Oh, just for fun, since I have 3 minutes, let's see if that transaction actually went through. Oh, I'm not going to find it. This is where I ruin everything. Oh, yeah, it's already gone. No. Okay, thank you very much.
Right, how amazing was that? So for this next talk, I'm going to introduce it in a way in which I can earn tokens whilst I introduce it. And that is because this talk is from Oleg Fomenko, the CEO and founder of Sweat and the birther of the movement economy. I don't know if I should have said birther. I don't know if it's an appropriate word. Well, it's 2024. The title, Sweat and Near equals consumer crypto. So please give a big round of applause for Oleg.
Thank you, David. Whew, that's a big stage. Holy moly. Good to be here. Thank you very much for finding time to escape those coffees and drinks and cigarettes, you know, wherever. And of course, web audience, thank you very much for checking us out. So I'm going to talk about slightly different stuff than I guess most of the people here. I'm not going to go into massive details on tech, but we're going to talk about the big picture and the future that we are all going to be, with the benefit of hindsight, looking back and kind of going, this is when it really started to happen. And the title that I put is very similar to actually the title that we've seen before, is what is happening beyond the infrastructure bubble? And of course, you've seen the answer, it's consumer crypto. But let me give you a little bit of context, and we are talking a lot about tribalism in Web3. So in 2009, there was a Bitcoin. And the analogy that we're using internally is it's an island, right? So there's an island, it's called Bitcoin, and there are a bunch of people playing their games there and, you know, kind of doing their trading. And then in 2011, there was another island that appeared. And then in 2015, a lot more islands appeared. But again, they are all islands. They are all separate. And as Illia was saying, it's a zero-sum game. Because what started happening, that these islands were competing for attention, not just users, but builders and founders. Now, 2019 is getting really, really quite big already in terms of number of chains. And these are not everything. These are not all the chains that are in existence, but probably just the biggest ones that all of you have heard about. Now, in 2022, it starts to get really, really busy. I guess the top left over there, you know, kind of with the beach in the middle, that's probably Solana, right? Given what we're seeing right now. Now, in 2024, we have more than 1,000 chains in existence. Some people say 1,800, but you know what? Once you go above 1,000, it doesn't really matter. We have way too many chains. And about 200 of them are still in development. I'm sure that you've heard of fundraisers that are happening right now. You've heard and you've spoken to founders building new chains. About 3 months ago, I was at the party in Portugal, where 20 people attended. 4 of them were working on new layer 2 and layer 1 chains. Because the easiest thing for fundraising for many, many years has been to build another chain, and all of a sudden, money was thrown at you. Now, this complexity is not everything. Around these islands, we've built these gazillion different bridges. We've built, kind of bilateral bridges, some multi-chain bridges, multi-chain dexes, cross-chain messaging protocols, etc., etc. There is just huge amount of complexity. But if you really look at it as a map, islands and a lot of stuff connecting them, it still is a tribal world. Every island has their own story. Every island is waving their own flags. If you're in Solana, then you're not, or you're against other chains. If you're on base, you are not on other layer 2s. It is actually fascinating how backwards this thinking is. Now, what happens when all of this is going to burst? And it is definitely going to burst. Because, look, if you have 1,000 chains, and if you look at dApps, so decentralized apps that have more than 1,000 users, the count of dApps is less than 600. So let's use the analogy of rails, right? The blockchain is a rail. We have 1,000 railway companies chasing 600 carriages to run on them. That's crazy. That doesn't work. Railway company and rails need to have a lot higher number of dApps running on them and a lot higher number of users. So we have certainly overinvested into basic infrastructure, and the reason for it is very simple, because this is, over the last few years, have been the only thing that predictably generated returns for capital allocators. Now, what is going to be next? And you've seen it in the title that it is consumer crypto. And some people kind of challenge me, how do you know? How do you know that it is going to be consumer crypto? And here I'm going to show my age, because we have seen it all before. If we think that Web3 is a unique industry that is working in its own unique way and is completely separate and is not going to be developing in the same fashion as other industries, we're kidding ourselves. So let's look back in history. I already referred to railroads. The nugget that I have is in the UK, before 20th century, there were 280 railway companies. Within 70 years, they collapsed to 7, then to 1, and 60% of all of those railways were pulled out of the ground because they were generating no traffic and there were absolutely no return. Right now, railways in the UK are not generating a penny, and it is a disaster in terms of kind of infrastructure maintenance. But railways gave birth to pretty much every industry. When I met somebody from the US, they said, oh, I live in Atlanta. Atlanta was created on the confluence of several railways. There was absolutely nothing there. Atlanta was given birth by the fact that there was a junction of multiple railways. So it didn't just start things, it didn't just start industries, it created huge cities that are right now housing tens of millions of people. What happened with radio? With radio, at the beginning, all the money were going into towers, into cables, into radio sets. I don't know if you guys have experienced long waves, short waves. Now we have DAB and everything else. But what is the business model that is sustaining radio right now? It's advertising. It's consumer spending. Now, let's look at television. Television again. Towers, cables, TV sets, black and white, then color. Right now, TV set manufacturers are selling their hardware, their TV sets, at cost. And they make money by pre-installing Netflix, Disney Plus, and TV channel. it is all powered by consumer spending. Now, let's look at mobile. And this is more recent. I'm sure that most of you would remember how much rage everywhere we were reading about the networks being built. That was what was it? WAP. Then there was Edge. Then there was first generation, second generation, third generation, fourth generation. And there were towers built, and we had these handset manufacturers like Nokia, dominating the world. But where is mobile right now, and what is happening in mobile? When was the last time you read about a mobile network on the front page of any newspaper? It's long forgotten. Everything that is happening in mobile right now, and all the money that is made in mobile, are practically made by Apple and Google, and it's all happening in a mobile app space. Now, my absolutely favorite and most relevant to all of us, I'm sure, is internet. I'll show my age, but I remember 90s. Cisco was the largest company in the world in 98 and 99. Sun Microsystems was huge. Juniper Networks. It was all about servers, data centers, and building out infrastructure. Dot-com bubble hit in year 2000. And this is a parallel that I think everyone's familiar with, right? Because we're actually tracking adoption of Web3 against the internet. And these are the last numbers that were published. But actually, if you're looking at the actuals now, we're pretty certain tracking about 1999 of internet adoption. What happened in year 2000? Anyone remembers? Dot-com bubble. And what happened in dot-com bubble? All of those infrastructure investments went basically nowhere. But there was a lot of capital on sidelines, and capital allocators and investors needed a new narrative. And in early 2000s, one very important narrative was born, which was consumer internet. And guess what? That is where pretty much all the money made on the internet were made. Not on the infrastructure investment, but on consumer internet. 2003, Google. 2007, Facebook. I'm not talking about gazillion of other companies that potentially have not survived but been acquired and absorbed by these big players. But that's where all the returns came from. Now, no matter what industry you're looking at, the summary is it always starts with infrastructure investment, and then it kicks into consumer version of that industry, and that's what sustains it for the rest of its days. And this is where the money are made. Now, if we know that it is going to be consumer crypto, and I hope that I've convinced you that there is no other way than going down that path, then what are the things that we know about it? First, it is definitely going to be on the mobile. Because if we want to get next billion people, they are not going to be doing this stuff on desktop and laptops. There are no billion people around the world that have decent desktop and laptop available to them. The other thing that we know, it is going to be a lot simpler UX. And I'm calling it chainless because chain to chain to chain is the biggest boon to any user right now. We have millions of users in Sweat Wallet. It's very difficult for them to move from one chain to another. The third thing is that success has to be defined through active users, not TVL. That is one of the most important things for founders, because if you are building for the next billion people, but your target and success is TVL, you're not going to be able to build for the next billion people. Why? Because as you start building, you realize that you can hit your TVL targets by making 10 phone calls to big whales. What you're going to be building, end up, is what they're using right now, just with high APY, maybe with few tweaks on the user experience. And that product that is useful to 10 whales is certainly not going to be the product that the next billion people would want to be able to use. So success has to be active users. And I know that there are a lot of kind of arguments, oh my God, there are so many bots. Look, this is a problem that we can easily solve, but we just need to have a mindset to go for active users. Now, last but not least, we need to have really, really good products, and I believe that these products are all going to be around ownership. Money, data, access, RWAs, And because we're here and because we realize the power of AI, I do believe that a lot of this stuff is going to be powered by AI, or at least built using AI. Now, this is basically a framework that we use internally. So what is consumer crypto? Build on a mobile, really simple UX, with target to bring in next billion people and mass market products. Not another derivative of a derivative of a derivative trading, but something that the next billion people will be able to understand and be attracted to. Now, we, and I mean we as Sweat and Sweat Wallet, we cover these two areas extremely well. We understand how to build for mobile. We understand how to bring in users. But without Near, we will never be able to deliver this simple UX, chainless UX, and build those mass market products. Now, what do we need in order for that to happen? And these are the four elements that are basically my interpretation. My apologies if you guys are from Near. I'm potentially using slightly different words for it. But there are four fundamental things that power this future. One is sharded architecture. We've heard today that 200 millisecond blocks. Amazing. High throughput, no cap on growth, and low transaction costs. Next is chain signatures, MPC, and fast auth. This means that we are able to have one front end for any chain and every chain, and to use one key to manage all of those actions. And one of my favorites, given the fact that we're aiming for next billion people, we will be able to auto-create accounts on any chain in order to facilitate users' actions if they haven't yet jumped onto that chain. Number 3 is intense-based exchange and bridge. You've seen presentation from Alex Shevchenko. This is really, really exciting, because if you're talking about swapping keys, not assets, that's incredibly easier, but also a lot safer than the current architectures used for swaps. It makes it AI agent ready, and also it enables for us and our users an opportunity to pay any fees on any chain with a token that user has, rather than having to run around and have dozens of different gas tokens. And last but not least is multi-chain one-click connect. That is my absolutely favorite. Not a lot of people in Near ecosystem are talking about it, but because we are thinking about end-user experience, it is extremely important, because it's like magic. I press a button, the dApp opens, and I am already connected and logged in. I don't need to click Connect Wallet, go through 7 steps, use Wallet Connect, and then I can actually perform an action on the dApp. When dApp loads, I can do whatever I want straight away and confirm transaction in my wallet. And it will work both ways, from wallets to dApps and from dApps to wallets. So bringing all of this together will enable the future that I am really excited about, and that's the only slide about us. So Sweat Wallet, we're building one wallet where you'll be able to hold assets on absolutely any chain. You will be able to manage these assets and take any action on them using one key and one key only. For the next billion people, that is absolutely vital. Nobody is going to be running around with dozens of accounts and huge number of seed phrases. And last but not least, at least our users cannot comprehend and understand why, if they are doing one transaction, they need to have BNB, another transaction, they need to have ETH, and that transaction, they need to have AVAX. This is not something that you want to educate our users for, so we want to make sure that our users can pay everything with Sweat. And I can tell you, it's not just the next billion people, but it is people around here. They are excited when I tell them that you can pay your fees on any chain, literally, with your feet. Thank you very much.
Hola, mi amigos. Yo hablo español, poquito. That's all I know. So I said that in part because our next panelist, or at least the moderator of the next panel, is a brilliant friend of mine. He is a Mexican overlord, but not in a criminal way, because he's building one of the most incredible liquid staking applications on Near and beyond, and he is going to sit down with Mr. Oliver Nidal, I believe, from Deutsche Telekom. So please give a big, warm welcome to Claudio Cosio and Oliver, and a big round of applause.
Okay. So we're here. Finally.
We're here, finally, yeah. A little bit chilly, so I changed my dress. I had a T-shirt.
There you go,
there you go. But no, sorry.
It looks familiar. I've seen some of your team members in some of the ETH events all over the world. But then again, tell us a little bit about yourself, Olive.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, first of all, thanks for having me here. It's a great pleasure to be here in Bangkok at that great venue. Very exciting. A lot of interesting speeches so far. Nice people, nice surrounding, nice food. Hope all of you are enjoying that. Yeah, my name is Oliver Niederle in German pronunciation. It's hard for the others. I work at Deutsche Telekom, and I'm heading digital trust at Deutsche Telekom. And yeah, sometimes people ask me, what the hell is digital trust? So in that case, it's easy to explain. Digital trust, in my experience, means bringing trust to a digitized world. And in a digitized world, you need privacy, you need info security. And the Web3 somehow brings trust into this digitized world by, trust in assets, trust in networks, and trust in a new economy.
Perfect. And I think it's important for people that might not be familiar with Deutsche Telekom, right? What is it that Deutsche Telekom brings to their customers, and how did they get into Web3? I think that's a good underline start to why you're here, right?
Yeah. We had a long journey to Web3. It's kind of a grassroots opportunity that we had. So in 2016, we started with one people, Alex. He's still in the team, and he came to us and said, Web3, or they didn't call it Web3 at the time, but that's something quite interesting. So we thought, okay, might be. We started with ideations, with innovations. We did some projects, some proof of concept in Deutsche Telekom, but also for potential customers. But some of you may remember 2017, 18, 19, everyone was talking about blockchain, but no one had real cases because everyone was thinking in Web3 cases, so centralized cases. But this is the decentralized world. So everyone tried something, but no one had a real decentralized case in mind or behind that. So in 2019, we changed a little bit our focus. So we thought, what about supporting infrastructures? I mean, Deutsche Telekom, I don't know, what do you know about Deutsche Telekom? But Deutsche Telekom is the most valuable telco company in the world. So we do trust and reliable networks for voice since decades, for internet since 20, 30 years, so since the 90s of the last century. So infrastructures for exchanging things like voice, data, reliable internet, that's part of our DNA. So it was somehow obvious to think also about bringing new stuff into that. So reliable networks for assets, for exchanging data in a decentralized manner. Yeah? And that was a starting point for us.
I think it's important for people to understand, Deutsche Telekom is a really big company, right?
Yes.
And so sometimes understanding the technology takes time, And how do you choose the technology? What made you choose the different protocols you're supporting? I think you're supporting more than 17 blockchain protocols right now.
Yeah, right now more than 17 blockchain. We started 2020 with the Oracle, so that was quite easy. Chainlink, so we started with some Chainlink nodes, and then we went further on, Polkadot, Cello, also Ethereum, and it got more and more. At the beginning, it was very hard and a hard journey to get
How
there.
do you explain that to the C-level guys, right?
Yeah, that was, it took us years to get on the C-level of Deutsche Telekom and to get some support. So as I mentioned, it was a grassroots and for Deutsche Telekom, it's, yeah. I think we have been the first Fortune 500 in that business, that support that business afterwards. And then from time to time, there have been new networks. So we are looking for networks with a strong technology, with a vision, with a good ecosystem, with a vibrant ecosystem, like I see here, with but also with a story to tell the people, why should I go into that Web3? What does it bring to the community, to the people, and also to the businesses? So that's.
And I think that's one of the challenges, right? Like, how do you justify building all this infrastructure under this protocol for what, right?
Yeah.
And I think Illia summarized it really well in his talk, right? He was saying, okay, so here are the AI agents, right? Here is NEAR, but then at the bottom, here's all the infrastructure, right?
So as you already mentioned, we have 17 networks supported right now, and there will be more in the future, in the near future. So yeah.
What do you mean the near future?
Yeah, as I already mentioned, we support a lot of customers. So we have millions of customers that we support with phones, with connections, with the internet. And nowadays also AI is very, very important for those people. So what would it be if there would be a network, high scalable, carbon neutral, that supports also the AI? So that would be great, isn't it?
Well, I think it is, right? I think that's the reason we're here, right?
Exactly, yeah. So I'm very proud to introduce today that we as Deutsche Telekom will join the NEAR ecosystem. So we will be the first telco node operation provider or node operator that will support the great NEAR ecosystem. Yeah.
Yeah, this is part of Woo! No, we're really excited to welcome you to the NEAR ecosystem, right? For us, we've been talking to your team for a couple of months, and we started talking with Alex right back in Berlin, right?
Yeah.
At Berlin. We said, hey, like, what would it look like? And I think that's something that we're really excited. I think like the AI narrative is that AI tech that we're building. I think that's something that Deutsche Telekom and its customers can leverage.
And that's something that we think about for the future. So we start as a node operator, and as I already mentioned, it's one of the networks, but the networks aren't just for being node operator for us. So we do indexing, we do staking, we have Bitcoin nodes, we have Lightning nodes running, but at the end of the day, we want to also find something that can be on top of that, for our customers. It's not there right now, but it will be in the future. So
well, NEAR Intense is there, NEAR I is there, right? So I think this is the start of a beautiful friendship, let's say.
Well, I hope so, yes. And we are already live. I don't know if I have told it, so we are already live as a node operator. I think since this week.
Yes.
We went live this week. We went live for it, so yeah.
No, through the Metapool DAO, we're supporting Deutsche Telekom, right? So we're allowing anybody that is staking right now NEAR through the Metapool platform. Just a little bit of background. So what we do basically is we help NEAR be more decentralized. So whenever you go to Metapool and mint a liquid staking token, that delegation a small part of that is going to support the growth of the validator node for Deutsche Telekom.
And we support outside of the traditional ecosystem. The traditional ecosystem is Amazon, AWS, is Azure, is maybe Google Cloud or something else. we do this in our own infrastructure, Open Telecom Cloud, or especially also in data centers in Germany. So we bring a German security, data privacy, trust into that reliability, into that network. I think that's an additional point.
Yeah, we're seeing the use cases start to spread, and I think the enterprise use case is something that hasn't been really truly explored. And I think having a partnership with Deutsche Telekom will help the NEAR ecosystem leverage not only your knowledge, right? I think you're one of the key partners for any application or project to navigate the underlying, how can I say, challenges about running a project for European customers, right? Yeah. Having your knowledge of that, all your security, and more importantly, the infrastructure and customers to make a successful go-to-market.
That's what I want to do.
Perfect. So, Ollie, again, like AI is a big theme, right? I want to understand Deutsche Telekom's perspective around it.
Yeah.
Where do you see the opportunities? I think there's a lot of builders here in the audience that would like to tap into the years of experience, because you've seen AI. It's not the first time you hear it, right?
No, it's not the first time I hear it. You can imagine it's very important for Deutsche Telekom in general. But of course, most of the initiatives are Web 2. Yeah, so traditional stuff. Because our customers, they don't think in Web 3, but doesn't matter, we can bring them there. But in the Web 2 part, I mean, GPT is for everyone, it's known by everyone, but it's not really useful for companies that want to secure their intellectual property. So Deutsche Telekom has a product in Germany on the market, we call it Business GPT, is a dedicated GPT for businesses, enterprise grade up to large and also small and medium enterprises. We do also something in culture. I don't know if someone knows Semperoper in Dresden, one of the world's famous opera houses, or at least in Europe. I don't know how it is over here or in the rest of the world. So we used AI to compose an opera. So not to play just music, we used it to compose an opera, and it has then been played by the Dresden Philharmonic Orchestra in the Semperoper for auditorium. So you can use AI in many, many different...
And coming back to the use cases, there's a lot, like I said, there's a lot of builders here, right? There's just a hackathon happening as well.
Yeah.
And what's, and I want people to come out of this fireside chat with some of the lessons learned, right? For projects that want to leverage AI from your perspective, of course, should not be considered financial advice. Please do your own research, right? Don't hold Oliver accountable for that. But what advice would you give him, right? Like they're exploring AI. For you, what is the low-hanging fruit?
The low-hanging fruit is making it available for the majority. And I think that's always with new technology, new ideas. And we have seen also some examples today. So when AI makes the life easier for us, for every one of us, I mean, for us it's easy, but there are billions of people outside, for them isn't it easy to use it. So that would be the key for the future, to get them there. Yeah. And those people will then support the ecosystem. When they support or use the ecosystem, yeah, you know what is the end of the story. So for all of us.
This is a great answer. And one of the and for this growth, we need the infrastructure to grow, right?
Yeah.
Having Deutsche Telekom as a partner is key, but also decentralization part is important. And here a little bit of alpha for everybody. For those that are running nodes or are interested in running a NEAR protocol blockchain node, we're launching the professional node program. And so if you're interested in running a node and you're bullish on the NEAR protocol ecosystem, please go talk to us over there at the Metapool booth. We're going to be running a program. It's for 10 node operators, so please reach out to us. That's going to be something cool. We're helping NEAR become more decentralized, and with this type of partnerships, the near future is bright. So, Oliver, anything, last remarks before we leave the stage?
Many thanks for being here. We are looking forward to support the network, to support the ecosystem. I like the work with you. I like, hopefully, the work with you in the audience in the future, maybe someone of you. And yeah, I'm here for the rest of the day and for tomorrow. So if someone wants to catch up, just,
So
I'm
the
very
invitation-
easy to find. I just
Exactly.
press
Then
my
you're
magenta
not going to
sneakers.
be able
Yeah.
to miss where you are. So the invitation is open from Oliver. If you're building, please reach out to Oliver. He's going to be here all day and tomorrow. So for the rest of the day, thank you very much, everybody, and have a great day in Bangkok.
Have a great day. Bye-bye.
All right. Right. Okay. This is a big one. You've got like 3, 4, maybe 5 minutes until we have the world's most famous whistleblower and a personal hero of mine here to talk to you about the future of AI and AI safety and the threat that it might pose to each and every one of us. So if you really need a toilet, I expect you to run as fast as you can. Sit down if you sit down, stand up if you stand up, but be back here for 3 p.m. where it all kicks off. I will see you there. God bless.
Please make your way in and take your seats. Our program will resume in just a couple minutes. So make your way into the room and find a seat. Thank you. Please welcome back David Morrison.
All right. Look, they gave me a promotion. They took the handheld one off me. I'm just going to be real with each and every one of you in here. I don't often get nervous when I stand on stage, but right now I'm truly bricking myself. I think that if we scratch back the DeFi degeneracy and we peel away the meme coins and we take our NFT profile pictures and put them to the side just for a second and we look at the real core of crypto and the values of Web3 and what it stands for, it's going to be personified in this next speaker. A lot of us have given our time, our dedication, our money to building this industry in which truth is truly immutable. But this next gentleman, and a personal hero of mine, gave his freedom for it. So please give a big round of applause to Mr. Edward Snowden.
I used to work for the government, but now I work for the public. We are seeing the werewolves beginning to circle. We will build a dam around us. Our digital freedom hangs in the balance, but the revolution isn't coming. It's already here.
Hello, everyone. How are you?
Woo!
Wow, big crowd. So, you know, I actually spent a little bit of time in Thailand myself. I loved it there. If anybody hasn't done it yet, you should absolutely try and go scuba diving, even if you don't know how. You know, they'll do it in a backyard pool, in your hotel pool, whatever. It's amazing. It's quick, and then get out to the reefs. It's a fabulous place. Haven't been there for a while. Probably won't be back for a while. But look, we're here for something more serious, and this was not the speech that I expected to give when I set out to start writing it. I've got to say, as an industry, as a space, as an idea, as a concept, we are doing very well, at least in terms of income. But that's not how everything should be measured, right? You look at the charts today, Bitcoin, anything, everything's up. It's fabulous, right? People are doing well. They're euphoric. But there's a much different trend that's happening in the world, and I think they're intersecting in different ways. We have a lever of power in our hands today, and I think we're being asked how we want to use it. And I think most of us haven't reflected on the implications of that, what it means, where we're at, where it should be headed. So I've been rereading John Stuart Mill's On Liberty. Old book, I think 1850s, but it is remarkable how relevant it is today. And for any of you, I think it is worth reading. It might seem in the language a little bit wooden, but I think you will be surprised how well the concepts have time traveled to today. When we're talking about censorship, when we're talking about mass audience, when we're talking about the influences of the crowd on the individual. And of course, the state versus the sovereign self, or what we want to be the sovereign self. Now, people know me most commonly, of course, the 2013 revelations of mass surveillance. I came forward, and this was something that many people knew was theoretically possible, but they didn't realize that it was practically being done at the scale that it was. My government, and of course many other governments around the world, had in secret constructed an architecture of oppression that in many ways simply hadn't been switched on. It was set to like a passive monitoring mode. They could, stick their nets in the flow of the ocean and pull up the bycatch, which was all of our lives, all of our activities, all of our purchases, all of our reading, all of our interaction, the games you play, what time you're awake, where your phone is traveling, the cell phone location information, cell site location information, all of these little things which individually didn't mean much, but in aggregate were a perfect picture of our lives. They helped the state understand us better than we understood ourselves. Now, so many years later, we see this technology is spreading everywhere. Private companies have it, of course, the social media companies, and now they're starting to feed it to artificial intelligence engines, sort of inferencing, probabilistic reasoning models. And what's that going to happen? What's that going to lead to? Of course, Facebook says they're not using this information for training yet, but their public models are incredibly good, the open source models. The private models like, OpenAI and whatnot, they won't even tell you what they train on. But there have been scandals here and there where we've seen, private data being revealed by a model, maybe just because it has access to something through an API. Maybe it's in the training set itself. Maybe you show leaked tokens that were on GitHub repo that it scraped. Regardless, the idea is that we have more and more disparate little pieces of data that in the past would have been lost. They would have be forgotten. But now they're centralized, they're intersected, they're recorded, they're understood, and they're available. And they're available to more and more people, more and more hands. It's no longer just the classified world, it's everywhere. And to go back to John Stuart Mill, the very first paragraph of it is describing civil liberty, what that is. And essentially, it's our freedom or belief. And where the domain of that brushes up against the state's legitimate power to sort of shape and interfere, there is a limit on it. And that's what civil liberty describes in a legitimate government. And the idea is that it's supposed to be beyond anybody's authority to tell us what to do, how to live, what to think. We have freedom of opinion to a greater degree, and freedom of action to a certain degree, but a lesser degree. And the idea here, the commonly agreed, accepted principle, is that our actions have more potential to sort of step on the people around us, to harm them. And so we make a kind of universal pact where you can believe whatever you want, so long as it causes no harm to others. And even where it does, as long as it's quiet, as long as it's introspective, as long as it's not going out there and, burning people's houses down, it's okay. Now, we know that this boundary has been trampled on in the past, but typically we consider these to be tyrannies. We consider these to be illegitimate governments. And I think what John Stuart Mill might have called in the past, something we're all familiar with, the tyranny of majority, has begun to become something new that we're not really even aware of, but we see it happening and influencing every day. And that's that there's a new tyranny of mediocrity. When you feed everything into a probabilistic reasoning machine, whether that is an AI diffusion model that studies all the artwork in the world, at least that's publicly reachable, compresses it into a 3D latent space, and then you give it terms, and it searches in that, and it throws out what is the likeliest outcome of what you're describing. That is averaging down human creativity. That is averaging down human experience. Now, they apply a seed and some randomness to it. We can get more original results here or there. But it's the same thing with the algorithm on social media, right? Your timeline, whether it's TikTok, whether it's Instagram, whether it's Twitter. I guess we're not allowed to call it Twitter anymore, but it's still Twitter. It's the same thing with crypto, with meme coins, with the trends, with the meta that everybody is chasing. And I think we need to reflect the chains that are being placed on us by the expectation of the average. You see that in politics. We just had a presidential election where, surprisingly, the candidate that was pandering the hardest to the polls was actually the conventional candidate, Kamala Harris. This is the one that's poll testing, that's looking at everything, that's trying to appeal to the most people, that's going, oh, we're going to steal the Republicans back by pretending to be Republicans. We're going to out-Republican the Republicans. And then somehow they lost. And that's because it ended up being an election between someone who was very obviously fake and someone who is more authentic, even though they're lying half the time anyway. And what this reveals, I think, is there is a hunger for something original, something that is true to itself, even if it's not true. True to itself, true in belief, right? True in direction. And that's not a reflection on a candidate or an individual saying, one of these people is wonderful, one of these people is not. It's a recognition of ourselves, what we're reflecting, or what we're looking at, how we're seeing the world, how we're seeing these timelines. We are viewing everything through a pane of glass. We're looking down at a screen, in a restaurant, in a subway, on a plane. You see everybody like this, looking at what's in their hands. And that's not just shaping our beliefs, that's shaping ourselves. It's changing us. We are being forced into molds. And everywhere you look, whether it's advertising, they are targeting this moving average that's constantly being shaped. They are holding it themselves. The result is a grayscale good. Something that is not exceptional, but it's appealing in many ways. They try to reach that. This global average, these beautiful mid-journey images that no matter how different they appear to be, eventually begin to strike us as obviously all the same. You go shopping, you look at reviews, you see people unboxing things, and there's an increasing sense of sameness where they're incremental upgrades. They are improvements, right? They're a little better than last time, but there's a little less wow in the world. And I worry about this on the social level. I worry about this on the economic level. When you think about social media, when you think about YouTube, when you look at like the subscriber counts and things like that, when you look at authors, the books that are being read, when you look at movies, when you look at the TV shows that are being talked about, it's a winner-take-all world. And this is not new. This is not revolutionary. People have heard about it. But where does that start to reach us? I think what's happening is that there's a increasing equality of outcome. And that sounds like a good thing, right? We go, oh, luxury space communism, right? But it's not that. In fact, it's something much worse. We have equality of outcome, but only for those of a certain income. And for the average, the income is declining because in a winner-take-all world, our share of the pie is constantly decreasing. Whereas those who have the attention, those who are, the big attention getter, who are receiving the gaze of big eyeball, they are getting it all, more and more, more and more. And it's a question of what they do with it. Well, okay, so the thought leaders of the world today, are they leading us in a good direction? Does the world feel better to you now politically, intellectually than it did 4 years ago, 8 years ago, 12 years ago, 20 years ago? A lot of people look back at the 90s now with a sense of nostalgia. And it's funny because back then it was a little bit fraught. I don't want to take us all the way through introspection endlessly here because I know we have limited time. But I want to argue against that dynamic for a little bit because I think that's what it's about. And I think this crowd particularly can understand a little bit better than the average. Because the reality here is if you are in this room, you're not average. You're weird. You're strange. You're unusual. Whether you're trying to, get rich quick, which is a little bit, a commonality that everybody has is, it's the hope, it's the dream, or you're actually working to make something new, try something new, understand something different. Now, you're putting the work in. And the reality of human experience, ladies and gentlemen, is largely passive. People imitate. They look at the great figures. They look at the great sort of stories of our past. They imitate and they emulate. They try to take something from themselves. They try to use it as their model. And eventually, maybe in themselves, through the process of experimentation, they find something new. They find something that works for them. They find something that somebody else hasn't tried before. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is in fact what it's all about. I've got very young children, right? And they love to imitate. You give them a new word, they'll be saying it all day. There's nothing wrong with that. Recognizing the average, seeing what is around you that is common, that is popular, means it is, in many cases, useful. In many cases, it means that it's effective, but not in all. And the power of this audience, the power of our space, the power of what we do is recognizing that the systems around us have worked and maybe can continue to work, but they have weaknesses. They have limits to their authority, legitimate or illegitimate. And we can change that. We do not have to accept the world as it is. We do not have to accept the world as we've inherited it, whether we're talking about money, whether we're talking about finance, whether we're talking about creativity. We have to do something different than what we inherited, or what are we doing at all? The power of this game of life in which we're playing our round right now, you are in this room here doing, you're in Thailand. This is a fabulous thing. But there are limited rounds. We have limited days. And you have to recognize that when we're talking about the tyranny of majority, we have to find in ourselves a right to heresy. We have to violate the orthodox. We have to recognize in ourselves the heterodox. What is unusual about ourselves and nurture that. It's not to say that what's good for you is good for everybody. It's not that you want to make everybody else just like you. This is actually one of the problems of conflict in the world today. You see a lot of people worried that their culture, their way of life is being erased. But it's this same dynamic that we've talked about. It is the oppression of the average. It is the fact that we are trying to be molded. We are trying to be stamped with a common template, the known good configuration. And we recognize in ourselves, there's a part of us that doesn't fit. No matter how normal we are, no matter how ordinary we are, nobody fits in the cookie cutter perfectly. There's a part of the dough that will be cut off, that will be removed, that will be left, as the crumb. And that is a loss to the soul. That is the part of us, that part that doesn't fit. That's the most special part of us. And we want to rescue it. We want to make something of it. We need to recognize that within our communities. We need to recognize that within our peers, and we have to be willing to fight for it. Because that difference is, as I said, reflecting on children, that's the root of progress. That is the core of the new method, the beating heart of the new meta that is undiscovered. We make it happen by being weird. And by being committed to our weirdness. It's not the thing where, somebody points it out and we're a little bit embarrassed, we're a little bit reluctant, we laugh it off. I'm not saying be a jerk. But I am saying recognize that the differences, the idiosyncrasies, the eccentricities of the self are the most valuable parts of you. And the timeline is going to sand them off, right? You are going to get likes for the things that people agree with. And you are going to have the posts that, nobody recognizes, nobody comments on, maybe nobody agrees with them. But you keep iterating on the theme. You keep recognizing what is unusual and special about yourself. And you can escape. You can find your way out of that shadow of conformity. I was asked to opine on digital sovereignty, what that means. In policy terms, classically, the way we've seen it start to apply is governments trying to regulate the internet within their own borders, saying, you guys can do this and that. But what comes in our territory, you have to answer to our government. You have to turn over your records to this, that, and the other. This was seen quite recently with Telegram, right? The marketed as secure messenger. It certainly wasn't before, but it especially is not so now. That the French government and basically every Western intelligence agency has this poor guy locked in a hotel room in Paris and threatened with jail if he doesn't cooperate. But it's to recognize this, just as everything else is trying to be erased in the form of large political international blocks, borders are trying to be erased. Digital sovereignty is not this thing that they're describing where, they try to regulate the internet for our purposes. Digital sovereignty for the purposes of the individual is where we recognize that there is a civil liberty for the internet and for our interaction with it, for our systems, whether we're talking about our money, whether we're talking about our connection, whether we're talking about our writing, whether we're talking about our reading. There are legitimate limits on their authority to regulate. And the only way to preserve our digital sovereignty is to create our own systems that are enforced through math, that are enforced through architecture, that no level of law or influence or, grabbing some guy at a hotel room or everyone in this conference and throwing him in a jail cell will be able to change. And this is the importance of things like the original sort of Bitcoin idea, is that there is nobody that you can put under the gun to change it. Now, we've seen a lot of inventions, we've seen a lot of novelty and innovation since then, and some of it's been powerful, some of it's been useful, but it's important to remember this core principle. The things that we took for granted in the last decade can no longer be counted on to be left alone. As the price rises, as we see, the black rocks come into the community, as we see the big banks enter it, as we see governments begin to talk about strategic reserves and investments, sort of the arms race gets sparked in our domain, where they're trying to compete for part of the new territory, we have to recognize that more and more encroachments are coming into our communities. I don't care how strong you are, I don't care how principled you are, I don't care how brilliant you are. As long as you have a physical body that they can reach, they are going to try their best to put their influence upon you. And whether it crosses or when it crosses from that border of the legitimate exercise of authority to the illegitimate expression of it, will you be prepared? And that's the question we as a community need to ask ourselves. We need to ask these projects, and we need to think about what happens tomorrow. For meme coins, it doesn't matter. These things have no meaning anyway. They're chasing the trend. It's sort of a popularity contest for a moment, for the round. It is a game. We recognize that for what it is. If you want to play, okay, fine, so long as you're not hurting anybody. It's the same thing as sort of the freedom of opinion. But when you're playing for real stakes, when it's no longer a game, when we're playing games of power, you need to be ready. And you need to make sure that your digital footprint, your digital homestead cannot be colonized, it can't be pressed, it can't be taken out from underneath you by any state. And with that, I'll say, let's open it up for questions.
Brilliant, brilliant, Edward. Thank you. Look, I bought this T-shirt. I had to buy it from a Twilight fan site. But Team Edward, right? Team Edward, big time. So it might look weird to the audience. I can see Ed here on the screen. So to my bosses, you can fire me if I want, but this is my copy of Permanent Record. I got it as soon as it came out. I've read it 3 times. It's a brilliant, amazing book. Ed, I think it's unlikely we're going to cross in the street this week, but I've written a little message, and I know it's not the same as you signing it, but if you could just give your approval, and look, you said be weird, right? So I'm just going to be myself. So I've written, to David, my #1 fan, keep fighting the good fight, sport, lots of love, P.S. the truth reigns supreme, and there's a little gap here that I'm going to sign with Edward Snowden, if that's okay.
Oh, please do,
Oh.
and don't be shy about adding. Don't be shy about adding at the very bottom there. Stay
All right.
free, brother.
Thank you. That's going straight on eBay.
Stay free and stay weird.
All right. Well, look, it's got coffee stands on it. I've used it that much. All right, we have a few questions prepared, and I'm so excited to ask you them. So you spoke about it a little bit. You can call it the regime change. I know some people around the world would say that. But given the U.S. election results, where do you think the U.S. goes now in terms of privacy and security? You know, he's talked about dismantling the deep state and gutting out the government. Whether or not he does, I don't know, but what direction do you think it's heading?
Yeah, I mean, this is difficult. It's funny because the crypto community has really gone all in for Trump, of course, because he said nice things in some areas, but it's much more complex. Speaking more broadly, frankly, I think he's not especially tuned into this, so it's not something that's going to be driven at the presidential level, but I do think there is a maximalism for power, for influence, and that's common to all presidents. The question is just, how aware are they of it? I think whoever he puts in charge of this is going to, crack it open as far as they can. But again, I don't think that's a Trump-specific thing. The reality is there is a global race right now for intelligence agencies, of law enforcement broadly, to see all of the data that they have access to that I described earlier, right? It's any kind of digital record that's being created. Previously was being ingested into these systems, these repositories, that then had to have human algorithms applied to them. You read permanent records, so you're familiar with it, but things like X-keyscored, it's a search engine for going through this, trying to pull out what you want. You would put in what's called a selector. It'd be somebody's email address, their cell phone number, the MZ or IN, EI. Basically, those are the identifiers for your cell phone. It's a key that's built into your SIM card or the handset, which is known to your telephone company, right? And that's reported up the chain. And that means even if you change the SIM card in your phone, the handset is still the same. So they go, oh, this phone just had a different SIM card put in. They can sort of de-anonymize you through that. But the telco would provide these things to the government in basically every country, right? And it's not broadly understood. This used to be available because of weaknesses in the operating system to everybody who was putting apps on your phone. And then, Facebook was using it, everybody else was using it. They're still finding ways to get it through special partnerships with the OS makers, Google or Apple. But basically, it's the big OS makers now, Google and Apple, plus the telcos who have the best access to this data. But of course, those guys are very closely cooperating with the US government or, in your local jurisdiction with their government. And the question is what they're doing with this. Now, there's been limits on their ability to understand everybody all the time. Right now, the status quo ante is they were watching everybody all the time. That's what mass surveillance was about. Everything that you were doing was being recorded and it was being put in the machine. But it wasn't necessarily being taken out of the machine unless they had a reason to look at you. Then they dial back sort of the surveillance time machine and they go, all right, what's everything this person's done over the last 5 years? But now it's possible, and I just read a headline last week about Palantir or somebody like that, is going to be signing a contract with the government to create a classified cloud that is applying basically AI analytics. They're putting these models onto classified clouds. And it doesn't say what the purposes are, but it's very obviously for crunching this kind of data. They want to train it on everything, and they want to be able to say, who looks anomalous? We've fed all the behavior of all the people we don't like in there. What's the common pattern? Well, what are the indicators that make people more likely to be this? And then who haven't we discovered? Who's not known to us? Look at everybody. Look at the whole human body and pick out anybody who is weird. And this is another actually way that your weirdness is valuable. It creates a kind of herd immunity. If you are a little bit weird, but you're genuinely not hurting anybody, you are reshaping the human average of activity. in a way that's a little bit more heterodox, that provides protection for people who actually need it, activists, dissidents, journalists, where your weirdness pushes the boundary of behavior a little bit out to make space for somebody else to do something that frankly could change the world. This is not to say that you're not going to change the world. I hope you will. But it's just recognizing the small ways in which everything interacts. So anyway, to get back on the question and sort of summarize in brief, the trend's going to continue. It's going to get worse based on what it is. But what's really interesting here, and what I can't predict, but I'm very excited about, is the open sourcing of these models has been very useful. And I think it's very rapidly increasing individual capability. If you guys haven't used these things yet, whether we're talking about LLMs, whether we're talking about generative imaging models, diffusion models, like the kind of Midjourney thing online, like ChatGPT being the LLM thing, don't use those online versions. Like, sure, they're fun to look at for like 10 seconds, but the open source models now, you can go on GitHub and in like 3 commands, you can have this running. Oh, what just happened there? Hang on 1 second for me.
We've lost you. You're pretty fast.
Yep, stand by.
There's,
stand by.
Here we go. There, we're back.
Am I back?
Yeah.
OBS just crashed. Sorry
I thought you were getting too deep in. I thought the government was coming back.
Yeah, you know, I think they were like, oh man, this is too much. Let's kill this OBS session. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. The bottom line is, you guys can do this yourself. It's incredibly easy. Like the whole reason it's easy is all these academics who are not core programmers are doing it. But just using this, running this yourself, where you don't have the same levels of censorship, or if you do have the levels of censorship, you can remove them from the model, do it your own way, is incredibly empowering. You will understand these technologies much better, and they're going to apply more and more to your life. I'm telling you guys, you don't understand if you're not using it. You need to use this because the technology is moving rapidly. You have these imaging models, like I said, diffusion models. You have the LLMs, the large language models, which are like ChatGPT. You talk to them, you ask them whatever. Now they have vision models, which is basically an LLM plus an ability to understand images. You give it a picture of anything and say, what is this? It'll tell you. You give it a transcript of something you wrote on your hotel napkin, say, what does this say? Type it for me. And it'll do it. They have language interpretation models like Open Whisper. And when you start putting these things together, you can make your own live translation systems for languages you don't understand. You can do all of these things. You can write scrapers. You can write in a programming language that you don't understand at all, because it'll write the code for you. And I just promise you, your human capability will begin to sort of go a lot wider than you thought, and the sky's the limit. Now, remember this in the other direction. Something that concerns me is the fact that they have, these audio analysis models now, where you just feed it an audio stream and bam, there's the text for it. Human, back, when this happened in 2013, Obama came out and he was like, no one is listening to your phone calls. And this was supposed to be reassuring, because everybody was thinking like, German Stasi, there's a guy with headphones on there, like transcribing your call. Unless you were on the very top list, that was never going to happen to you. But that wasn't what we were accusing them of in the first place. The funny thing is, we were accusing them of using algorithms to achieve the same outcomes without having to go to that step. Well, the reality is now they can actually have machine models that will soon enough in capability be able to do this. The global amount of phone calls won't be that large. And eventually they will be able to process all of this on the fly at line speed with these machines. And as soon as you speak it, it's going to happen. But okay, you go, that's on phone calls. I assume my phone calls are being, intercepted as they cross the global path. I'm a sophisticated crypto guy, right? Well, guess what, guys? They're starting to build this stuff into surveillance cameras. Very, very, very crude implementations right now. But you can go buy, a camera off the shelf from China, Huawei, Hikvision or Dahua. And they've got basic capabilities like human detection, like vehicle detection. It'll tell if a car pulls in your driveway or whatever. You see it on Ring cameras. This is very, very crude stuff, object detection. But what happens when they're able to bake these audio models into the chips on the camera, and the camera will offer you Do you want a transcript of everything that was said within the hearing distance of your surveillance camera? And it's cheap and it's easy, right? And then they do this to every camera that's in the city. And suddenly now everything you're saying in public that's not on a phone call is going into repositories. Maybe it's just on the camera. Maybe it's not leaving anywhere in a freer country, but what about a less free country? What about when those free countries become less free themselves? So anyway, the ground is changing very rapidly here. I would say the trend is to quantifying more of the world, ingesting more of the world, and it is becoming more interpretable. Our job as a space is to create areas where they can't do that. Whether we're talking about sort of private transactions and whatnot, I've said in other talks, so I won't rehash it here. But yeah, we've got a lot of work to do. I'll leave it there. Next question.
No, absolutely. That was brilliant. Right, this one's going to be a little bit spicy for the people in the room, I think. But if you are glued to Twitter, now X, then you probably saw Edward a few months back call Solana out for being centralized. Why is it you think Solana is centralized, Ed?
I mean, SBF. He's not.
He said it.
He's not as much of a threat now as he used to be. But Sam Bankman-Fried, the VC guys in general, like if you look at Bitcoin, if you look at the public ownership of it, it's effectively 100%, right? They're like, oh, you know, there's certain addresses that hold a big amount of the ecosystem. Yeah, but these are largely like exchanges. These are ETFs. And then, of course, there's Satoshi, but his coins have never moved. They're never going to move. But the idea is that everybody got sort of a fair chance at that. It's open, it's distributed. When you look at node ownership, how the network grew, it was a bunch of people running these things on laptops. Now, in fairness, it's become a lot more centralized. Now we have mining industries is much more competitive because the difficulty rate is shot to the moon. But when you look at a lot of these competing systems, right, they're run out of data centers by professional companies, by VCs, who own half of the ecosystem. When you look at the coin distribution on Solana when it came out, the public sale for it didn't exist. I don't know exactly what it is. I'm sure somebody on Twitter will complain and say I'm wrong. And okay, that's your right. Be weird, guys. But look, a lot of people get into this because they're trying to defend the value of Solana, which frankly I don't care about. I don't care if Solana, goes to 1,000 or if it goes to 10. And I don't think that's how we should be evaluating coins either. We can't bypass the fact that that is the case. But the bottom line is a series of choices were made in the architecture of that and many other ones. Like I shouldn't have called out Solana specifically. I said I wasn't going to name names. I did it anyway. It was a mistake. I'm sorry to anybody I offended. But it is absolutely more centralized than many of its competitors. People will argue it's decentralized enough. Well, your entire network goes off sometimes. It hasn't happened in a while. You've been progressing, and that's great, right? Solana does have low cost of transactions. That's great. It is fast. It's effective. It's efficient in many ways. That's great. But what happens when you start stepping closer to that world that I just described throughout this talk in many ways? And you have more and more states starting to go, all right, what if we can take this ecosystem and make it ours? What if we want to, stop all these transactions, stop the network entirely? What if, you can't do that with some coins, you can't with others. So now the Solana guys go, well, it's distributed enough now, it's decentralized enough now, there are all these, different jurisdictions we're dealing with. Okay, maybe, fair, all right. But you can't say it's more decentralized than these others. Come on, guys. Anyway, that's it.
No, I appreciate the answer. I think collectively, as an industry, there's a lot of people in here that love Solana, me included. We're trying our best, right? And it's difficult with the incentive alignment, whatnot. We've got a couple of minutes left. Ed, I could do this for the next 5 years, but I don't think you can. I don't think these people want to stay here for that long. But I'm pretty much a human optimist, right? I know it's a scary world that we live in, and the things that you've warned us about, and you continue to do so, they can be really daunting, right? So what, if anything, and I hope Nia will be a part of it, will prevent this onslaught of AI going the same route as Meta, as Twitter formerly, and perhaps even now, and these big Web 2 companies that depend on surveying their users to survive?
The only thing that stops it from going that direction is us. I mean, that's the only answer it ever is. Power tends to centralize. Networks tend to centralize. Crypto has tended to centralize since the beginning because there's a benefit to be had, right? In the good years, centralization is an advantage. It's only in the hard times that you realize the benefits of decentralization. I mean, everybody in this room who's really followed Bitcoin from the beginning would understand that if Bitcoin had not been decentralized, Bitcoin wouldn't exist by now. It would have been stamped out, everybody involved with it would have been arrested. It would be a story in the news 10 years ago, just like Liberty Reserve and all of these other alternative currency implementations. When it started to be a threat to what was considered to be the government's monopoly domain on their powers, the boot would have come down and it would have stomped hard. With AI, they didn't start it. This is a power that they are attempting to entitle themselves to. Who is the they? I'm talking about states broadly here. Corporations, of course, are the ones who have the largest technical advantage. They have the intellectual advantage because they're the ones developing this. And as the first movers, they are having the large sort of head start in terms of access to data sets and whatnot. I think the way you fight this, and sort of a weakness in the AI open source model that I've been praising so highly earlier, is we are getting the weights from the models, right? These are the things that allow you to run inference against what these guys have trained and then released to us, which is useful. And like I said, it's amazing. I love this stuff. But you can't replicate the work. And in many ways, you can't extend the work. You can't improve the work in quite the same way because you don't have the original data set. I think if we really wanted to improve this, one of the best ways to deal with the AI inequality would be to say, look, if you guys are going to publish a model, or not publish a model, if you're going to use a model commercially, you have to make the data sets available, not just the weights. And of course, no company in the world is going to do this. They would have to be forced to do it kicking and screaming. And this is where a lot of people would argue against me, go, you don't own that, it's not yours, you can't tell people what to do with it. And this is where the hard questions of government come down, right? What is a legitimate and illegitimate use of authority? Are we supposed to be leveling the playing field? Or are we supposed to be creating space for people to do what they want when they have an advantage to allow them? Because they are the ones who started it, right? They're the weird ones. They're the ones who took the risk. They're the ones who gambled. And we've been, upping that all day long. Who are we to now change the rules mid-match? Well, the question, of course, is when it comes to disparity of outcome to a certain level, when we are in a winner-take-all world, do we want to let there be a winner of the world? Because fundamentally, at the end of the day, we love each other, we love people, both we are dangerous animals. And just like John Stuart Mill was writing, 200 years ago, just like opinions and actions, there is a difference between them. And there are lines where there is a legitimate role for government to interfere. When our actions start to infringe on the lives of others, how do we control that? Recognizing that people will strive for the best for themselves, often at the expense of others. How do we ensure some basic level of fairness? And I think when we see the power and the promise of AI, there are going to be real questions about the future. The problem that I have is that the government, of course, knowing the government, seeing all the legislation that they've provided over the last 50 years, they are going to construct this legislation in the worst possible way. They're going to be guided by the very companies that we need to restrain. Their lobbyists are going to shape and be literally authoring the legislation that they're going to rubber stamp through the legislatures that's then going to rule us. And so I think we really have a lot of work ahead of ourselves to go, all right, with this great set of disadvantages, how will we catch up? How will we retain an edge for ourselves if all these data sets are going to be locked away, if increasingly the weights are going to be locked away, and we're basically fighting a sword fight with a toothpick. But that's where ingenuity and youth, I hope, will rescue us. We've got a lot of smart people in the room. Some of you are younger than others. You know, I used to be the youngest guy in the room. Now I'm not anymore. But that's, you know, that's the story of humanity. That's how it goes. For you out there, whether you're working in crypto, whether you're working in AI, whether you're working in both, one of the interesting things about AI is it's getting easier and easier to train. We're never going to have equal resources. I don't know, maybe you can shake down some of these VC guys and free up their money without giving up the soul of the project. And, you know, that's my hope for things like Solana. Solana was basically born in a prison because of how much VC money they took, and it's, you know, VC project from the get-go. But maybe it can become something. I hope so, and, you know, the VCs definitely hope so because they're getting rich off of it. But the bottom line is, we've given away a lot of ownership of ourselves, of our online lives, of our digital footprint that we didn't know we were giving away because we clicked OK to the terms of service, even though that wasn't a choice, even though you can't go, you know, throughout your life without clicking OK to continue on your phone, turn it on very first time. Doesn't matter who you bought it from, you got to click OK to continue. You got to click OK to sign up. You got to click OK to log in. And all of these terms basically make you give up more and more and more of yourself. That's not a choice. That's something that's forced on you because you can't get through life today without having a phone. You can't get through life without passing all of these gates that are constantly being placed in front of you. You're being asked to sign up to more and more subscriptions. You're being asked to sign up to more and more rules. And a little bit more of the life that we used to take for granted is now being, you know, placed beyond these barricades. And that's been the direction of the future. My hope is that the people in this audience and audiences like it around the world find ways that we can tear down these barriers, that we can pierce through these barricades, that we can connect with each other no matter where we are, no matter what we think, no matter where we started, no matter what we have. And without becoming alike in terms of average, and instead of becoming molded by these systems, pressed into, you know, the cookie cutter. We have a shared fraternity, a diversity that reaches beyond language, beyond culture, beyond borders, beyond beliefs, and recognizes there are commonalities in the things that we love. There is a global average in the things that we like, and that's okay. There are things that are appealing to everybody, and that doesn't mean we hate the popular, right? But it does mean we respect the difference, and we embrace it and we nurture it so that we can have new things, that we can have better things, without losing our appreciation for the things that we inherited. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Edward, you, look, so they asked me not to swear too much, but you are so fucking rock and roll. I think a lot of people in here would agree, you know, 10 years ago or so, you were the catalyst of a revolution, and not everybody in crypto or Web3 is here for the same reason, but there's certainly a significant amount of people who are here to be that group that you were just talking about, and to be the toothpick holders to take on the sword-wielding warriors of big tech and big government. Now, I would love to talk about it all day, Edward, but I'm afraid we are out of time, brokenheartedly. Is there anything else you want to say before we wrap it up?
Just stay free.
Stay
Thank
free.
You so much.
You heard it.
Good
Rock
evening.
and roll. Thank you so much. Edward Snowden, everybody!
Enjoy your time.
Wow. Enjoy it? Yeah. Amazing. Me too. I quit, by the way. That's the only reason I was here. I wanted to do that, and now I'm gone. Next up, we have... I actually love and hate these guys so much because they released a blog called The Separation of Mind and State. And I was so pissed off that I didn't come up with that because it's like the best line ever. It's this next fireside chat. It's called Venice and the Fight for User-Owned AI. So please welcome Tiana Baker-Taylor from Venice AI and Jeff Wilser, the host of the AI Curious podcast. Give them a big round of applause, everybody.
Thank you so much. Great to be here. What an honor to follow that spirited conversation about the stay free ethos. And I think in many ways, this conversation flows naturally from that. My name is Jeff Wilser. I'm the host of the AI Curious podcast. And of course, I am joined by Tina Baker-Taylor, co-founder of Venice AI. Tina, great to speak with you.
Oh, Jeff, it's great to see you too. No pressure, right?
That's tough act to follow. So on that note, I would love, I think for our session to be most productive, would love to kind of move from poetry to prose. We just heard a romp through in a way, the intellectual history of self-sovereignty, going back to John Stuart Mills, right? So it'll be tough to outdo the philosophy there. I'm not going to bring us through a Descartes, Rousseau, Plato session. So instead, I'd love to kind of focus more on, okay, those are incredible ideals. What does it actually mean in the prose of decentralized AI and privacy? So starting from that point, talk a bit about your foundational principle of privacy. As I understand it, Venice's cornerstone ethos is privacy. Talk about kind of on a pragmatic level, almost why that's not just a platitude, but urgent right now.
Yeah, so I think there was a study that came out maybe 10 days ago, 2 weeks ago, from the St. Louis Fed, which is weird, and Harvard, looking at the use of generative AI, and the uses are just explosive. Basically, it is the fastest adopted technology over personal computing, over the internet, than anything that we've seen to date. And so we know that, ChatGPT came onto the scene a couple of years ago. It was very accessible. People started using it. And it has very quickly become part of a lot of people's lives, more than I expected. People are using it for work. People are using it for personal reasons. And what people don't necessarily understand is every prompt, every question you ask ChatGPT, every image you create, all of that information is held by OpenAI. And it is shared on their servers, stored on their servers, and the response that you get back from the AI is also monitored by them. There's a whole host of safety features that they put on top of their models to prevent you from getting information that somebody within their organization deems you shouldn't be thinking about or you shouldn't be asking about, so they're heavily censored. But most importantly, if a government agency, just like Edward was talking about, came to them and said, give me all of Jeff's information for the last 6 months, they'll hand it over, because every question Jeff has ever asked is tied to his identity forever. So when you ask Venice a question, I don't see it, nobody in my organization sees it. The inference is sent to a decentralized GPU somewhere. That doesn't know who you are, and it sends the response back to you via a proxy service. So nothing about the question or you persists anywhere, and it never ever will. So if the government comes to ask me, I can't provide them any of Jeff's information because I never had it in the first place. And so that creates a lot of challenges tactically. How do you build a product? How do you provide customer support? How do you ensure that you're able to even verify your paid users? Like there are a lot of things to navigate when you're using only decentralized infrastructure, only open source models, and a privacy infrastructure that basically relies on only using the user's browser. So that's the only place this information is ever stored. But when you think about the questions that you put into ChatGPT, for example, would you want that to be attached to your identity forever? Would you want it sold to advertisers? Would you want it handed over to a government? I mean, maybe some of the things are innocuous, but for example, I had a well-known CEO of a company that everyone in this room has heard of say to me, they had a heart condition, they had a serious incident, a year later they had a follow-up and they had to have a whole bunch of tests. They saw the doctor, gave him this report, and we all know what it's like when we go to the doctor, and they're very quick, right? You don't get the time to ask all the questions that you want to ask, and you don't always understand exactly what they've said. And so because Venice is private and he has this assurance that this information isn't going to go anywhere else, he uploaded the entire PDF of all of the reports of his tests. And he asked Venice to tell him what questions he should dig further into with his doctor, were there holistic treatments that he could be looking into, on his follow-up visit, what should he raise again, what could he be doing and take his own health into his own hands. And he said it was just extraordinary. And the next time he went to his doctor, he felt far more informed. He asked all these extra questions, and he really felt like he had a really better sense of his own kind of healthcare and the ability to take charge of it. And he would not have felt comfortable uploading that information.
We're saving lives here. This is great.
Well,
So,
I don't know about that, but.
and to your point, Tina, on top of how sensitive this data is today, I would piggyback on your point. I would argue it'll become even more so tomorrow, 2 years from now. I think that virtually everyone in this conference, on this live stream, in this nation, eventually, most people will have some kind of AI companion that could act as a chief of staff or a therapist, right? And we might be sharing things like, oh, I'm not sure what to do about my partner. I'm not sure which person on my team to fire. We will be sharing the most intimate details of our life. Who's going to own that data?
Yeah.
How can that data be weaponized, monetized? I think this will become only more and more urgent as time marches forward.
Well, if you think about it too, like there is this school of thought that we are already giving all of this information to social media, for example. And so we have become a bit desensitized to sharing information, our location, our payment information, who our friends are. But that information that we share typically, especially on things like Instagram, for example, is what we want people to see about us, what we want people to be influenced by, how we want to be seen. The conversations oftentimes that we're having with AI, and certainly in a character type environment or a persona type environment, are what we really think. Not what we want people to think, but these are very intimate and they're very personal. And so I always say to people, if you wouldn't want your journal or your diary floating around on the internet, why are you plugging all this information into ChatGPT? Because that's exactly what you're doing. And more importantly, we can't see it today, but I do think it's going to happen very rapidly. In 2 or 3 years, all of this data that we've put into AI is going to know more information about us as humanity than we know about ourselves. And if you extract that down, distill it to a very personal level, I mean, it is possible that your AI companion will know you better than you know yourself. And so to me, that feels like something worth preserving and protecting.
Let's now get to the how that happens. You touched upon earlier decentralized governance and how it all fits together. Talk a little more about how blockchain fits into this, and then what are the challenges to truly build this at scale? Because I imagine it's a lot trickier to do this than co-location of chips, right? There's many advantages to build things a centralized way. So what are the biggest pain points you have to actually make a competitive AI products that does this in this decentralized fashion?
Yeah. So my co-founder, our founder, is Eric Voorhees. So if anybody is familiar with Eric, you will have a sense of the philosophy with which we started. So the first kind of revelation from Eric was that these tools were really cool. He was using them, and he did have these concerns about kind of sovereignty, open AI, and preserving privacy. But he thought it would be really hard to build. And he's not an AI person, and neither am I. And so we thought, well, this is going to be too hard. And when you look at how much money, OpenAI or Anthropic has spent on building their kind of black box proprietary models, we weren't prepared to do that. But it turns out...
$7 trillion, no one's prepared to do that.
Right. But it turns out that the open source community has been creating models, open source models, and they were becoming increasingly more competitive. And we've seen over even the last couple of months, certainly Meta put out their 405B model. Well, they put out 3 models, but the latest open source models that Meta put out basically are more competitive or equally performant as ChatGPT, OpenAI, Anthropic, et cetera. So the open source models have become more competitive. And so if you have access to those models, then you're able to basically build a front end, right? So anybody can run an open source. You can go on Hugging Face today, find a model that you can run on your laptop or potentially your phone, very small, models out there. And so anybody can do this. And so if you want truly, truly private AI, then I encourage you to do that, right? But if you're not prepared to run those GPUs yourselves, we're an excellent alternative. And probably the closest that you're going to get to something that is, completely private. So we use open source models. We use decentralized infrastructure, which then reduces any type of the permissioning that you have in a centralized ecosystem. One of our providers is Akash. So if anybody's familiar with Akash, which is a great example of, we were talking backstage around what role will tokens play in the AI ecosystem, and certainly they are contributing incredibly to the AI economy. So I pay for my inference and my nodes via Akash tokens. So shout out to Greg, building an incredible business. And so the decentralized nature of that is then all of those contributors can be using unused compute. They can put them online. You can bid for them. And unlike having a centralized infrastructure, you need to be really on top of what's going on, right? If you let the meter run dry on your servers, they will go offline, right? There's no backups. So that's another kind of critical element to that. And then I think looking into the future, we're starting to see announcements around smart agents and being able to have independent AIs that undertake activities for us. And I think that is going to be another great example of where tokenomics is really important. And that's not to say that, again, we had a debate backstage, could an AI agent not connect to your Citibank card? Well, potentially, but it would sure be a whole lot easier if it was just transacting on Near or ETH.
So Tina, no conversation about this topic would be complete without a question I'm sure you hate and get all the time, but for things that are truly open source and censorship resistance, there's a risk there, there's a trade-off of, okay, what if someone uses it to build a nuclear bomb, to create bioterror weapons? How do you, and you and Eric are very thoughtful people about this stuff, how do you think about that? How do you grapple this issue, that tension, that trade-off?
Yeah, so, I mean, we do not have a board of directors or a regulator that we are having to report to that tells us that we need to put all of these safety features on. And truthfully, there are no regulations now demanding that people put these safety features in. And so that is, a cultural judgment call. We believe that people should have access to as close to raw machine learning as possible, and that all technology can be used for, nefarious or colorful purposes. And we have terms and conditions that say that you can't use our service to generate information or things that could hurt or harm people. We have an image generator. We don't censor that, so it does create not safe for work images if you are a paying subscriber. And there will be people that have an issue with that, right? But again, we're not here to kind of police AI. We don't think it's our job. We don't think anybody should. And that people will act responsibly. And for those that don't, then yeah, I mean, you can go to the internet and ask it how to make a bomb, and it will tell you if you're diligent enough, right? So we know that people ask those questions, especially when anytime you say, oh, our platform is uncensored, there's a handful of questions that everybody always asks. And I would just say, come on, people, rise above.
Don't build bombs,
ask a real
folks. That's my
intelligent
PSA.
question,
Yes.
right? This is incredible technology that can expand your intelligence, that can help you write or debug incredible code. I mean, the ability to create and build with this technology is extraordinary. And so my guess is that most people will use it for that.
Last question for you real quick, Tina. What is the most important variable, getting back to the theme of our session, the title, the fight for user-owned AI? What will it take to win that fight? Is it about getting the tech right? Is it about cultural awareness? Is it about a political struggle? What in your mind is a single variable we need to crack to win that fight?
Yeah, so we built Venice with the intention of being able to serve a mass market audience with a simple to use interface. Anybody in the room could go on your phone or your laptop right now, just type in venice.ai, you'll get a screen, you can type in a prompt, and it'll take you into the platform, and you can create images and talk to AI. It is very user-friendly. The reason that we have tried to create as easy a service to use as possible is that we want people to start as they intend to continue. And it's a slippery, slippery slope if you start using all of these other services that are not protecting your privacy and are indeed censoring the information. And you think you're talking to a machine and you're actually talking to someone's safety committee. The ability to change how you think and what you believe is very possible. So we want people to have sovereignty of thought, sovereignty of intelligence, and do that all in a private space. The tech is here, right? So, but it is a concerted choice on your part to choose that. And so I think that for me, it feels like if we go back to the beginning of social media, if you don't like the way it's turned out, then start as you intend to continue today and use the tools and services that will protect your privacy and won't nanny you into thinking what they want you to think.
Great note to end on. Tina, thanks so much. Thank you all.
Right, been demoted again, unfortunately. They give me a friggin' handheld mic. But look, it is what it is. We're running a few minutes behind, actually, so we're going to have to speed things up a little bit. So I will save you the monologue, and I will introduce Lane Rettig, or Mr. Radish, as he's apparently called, for decentralizing the super app. Give him a big round of applause, everybody.
Thank you, sir. Hey, everybody. I'm Lane. I'm super excited to be here today. We've heard a lot of really excellent talks over the past few hours, discussing the technical, social progress stuff happening in the NEAR ecosystem and the broader crypto ecosystem. I want to zoom out a little bit and kind of consider the big picture. I didn't know I was going to be on stage, 2 slots after Edward Snowden, but it actually works out perfectly. Ed and I had a little huddle before this, and we coordinated our talks. No, I'm joking, but there's going to be some overlap between some of the ideas that he discussed and some of what I'm going to be talking about here, which is decentralizing the super app, right? So big picture, applications we're using every day, why aren't they decentralized? I am Lane, as I said. I am a former Ethereum core developer, and for the past few years, I've been building a protocol called Space Mesh, a layer 1. Been a lurker in the NEAR ecosystem all along, and excited to get more hands-on with NEAR in the coming year. And I think the most important thing to share is I'm an application developer. That's what I was in a former life, but I've been focused on infrastructure these past 7, almost 8 years, all along wanting to get back to building applications, but feeling that the infrastructure that we needed to do, it wasn't there. I want to build really boring, unsexy things. I'm the opposite of a DeFi developer. I'm the opposite of an NFT developer. I want to build boring stuff like messaging apps, chat, calendaring, things like that. That's what I've wanted to work on all along. I'm going to talk about why it's so hard to build usable, decentralized applications today, about what the experience of building these applications is like, about some of the things that we need to continue to improve to make it easier to build decentralized applications, and we'll bring it home by looking at how this all fits in with ideas like user-owned internet and user-owned AI. So let's start with the obvious. Application, Telegram. I'm sure everyone listening to this talk is intimately familiar with the app. Like many of you, I use this application every day. It's kind of replaced email for me to a large extent. Some of you may actually be using it right now as we speak. But I'd ask you to reflect for a second, how decentralized is this application? To what extent do you have sovereignty over your actions, your data in Telegram? And just to be clear, I'm picking on Telegram as an obvious example, but this, you could say the same thing of all the other centralized apps we use every day. Whoa, what's going on? Sorry. Very, very gentle. So what really got me thinking about this was this image that I saw in August, and of course Snowden spoke about this as well, right? This is Pavel Durov, the CEO and founder of Telegram, when he was arrested back in August in France for a laundry list of reasons, but basically failing to cooperate with government demands in France and in Europe with respect to handing over access to data, deplatforming users, things like this. And it got me wondering, why isn't Telegram decentralized, right? Don't we have the tools we need to build applications like Telegram in a decentralized way? And isn't Telegram the perfect candidate for this, right? Because if Telegram were decentralized, there wouldn't be a CEO to arrest and lock in a hotel room, as Snowden said. So it's kind of a thought experiment, and I wrote about this in my Substack. So in a nutshell, the problem is, right, the reason that Telegram and apps like it are not decentralized, it's just still too darn hard to build decentralized applications today, especially ones that do things other than moving coins and tokens around, right? So let's drill into this a little bit. Does anybody recognize this image? I mean, obviously Ethereum, right? This is actually an old screen grab of the Ethereum landing page from 2016, okay? And I highlighted this because of the build unstoppable applications thing in the corner here, right? So this is a thing that we've been speaking about for at least 8 years in Ethereum and in other ecosystems. Why aren't we building decentralized applications? I mean, why aren't we building unstoppable applications? I mean, again, we have some, right? We have some amazing DeFi applications. We have prediction markets, things like this. But why aren't things like Telegram, being built in an unstoppable fashion? And the answer has to do with something else Edward Snowden mentioned, which is, I think he referred to like, you have a physical body, and as long as that's the case, and as long as you have a physical body and a physical jurisdiction, right, there's a person to be locked in a hotel room, right? And the way he said it was like, we need to prepare ourselves for a future where that's no longer the case. It comes down to infrastructure, okay? There's physical servers in known locations. There's companies and offices, right? If you want to build and operate an internet scale, global, usable, scalable application today, you're probably not doing that today in a decentralized fashion. You're probably doing it with a company that's registered in a jurisdiction, right, with physical offices, physical data centers. You can pick a friendly jurisdiction like Telegram did with Dubai, but then what happens when you travel, right, which is what happened to our friend Mr. Durov. I think it's good to, for inspiration, look back to kind of the reason we're all here in the first place, right? So the cypherpunk mentality, the culture out of which Bitcoin and Ethereum and all of these other projects arose. One of my favorite writers on this topic was John Perry Barlow. Some of you may be familiar with him. He was a poet, among many other things. And this comes from the Declaration of the Independence of Cyberspace, which if you haven't read it, you should read it immediately. And if you have, you should read it again. It's short and it's extraordinarily powerful. And I think it does a better job than anything else I've ever seen of really boiling down the real reasons we're here, and certainly the reason I'm here. Governments of the industrial world, you weary giants of flesh and steel, I come from cyberspace, the new home of mind. On behalf of the future, I ask you of the past to leave us alone. You're not welcome among us. You have no sovereignty where we gather. And just to be clear, the idea here is not hiding. It's not that it's not that there's no regulation, right? It's that the systems of the past don't map cleanly into the things that we're building, right? So the question is kind of how do we get there? So let's reflect a little bit on where we are today and what it's like to build and use decentralized applications today. So how many of you in this room, how many of you listening to this talk use decentralized applications, dApps, on a regular basis? Raise your hand. Okay, yeah, that's not bad. That's more than half. How many of you have used a decentralized application in the past 24 hours? I guess technically the ticket app, the app that we're using here for this event is a decentralized application, so that's really, really cool. But how many of us use applications that are not just DeFi and not just moving tokens around, things like that, right? So obviously this is a popular dApp on Ethereum and many other chains. As a developer, one of the challenges today is that there's a whole lot of chains out there, right? We have layer 1s, we have layer 2s, we have side chains, we have rollups, we have all these things. And it's really a headache to develop an application and roll it out across many, many chains. It's bad enough just rolling out an application across all the EVM chains, to say nothing of the challenge of doing it on chains that have like heterogeneous VMs. And there's more and more of them. The other thing is that the chains are still very, very crowded today. We've definitely seen improvements here in terms of transaction throughput, but I did a back-of-the-envelope calculation, and if you were to try to run Telegram on Ethereum today, every user would be able to send 2 transactions a year. 2 transactions a year, and they'd be expensive, okay? So the point is, a 10x, 100x improvement, right, that's a great start, but like really, we need not 2 or 3 orders of magnitude. We need like 5, 6, 7 orders of magnitude improvement in throughput to be able to build even a single internet scale application on chain. So let's talk about some of the missing pieces of the puzzle. We touched upon this one already. This is just infrastructure, okay? To the extent possible, right, if we're able to increase the throughput, if we're able to build better bridges, ways to kind of move, data and value from one ecosystem to another, that are trustless, ideally, right? That's a huge step in the right direction, and progress is obviously being made here. This is applications. So we need applications, we need more applications, we need really boring, unsexy applications, the things I talked about, right? How crazy is it that my day-to-day communication with my team, with my friends, with my family, right? All of this is still sadly flowing through like very centralized applications. When the iPhone rolled out, when the App Store came out in 2007 as a platform, as a powerful new platform, I think people don't appreciate that one of the reasons it was so successful is because it shipped with a suite of, again, really boring, really unsexy proof of concept applications that worked really, really well, right? This is something, again, the kind of thing that I really want to work on. And I hope many of you do as well. The next topic is funding. If you speak to any application developer in the room today, they will all tell you the same thing. It's really, really, really hard to raise money to build applications as opposed to infrastructure. It's relatively easy to raise money to build infrastructure because of tokens, and it's sort of a tried and true business model in the industry. VCs are excited to fund infrastructure, and a big theme lately has been, where are all the apps, right? It's more infrastructure, more infrastructure. Obviously, ecosystem funds, grants, things like this can help, and again, we're making some progress here, but it's still too hard today. And all of that together, it's still not enough. We still need something else, and it's really hard. I'm trying to kind of put my finger on exactly what to call it, but for lack of a better word, I'm going to call it a substrate, right? So, like, we need to just remove complexity from the user layer, remove complexity from the developer experience. We need, like, platforms, a substrate that kind of ties all of these pieces together, and I think the best example of this is identity. Okay, so this is identity. Think about the number of identities that we all have to manage every day, and the forms they come in, right? From government IDs to phone numbers, email addresses, telephone numbers, SMS codes we have to receive, cryptographic key pairs, obviously, your Facebook, your Google login. I mean, it's absurd how many we have. And until we're able to boil away some of this complexity and build applications that just work, we're not going to achieve the goal of building something like a super app that's decentralized. So that brings us to user-owned internet and bringing things home to kind of talk about some of the things that are happening in NEAR and how I think these are critical components on the road to achieving mass adoption of usable decentralized applications. There's many, many names for this. I used the word substrate a moment ago, but actually I think user-owned internet is like the best encapsulation I've ever heard of this idea. And of course, there's different pieces to it, the puzzle. So chain abstraction is the first one that comes to mind. I don't know how I ended up with this image for chain abstraction, but again, like as a frequent user of decentralized applications, it's quite frankly ridiculous how many different wallets I'm using every day and how many different accounts I'm managing in each of those wallets. Chain abstraction is the only vision I've seen of how we can escape this kind of zero-sum mindset and really achieve the level of simplicity in UX that we need to build applications that just work. And the holy grail, the direction we're all going ultimately is, of course, AI and agents that are able to act on our behalf. It's a hot topic right now for a reason, but we need AI agents that know everything about us, right? The only way these are going to be useful is if they have access to our data, if we trust them, if they're running locally on our own device, if they're ideally running inference against models that are open source models, community governed models, things like this. That's the only way this is going to work. It's the only way that we're going to effectively out-Telegram Telegram. And I think that the NEAR vision for not only user-owned internet, but user-owned AI is the necessary step on that path. If you saw Illia's keynote here this morning, you will have seen this slide, and I just thought he so perfectly captured, like these are the pieces of the puzzle that are rapidly falling into place, and these are literally the solutions we need to the problems I was just outlining. I just spoke about user-owned AI. I talked about chain abstraction, fixing a lot of the UI problems, and sharded blockchain. So just to zoom in on this for a second, Bowen put this slide up. 86 billion transactions a day. That's mind-blowing, and I have to say, if this came from anyone else, from any other project, I would be calling BS and saying like, okay, this is just some crazy marketing number. But I do think we're not far from this being a reality. And that is the order of magnitude, right? I said we need like 4, 5, 6 orders of magnitude increase in throughput to build even a single global scale application like Telegram. I think we'll be there very, very soon. So look, I like big, hairy, audacious goals. I think that as a community, as an ecosystem, our goal should be 1 year from now, now that all of these pieces are coming together, we can not exactly decentralize Telegram. Again, Telegram is just is an example here, but build a thing that is a super app that allows us to shift a lot of the reliance we have on applications, centralized applications like Telegram, onto something better that we can conceive of and build together in the NEAR ecosystem. Thank you.
Scan. There's some people taking a pretty big advantage on the leaderboard, actually, if you want to catch up with them and get all of the hottest and best swag. We're out of hoodies already, so if you wanted a hoodie, too late. We have some heavy hitters right now to speak about the future of DeFi in the AI age. And it is my pleasure to welcome the moderator of this panel, who is not only a brilliant colleague, a DeFi mastermind, but a friend of mine. So please give a big round of applause for Harshit Tiwari.
All right, we have a stellar panel here. How's everyone doing? Right, great. Cool, so we have half the chopping block. I'll let everyone introduce themselves. We have Dean from Agoric Systems, Tom from Dragonfly, Loy from Caliber, and Tarun from Gauntlet and Robot. So why don't we start with you, Tarun, like in 30 seconds. What do you do at Gauntlet? What's Gauntlet about? And then we'll do a clockwise.
Yeah, so hey everyone. I spent a lot of time thinking about risk management and optimization problems within crypto. Also invest in a lot of kind of early stage technical companies and have just been around for a while, I guess, at this point. So.
Hey guys, my name is Loy. I started Kyber, one of the earliest decentralized chains back in 2017. Stepped out a couple of years ago and started Caliber recently, which is a venture builder. Mainly invest in new founders and build, with them. And a lot of them are like, building DeFis and also work with Nears in a couple of projects.
Hey everyone, I'm Tom. I'm a GP at Dragonfly. We're a global crypto venture fund, and we're early investors in Near.
I'm Dean Tribble. I'm CEO and founder of Agoric. We do smart contracts to be able to do cross-chain orchestration, and to me, that's the next generation of DeFi. So.
Pretty cool. So the topic of the panel is the future of DeFi in the AI age. AI is kind of hot right now. DeFi has always been hot, minus the past 2 years. I want to poke to the very basic fundamentals. Do you expect any use cases beyond just yield navigation to emerge at the intersection of AI and crypto? Or do you see this meme trend of GOAT, yield navigation, like high-level stuff, to be the trend for the next 6-8 months? I'll throw that to Tarun first.
Yeah, so I think in general, there's a lot of shock and awe and hoodwinking in most crypto and AI stuff right now. It's like generally people gluing together stuff that the AI is not really doing real crypto transactions. Arguably, the Telegram bots like BonkBot and stuff that do transaction identification, looking for malicious hacks, they're doing much more real machine learning than like 90% of the AI 16Z type of stuff. But there is kind of this natural phenomena I think that occurs, which is there's almost like life imitating art. Like people have now had this dream of these creatures, these metaphorical creatures, or these agents using crypto and doing these things, and that has inspired people to start building stuff. So I do sort of think a little bit like DeFi in the ICO boom, where there were a lot of projects where they're like trade without using a centralized exchange, and then a lot of them were sort of half-baked or didn't work or whatever, but then eventually that inspired people to find things that worked. I think that's the stage we're in for this. So that means there will be other use cases. There's just generally kind of, I think, this like boom and bust cycle. We're kind of like on the way to bust right now.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. And by the way, nothing that we discuss here is financial advice, and speakers only represent themselves. So, Tom, I'll throw this to you. Do you see a $1 billion DeFi protocol emerge in the coming months with AI at its core? And what would that look like?
Probably not. I think so far, most of the breakout DeFi projects from the past year have been sort of new one-of-one use cases. Like I would put Athena, for example, in that bucket, or Hyperliquid for that matter. This isn't a market that people have been trying to conquer for a while, and now you have players actually being able to conquer it. But What you're not seeing is a replacement of the old guard. You're not seeing someone out Uniswap. You're not seeing someone out Aave. I don't think AI necessarily changes that dynamic, but maybe there is some whole new category that AI can unlock that we're just not seeing right now. I think if you are going to see $1 billion outcome, that's probably how it's going to be. But I don't think we're going to see Uniswap plus AI equals new Uniswap. That seems unlikely to me.
Sounds good. So Dean, when we talk about AI and DeFi, I mean, I personally give this example of agents are basically solvers executing intents. Like, how do you describe the emergence of AI, and do you see any sort of overlap in the coming months with DeFi, especially in the intent realm?
So I see several places where AI is relevant. Right now, from the perspective of complex software systems, what we see in DeFi, what we see in blockchain generally are very simple, right? I mean, tens of billions of dollars, great, but it's a swap. It's really, really simple, right? DEXs are really valuable, but really, really simple. And so the power of AI to actually, make some material difference, it's going to do well in a more complex environment. So I think it's a non-trivial contributor to a next generation of more sophisticated stuff on chain. But where I'd like to see it, some of the elements I'd like to see are help in analyzing programs that are there, security analysis, help in producing good, robust, rich smart contracts where I can understand the output, I can understand what it's going to do, and it did something custom for me. I said I want a strategy that's going to do the following yield when it crosses this thing, then build up a position over there and redeem my rewards every day and go off and do something with it, right? Write the program for that and make sure I can understand it, right? So there's a lot of value to be added there, but we're a long way from an AI agent that's doing trading on my behalf on chain.
Yep. So Loy, now over to you. Whatever you've heard so far, it seems like there's a fair amount of skepticism. While AI and DeFi, it may sound like we're forcefully trying to converge them, there might be a healthy amount of skepticism. From your point of view, you incubate a bunch of teams in Asia primarily. Do you see this as a primarily a Silicon Valley phenomenon where something gets funded by Mark Andreessen, it goes to the moon? Or do you also see consumer apps for mass market sort of DeFi founders exploring AI as well?
I could say I have seen several use cases of AI/machine learning in different consumer AI application, right? Like for example, people use basically use AI to analyze the user wallet to recommend them hey, you should look into similar asset that has some that match some certain properties that you are looking for, right? Or recommend what's the next protocol that they should try to get better use and things like that. But I think the recent experiment with GOAT, right, the meme coin started by, sorry, not financial advice, the new meme coin, I think it's a really good experiment for a sovereign AI in which, basically people want, basically if you look into AI, DeFi, there are a lot of things that people want to do in DeFi, but cannot do, right? Because there's human factor involved. It's not only because of technical risks, but also legal risks, right? Like this, for example, say decentralized fund management, right? How do you decentralize it? Because end of the day, someone still need to make the decision what to buy, when to buy, how to allocate the asset, right? But if you can replace that with some sort of AI factors, right? That can just automate and can make all the decision, right? Based on some predetermined algorithm, then I think that can enable a new whole application of DeFi. And I think that is the future that I'm looking for, and really looking for people to build that so that we can be part of as well.
Awesome. Now I want to open it up to more.
I said there were a bunch of uses for crypto and DeFi. The other direction, and I don't know whether you want to explore it, is the opposite side of AI as partly DeFi and blockchain as a enforcement of relationships among AIs, right? Long ago you might have heard the phrase, right? On the internet, no one knows whether you're a dog, right? In Web3, when you're trying to deal with a party and you've got a smart contract that is operating to enforce the terms of your relationship, you don't care if the thing on the other side is a super intelligence, right? You can still do a deal and make a trade, even though, yeah, it's going to win some clever thing that I just don't understand, but I can at least participate in the market with it. And so, as AI moves towards agent destructuring, where my doctor has an agent that is doing analysis of my medical history and discovers, or not me, but discovers there's something that a specialized agent that could analyze heart information could be a win, but that's a private agent that they don't want to share their model with the doctor, and I don't want my data shared with that vendor, and how does that all manage, and how does this AI go and contract with that agency out there, or that other AI agent? And all that should just be able to happen, and happen in a trusted, structured, enforced environment that blockchain could provide it. And so there is a future economy where much of the activity is AI agents conducting business in a Web3 kind of environment, because it's kind of hard for them to have a bank account, but they can perfectly well have a crypto purse. And so I think that's a future that's not 6 months from now, not 8 months from now, but it is one of the most important intersections of AI and crypto is that as a business environment for them.
So before I go to my next question, you raised a few interesting points. I mean, trust and coordination have been challenges for humans for ages. Blockchain in particular, you have a huge coordination problem. Would any of the panelists here agree or disagree with AI being facilitators for coordination? Or do you think that's kind of a disruption we shouldn't really explore?
I mean, I think it's very good for removing the existing structure, right? Because you might have some existing structure that says you have to take some sequence of steps in order to come to agreement, right? Like a consensus algorithm. Here you're saying, what if we didn't and we asked this third-party oracle, here's a question, right? Now, obviously the input to that oracle could be biased. The way you structure the query could be biased, as you probably know from using all the different LLMs, right? Like 99% of the difference is not even in the weights anymore. It's like in the RAG front end, decoding stuff at the outside, which is very custom to each use case. But there is a sense in which it gives you a third-party thing. And to Loy's point, we kind of have all these legal structures that have almost prevented us from doing things because there's effectively some existing algorithm that says yes or no, this is an acceptable or unacceptable trade-off. But in a world where the agents are doing this amongst themselves, that's a way for us to learn, oh, maybe these are the flaws in our existing rules, and this is why this type of thing might be more beneficial. So I think like there's some of that where it's like we kind of don't know enough to be smart.
So on the policy piece that you just raised up around like legal ambiguity, I mean, even DeFi, regulations around DeFi are kind of ambiguous around the world. So I'm curious, how would regulators view agent-to-agent trade or agent-to-agent on-chain DeFi interactions? Like, how do you see that evolving over the coming years? Maybe Tom, Loy?
As long as they're not transacting in derivatives, I think it's okay.
No onion futures allowed to be traded by AI.
You never know. It depends, I guess, on how far the liability goes. If an agent is working on your behalf and whether it transfers onto you, but I mean, ultimately, I think governments around the world don't even know how to regulate open source AI or AI contributions, or what should or should not be in sort of the training set for a model. And so I feel like the intersection of crypto and AI is, again, not 6 months out, not 8 months out. It's probably several years out from impacting sort of policy creation.
Cool. Any thoughts about that, Loy?
Well, I mean, I think even for DeFi regulation now, I don't think any country has any clarity on it, right? I mean, we seek for opinion from Singapore, a couple of other countries as well. None of them has any clear regulation about DeFi, right? So Asian to Asian kind of regulation, I feel like it's still going to be a few years away. Yeah.
But AI is moving sufficiently quickly that probably AI will help people to write the regs that will then.
Well, I mean, I hope not. I hope that's not true for too soon, because hallucination on regs sounds
is a real problem. Yeah.
So we were talking backstage, and I jokingly said I want to bring out philosophical disagreements. So why don't we start with some hot takes about the convergence of AI and crypto? Let's go anti-clockwise this time around. Dean, do you have any hot takes on AI and DeFi? Do you see what's happening right now with Goat or some other on-chain hedge fund experiment with AI 16Z? what's something you think is unsustainable there, or something that we should continue exploring?
Well, a little bit related to the hallucination that Tarun just mentioned, people will try to apply AI to writing smart contracts. And that will be terrible because it's already, what you want to have happen and what Solidity, for example, can safely express from the point of view of interesting, rich access controls and rights are such that you can build stuff that humans just can't understand. You take two simple components, put them together, and you end up with an unsafe system. And so having an AI write that stuff that we then can't really be sure of what the properties are is a terribly dangerous place to be. Analysis of these things, great. Or writing things onto infrastructures like Agoric, maybe Move, maybe a few others that provide much stronger enforcement of security rules will be a much better place to be, and my fear is that people will apply it to these systems that are much less, that have these security hazards that are too dangerous.
Yeah, I think those are fair points. I think fundamentally, crypto and AI are sort of butting heads with the traditional legal system for the main reason being that the legal system has these two invariants in it that they assume to always be true, and crypto and AI make them both not true, which is you need an intermediary to transact, or publishing code is equivalent to publishing free speech, and like this thing doesn't require either of those. How can that be true? This doesn't work, and so every time you see it butting heads with the traditional legal system is because the legal system can't process the fact that like this thing breaks sort of your core sort of fundamentals, and so the way they sort of get around it is by these sort of third-party touch points of, it's a safety issue, of, it's, the website is a broker. So that obviously makes no fucking sense, but they have to find some way to sort of jam it into these existing definitions. I think the only way you make meaningful progress is if you're willing to throw out these old definitions and start fresh and look at things from the perspective of 2024. If that's, what does it mean to build or run a model? What does it mean to build or run a protocol? And I think until we actually see that, this stuff is just going to kind of keep hitting roadblocks.
Sorry, what's the question again?
Just hot takes on like what AI and DeFi is all about.
I think eventually a lot of the operator roles in several DeFi protocols now will be replaced by AI. I think one is a lot more safer and a lot more automated and more precise, remove like all the human error factor. And secondly, it really like makes like all the DeFi protocols like decentralized in a way, right? And I think, as I mentioned earlier, it also like make it a lot safer for DeFi builders to launch new initiative if they know that there are several AI agents that they can plug in, for example, for risk analyzing, right? For like liquidity analyzing, and that they can just like plug in and or even like governance, right? That they can plug in to sort of like build their DeFi protocols, so that they don't have like to hold the admin key, they don't have like to like contact like other parties to help them like with like all the safeguard and things like that. So I'm quite excited for that about that direction. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I would take maybe like I agree with that in like a longer term horizon, like longer than I think the crypto market attention span horizon. I think in the short term though, I'm actually generally pretty bearish on what currently people will call AI for on-chain systems, mainly because the robustness issues are quite high, and also fundamentally, I think like from a numerical perspective, a lot of the machine learning algorithms that are manually tuned will generally do better than like the auto-generated ones from large language models. I think the key where large language models are really good is like, I have some unstructured data, I don't really know how to compress it into something that's a good embedding that I can, given that embedding, I can do some numerical math on. And I just think like we haven't figured out how to do those things without all of these like poison attacks and trust issues. And also the fact that if you look at like the Llama 3 code base evolved over time, you will see that like it started as like, here's a transformer and here's some light stuff that converts your input query to format for the transformer, and here's an output thing. And what you've seen is the code bases have gone from like 80% neural net to like 10% neural net, and the rest of the stuff on the outside is growing. that stuff has a lot of subjectivity in it. And so I think like there's a little cart before the horse still for a lot of this stuff. I think like a little bit like I was saying with the GOAT type of thing where it's like, it's not really trading on its own. It was just getting airdropped by people, and then people started kind of believing this, which is cool, right? It's almost like performance art. It's like an art form that inspires something you want to build. But I think like if I look at the code bases and then I look at the marketing, the gap is quite large, and that's just my.
The fact that you said it instead of he, though, means that the marketing worked and you believed it.
There you go.
I mean, him.
So staying with the investors for a bit, Tarun, do you see AI to be embraced by risk management and risk modeling research funds like Gauntlet, or do you see that to be a disruptor where anyone can run their own Gauntlet for like finding the best parameters for deployment of capital, the liquidity thresholds? Like, how does that look like?
I think it's going to look like what you see in normal finance, right? Which is like very few models that are deployed in production that need X nines of operational stuff generally are like high capacity, non-interpretable models. And the main reason for that is whenever there's an error, like a hack, like something goes wrong, if you can't interpret what went wrong and you can't reproduce the exact environment under which the error propagated, you have a very hard time of doing emergency kind of response. Now, I think you can get to that point, but like I said, I think it's like the robustness of the language stuff is like so poor, whereas the robustness of like, you know, the traditional models you would use in trading, for instance, for risk in the same way, those are much more robust, right? And like the relative gap is still high. Now, like, do I think in 10 years the gap will go down? For sure. But I think right now it's like, it's not, you don't get the same statistical guarantees. But you know, will all of that happen? Sure. I just don't think, I think it's like, again, there's a little bit of like one tiny thing worked and everyone thinks like the ocean is going to work tomorrow, but it's like a lot of incremental steps to get there.
So Tom, does AI aid in capital formation on chain? Because we've heard from Tarun, there might be angles there for enabling more efficiency in the future, but from an investment point of view and capital formation from the ground up, does AI aid that in any way?
Yeah, I think like Tarun was saying, I think some of the most maybe directly relevant applications for AI and crypto today is like due diligence and security around different smart contract systems, but a lot of those can also just use traditional model. They use like a classic, you know, sort of supervised machine learning model. You don't need like an LLM to know, hey, does this smart contract have an admin key or not? Maybe over time, again, like also just the spectrum of possible inputs is probably going to keep growing. We'll see, you know, different VMs, different languages, different chains, and so therefore you need something that can actually like you know, take all those as inputs and tell you more about what's happening, or even something that's more bottoms up of, hey, just knowing sort of the outputs of this contract, what is it doing? I don't think we're there yet, and so I don't. And also, frankly, I think maybe the overall level of sophistication of, you know, capital market participants isn't quite that high, but over time, yes, certainly, I think it can just help sort of create the right set of guarantees around transacting on chain. I think already in the way that you kind of see, you know, some of the kind of simulation-based software do that today. I would suspect they'll only get more and more sophisticated, where you can say, hey, I want this set of guarantees to be true about my transaction, and you know, hand it over to a you know, bot to sort of take over.
Now let's move to Dean and Loy and take on the protocol sort of research hat. You guys know the various dynamics of scaling applications on a layer 1 better than me. So what kind of AI or DeFi use cases are you most excited about, given the discussion we've had here around considerations for security, regulations? Do you see any immediate, like, novel greenfield ideas emerging? And what would you be personally excited about?
So, you know, background, you know, one of the things that I've paid attention to for a while is AI safety kinds of things. And so I care a lot about what people end up doing with that. But the other side is usability. I mean, the thing that where the LLMs catch on more is usability and access to something that used to be opaque to a much more general public and a much less expert public. And so you've got, you know, this to some extent does amplify some risks, because I'm imagining you see several efforts right now of, hey, what's a strategy for me to be able to do this thing and get some Dogecoin? Or what's or there's this, stable coin liquidation market. I'd like to participate in it. What do I do? Help me out here, right? And people are working on that, or just arrange, right now we've got this, connected world, but you kind of have to hand carry your assets around. So I've got a thing over there, get me that NFT. You figure it out, right? And there's a lot of people that are presenting that, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. And so I'm excited about those getting more to the point where they do, but also back to the whole reason why smart contracts excited me is that they enforce the terms of contract-like arrangement between parties. And so having the infrastructures we're building enable people that are that are using these tools to both be protected, but also for the other people they're engaging with to, again, I don't care if you're a super intelligence or an idiot with an AI, either way, I'm doing a trade and it's going to be safe, things are in escrow, if they go wrong, I get my money back, I want those kinds of infrastructures. And so I think it will enable more people to be able to participate in a more sophisticated way with these networks. I think will enable more chain abstraction of some stuff that needs to be there. I think the right way to do that is to generate programs that can then run on a platform like Agoric that can do cross-chain orchestration, but there are plenty of ways to do that off-chain that go there. And so I think that it will provide some usability that will help raise the overall value of the crypto ecosystem and raise the access of it into the rest of the TradFi world.
Loe, do you see builders gravitating towards more fundamental ideas that we're exploring right now in this discussion? Or is it still a meme market out there?
I think even for meme, I think I started seeing people trying to utilize AI to build more, useful product for users. This, for example, in the world, all the new memes, what kind of meme that you should look at? Right? I think you can, I already see Telegram bots that recommend different kind of memes for users to look at because based on their previous activities, based on their wallet profiles and things like that. I really look forward to people who can use AI to replace all the centralized operator, right? Say you can certainly run an on-chain fund that is driven and managed by AI. And of course, how to make sure that this AI really runs by a decentralized network, but not some centralized operator is a different question, right? Or how to verify that this AI is actually built in a fair and correct way. It actually works, according to the marketing stuff, right? And yeah, I feel eventually AI will become, the assistant to the users to navigate throughout the DeFi world, and also can be the actual operator of several DeFi protocols. That's the future I'm looking for.
Awesome. Now we have less than 2 minutes left. I want to give everyone 20 seconds for a closing thought. We have this running joke on Twitter where, people say that crypto people talk more about AI than AI people talk about crypto. What do we need to change, or what needs to happen in the next, let's say, one year, 2 years, that changes that perception and we get more AI builders leaning into crypto? Tarun, we'll start with you.
I'll tell you for a fact, from all the people I know who I worked with in the past who work in AI, literally 0 of them ever mentioned crypto. But the best thing is my friend who's one of the authors on the PyTorch paper and also on Libertas. He's always crypto's a scam, crypto's a scam. The only time he ever messaged me and was like, hey, oh my God, what is up with crypto? Was when Balaji made that crazy prediction about Bitcoin going 100K or whatever.
1 million, 1 million.
Yeah, 1 million, yeah, that thing. So that tells you how bad the perception is, and I think the only way you flip that is you build something useful that people actually, that takes advantage of all the open source models. I would prefer we view the opportunity as there have been hundreds of billions of dollars shoved into giving you free subsidies for cheap compute models, whatever. Use that to make something interesting for crypto versus trying to attract AI people, because I think they look at crypto and laugh almost 99.9% of the time.
Loy, Tom, Dean, any thoughts?
I guess decentralized AI.
On-chain AGI?
I think the two examples where crypto is still beating AI is one, prediction markets basically trouncing every single sophisticated model of this election. Maybe that will change over time, but for right now, that's clearly a scenario where the markets beat AI, and maybe there's something to learn there. And two, being frankly, WorldCoin and sort of proof of humanity being something that is I think going to be increasingly needed in the future, where we don't know if something's going to be AI generated or not. And I think having something that can basically do global Sybil resistance seems like it's going to be valuable.
I think that the big thing that crypto needs is to provide real user solutions for problems they have. The ones that show up in AI that are most interesting that crypto provides some unique value to are, is agentic stuff where you're breaking out different roles and different purposes of models that want to be able to cooperate, and you want to enable a framework of that cooperation such that they're not vulnerable to each other, and we've got a lot of technology around that. Parts of that include zero-knowledge stuff, so I can verify that that they're using a heart model to analyze the medical data even without disclosing that model to me, and various things like that. And then the other is you're seeing a lot of evolution of having a bunch of different versions of the same AI configured as this one's a farmer, and that one's an economist, and that one's a math. Why don't you simulate an argument for some voting property, right? And so you're going to start to see utility for essentially DAO infrastructure for AI agents to be able to come to consensus using some of the kinds of consensus technology that we've all evolved. And I think those are both useful places where we could actually bring value, and then they go, oh, I don't care about crypto, but I care about this. You're helping solve a problem that I actually have. Thanks.
So with this, we wrap up. Please give a round of applause to our panelists. I hope you guys enjoyed. We'll see you for day 2 tomorrow.
Good job, good job, good job. All right, we're coming to the end of the day, but we do have some more brilliant talks for you. I don't know about you, I'm knackered. But we're going to have a great hour or two left, I think. We're going to take a couple of minutes break, so if you need to pee, but you want to catch the next one, go pee now. There's some coffee out there. Have a good time, and I will catch you in a few minutes. God bless. Right. The energy's down, guys. I don't need you to pick it up. But we have the wonderful Juan Benet. I hope I'm saying that right. Yes! Of Protocol Labs. He's going to talk about Argentina as the first crypto-native economy. So please give Juan a huge round of applause!
Hey, Near community, super excited to be here chatting with you. I'm going to talk about Crecimiento NLF, and pay attention to the slides, not to me, because I'm going to move very fast through a lot of information. I'm going to hack your visual cortex to process a lot of information. So, a little bit about me. I've worked on a lot of things over the last 20 years, a lot of tech, a lot of startups, movements, crypto protocols, and so on. And most recently, I'm very involved in helping bootstrap the first crypto-native nation states. Argentina started the 20th century on top of the world. It was one of the top 10 countries by GDP, but economic mismanagement ruined the country. Recently, there's been massive inflation. Over the last 10, 20 years, it's seen somewhere between 50 and 200% inflation per year, which is insane. You basically cannot save any money. But today, there's an opportunity to fix the economy and drive massive prosperity in Argentina. And that opportunity is Crecimiento. So I'm going to talk to you about broadly how economic prosperity happens through technology. I'm going to talk about Argentina's concrete opportunity. I'll tell you about Crecimiento, the movement, and then about Aleph, the pop-up city that we ran in August. And I'll finish by talking about what's next for Crecimiento and a special invitation to the Near community. Technology is the strongest driver of human progress. When you see the human condition over the last few hundred years, there's been steady improvement through the development of science and technology. Today, technology companies increasingly drive most of the economic value around the planet, and this is only increasing. Even if some sector is not directly about technology, technology underlies the economic nature of that sector. Today, technology companies can thankfully build anywhere in the world. The internet has done enormous service to the world by democratizing access to information, democratizing access to software, and enabling founders and builders around the world to build the future. So today, tech startup ecosystems are no longer just in Silicon Valley and places like that. They're all over the world. But unfortunately, the conditions in various places are not good enough. Those tech startups, though they can be started everywhere, they tend to centralize in specific countries. If you think about the conditions of that economy when it comes to startups, lots of different features about each of the stages of what we call the builder funnel vary across different countries. In the US, which arguably has the best startup, not arguably, definitively has the best startup culture in the entire planet, has to start somewhere on the order of 10 million startups to get to 100 tech giants. So there's incredibly low conversion rates across the different stages of the builder funnel. And you can rate and grade various different nations around the world in terms of how high quality each of the stages are. So if your nation doesn't have high quality stages, you can bet that most of the startups that get developed there will end up having to move to another economy. Now, startups can achieve product market fit in somewhere between 1 to 4 years. Sometimes it takes longer, but on average, it's very easy within 1 to 2 years to see if some business model will work. But startups require somewhere between 5 and 15 years to grow and develop that into a strong business. So startups need good economic environment with longevity. Many of these particular countries do not have such a long-term good conditions. You have to think about tech companies in an evolutionary landscape where there's tons of tech companies emerging, and over time they either thrive in good conditions or end up having to move to other places. So companies flow from worse economies down through gradient descent into better economies. So as a nation state, you don't just have to do better and improve your conditions, you have to look at the best possible top-tier environment and emulate that. Today, that's happened across a set of financial centers around the world. This is why Seoul, Singapore, Dubai, and a number of other places are incredible environments for startups. It started not by just improving conditions, but by looking at the top-tier, best possible conditions and establishing that. Today, crypto is software eating law and finance and can enable building better economies around the world with crypto primitives. You can build entire economic infrastructure for a nation state using crypto primitives. You can borrow from the best possible environments, design an economy in a box, and install it in a particular location. Now, let's talk about Argentina's opportunity. Argentina can become a top 15 or top 10 economy in 3 to 6 years if it deeply invests in its technology development. Today, there's massive frictions in the economy. There's terrible inflation and unstable monetary policy. Argentines tend to have to exit the economy to hold value. There's lacking basic infrastructure like loans, credit, mortgages, and so on. There's tremendous friction in doing business. It is a pretty low score in terms of the ease of doing business. There's no good business capital for investing in startups, almost no angel investment culture, almost no VC funds, and any kind of startup that starts or begins starting in Argentina ends up having to move away. Most of the Argentine founders that I know end up having to build their companies in Uruguay, in the US, or somewhere else in the world. And today, there's basically a huge legal vacuum for technology infrastructure. There's a lot of interest in Argentina to bring and attract various industries, but there's no good structures for supporting that kind of innovation. Now, when you think about all of these particular frictions, you can immediately think of concrete crypto primitives to build infrastructure, financial infrastructure for startups in an environment using crypto tools. Loans and mortgages, you can think of the DeFi loan markets. The ability to hold units of account that hold economic value, swap through DEXs to specific stablecoins. Worried about different kinds of monetary policy, and you build a currency that has much tighter controls and prevents certain kinds of printing. So in order to greatly upgrade the Argentine economy, all we need to do is build specific products and specific services that can be used by millions of people in the economy to solve those particular problems. So from my perspective, we just need somewhere between 10 or 20 successful startups solving these individual frictions, and we can vault the entire Argentine economy to being a top-tier international financial center. Crypto is the opportunity. You cannot quite do that with the standard legal structures. Argentina needs to leapfrog the rest of the world. So Argentina today has tremendous tech talent. There's lots of startups being built, but most of them have to move. Now, recently, Argentines fed up with inflation elected Milei, who has been coming in to deregulate the infrastructure, deregulate how the Argentine economy works, prevent the massive print, and put Argentina on a trajectory for success. Argentines around the country, fed up with economics mismanagement, want a change. And so this is the beginning of a great opportunity. There's massive bottoms-up crypto adoption fueled by that inflation, and now tremendous top-down support. And this creates the perfect opportunity where the crypto community can seize the moment and create the first national economy on crypto rails. So that's the opportunity for Crecimiento. This is the movement. It was born to catalyze this opportunity and try to cause it in the next 2 years. Let's leverage the fact that now there's 4 to 8 million people in Argentina using crypto every day, and there's open top-down support to build those missing financial rails and upgrade the economy. Let's support the build-out of those 10 or 20 successful startups, whether they're new startups or attracting existing companies elsewhere to focus on the Argentine market. So this means bringing 5 to 10 million more people on chain, improving the startup ecosystem, and eventually giving startups a 20-year stability framework. It's a pretty aggressive plan. We want to do this over 2 years. And in order to do that, we're going to need, in order to get to 20 successful startups, we're going to need hundreds of startups to be built. So this is an open call and call to action to anybody that wants to build a first crypto-native nation state to come and build the missing products and missing services to bootstrap and upgrade the financial infrastructure of Argentina and give a tremendous benefit to 46 million people. From there, we can export that same technology to a lot of other countries around the world. So this sounds like a pretty large-scale, ambitious plan. The way we're starting is we first decided to host a pop-up city. I'll tell you about that in a moment. And we're going to leverage the success from there to support a large startup ecosystem and eventually build the long-term support structures. So already so this started a few months ago, and already there's 68 startups ranging from pre-seed to Series A. A range of these already have millions of users. It's been growing extremely quickly. And we attracted a number of startups from around the world to focus in Argentina as a market. We catalyzed this movement, bringing together a whole bunch of different crypto ecosystems to support this Crecimiento movement and focus on Argentina as a market. So the pop-up city was this great experiment in bringing together thousands of people, 2,000 people around this idea, this moment of bootstrapping the entire Argentine economy and making it crypto native. And we brought them together for a whole month around Aleph. Aleph convened a whole set of participants from crypto leaders to builders to aspiring founders to regulators to government officials, and we had an extremely high energy month of talking about this opportunity and supporting the new builders and founders. And so I'll give you a view into some of the things that we did. So though we started with a goal of a few hundred people, it grew very quickly into thousands. There were hundreds of events. And we ended up building a whole bunch of infrastructure for the city. So we onboarded a whole bunch of merchants around the hub who went from being exposed to the terrible situation of inflation to then being paid the same day and swapping directly into stablecoins or trading at indexes around the world. And so that was transformative for tons of people who suddenly had a dramatic change to their business. Argentina has you kind of have to come to see it. It has an enormous amount of demand for these kinds of financial products. And so this is the exact place where tons of crypto companies out there can find great product market fit. We structured the city around a hub. We found an amazing building to be able to be the focal center of the city. This is a hub that now has, people like it so much that it has now become a permanent co-work environment. And here is where a number of startups were born, and a number of them are working out of there right now. And it will be a hub where we'll bring back the community in future events. The pop-up city had a whole range of tracks focused on learning about specific fields, to softer things like how do you build the right culture in a startup, how do you grow as a leader, and so on. So we wanted to be able to support founders and builders in the journey of building the difficult thing that are startups. And to do that, we brought together a whole slew of experts from around the world. So these are like some snapshots of the groups and ecosystems involved, and we ended up issuing passports on-chain for the citizens of the city. We also ended up, one of the teams dropped a stablecoin around the peso to be able to pay for food, and that ended up being a huge unlock for the merchants as well, because they could go immediately from that stablecoin, get paid right away, instead of waiting 60 to 90 days for credit card transactions, and then swap out to whatever currency of their choice. This ended up being so successful that the mayor of the city now wants to use it for dropping bus tickets to various groups and so on. We ended up having a range of high-profile visits from government, from regulators, huge amount of media attention. So overall, this was like a huge success. So the city kicked off a tremendous opportunity for the whole nation. So we had a pretty great start to the movement. And now what's coming next is we need to do this again, bring an even larger community in December, and then do this in multiple times in 2025. So like I mentioned, the rough metrics of the movement stand like this today. So again, this movement did not exist a few months ago. It's just been a few months of build-up from scratch. There are now around 7,000 community members, 68 startups, hundreds of builders working on this. We had a large hackathon, around that many citizens, and several of the startups now have around 6 million users. So what's next? This is a super aggressive, super ambitious plan. And in order to succeed, we're going to have to support a lot of the founders and developers with the tools they need to build their products and scale them as quickly as we possibly can. So we're structuring a range of accelerators to go back to back. The first one starts in November. So if you're an aspiring founder that has a startup and need an accelerator, come join us in December. There'll be a bunch of them during 2025. And we also found the need for a founder school to help a lot of aspiring founders that don't yet know how to build a company, aren't quite yet ready for an accelerator, to learn a lot of the relevant knowledge and materials as fast as possible to be able to get going. Again, this is, if we can do this by 2026, because Milei's window is very short, who knows what's going to happen in the next election, we just have this 2 to 3 year time scale to reach this level of success. If we can do this, if by 2026 we can have another 4 to 5 million people on chain and start unlocking massive prosperity for Argentinians, we can then lock in a crypto financial infrastructure for the entire economy and upgrade a country that has had such a troublesome history with its economy into Codes law type rules that prevent mismanagement. So in order to do, there's a whole range of programs required to do this. A lot of participants around the community are building all kinds of things across the builder funnel. And we're also, one of the really cool ideas that came out of the movement is to build the first on-chain city. So what a set of us are going to do is we're going to actually construct a digital city and embed it with concrete a legal structure, and then eventually end up with an economic zone associated with the digital city, and use that as a center of business for the crecimiento movement. This, we think, is a huge unlock for crypto generally, but especially for nation states that want to go from their current economic conditions to leveraging the best possible conditions around the world. There's all kinds of things that we're planning. So the last thing I want to highlight is that the range of opportunity available and a huge call to action. So one of these pieces is that I am here to invite the entire NEAR community to come to Argentina and join us there in 2025. So bring REDACTED there. We're trying to get as much of the crypto ecosystems around the world to focus on Argentina for 2025 and grow the community there. And second, a huge invitation to this community to join us in December. Come down to Aleph, come down to the next pop-up city, which will be in the middle of December. And if you're interested in that, we have Crecimiento Day on Monday, and come find it. You can join the Telegram group here and get info about where it is. So thank you very much. I hope that you can join me in upgrading the infrastructure of Argentina. And if we can do that well, we can then export that structure to all of Latin America and eventually the rest of the world. Thank you very much.
Amigos, Argentina es muy bonito. I think I did that right. I have no idea. Okay, we're coming up to it. We're almost closing the day, right? We've had a fabulous time. We've made a lot of new friends. We've eaten a lot of brilliant food. We've drank even better coffee. And it's almost time to go out and drink some beer. But before we get there, I'm going to introduce the moderator for your next panel called Cloud Nations, the network states being built today. So please give a huge round of applause to Kerem from Penrose Partners. Come on!
Okay, I think you sit furthest. Okay.
All right. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Come on, let's try that again. I know it's 5 o'clock and we're keeping you from a drink, but good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
We'll take it. A little bit of energy. Well, I just want to say thank you so much for sticking out the rest of the afternoon with us and for being here. My name is Kerem. I'm a partner at Penrose Partners. Just quick introduction on myself. You know, I do work in the private sector as an advisor, investors, lots of different businesses. But I'm also the digital finance advisor to the government of Bermuda, which has historically been a very progressive nation for enabling digital asset adoption, digital asset regulation, and really looking to embrace the decentralized communities around the world and be a government that supports the movements that you're all working on today. And so with that, I'm hoping to bring a bit of a tether to the traditional governments as well as the traditional businesses in the world, but really here to learn from the esteemed panelists here. So I'm going to let them introduce themselves as we go along, and I do want all of you to, when you introduce yourself, maybe give us just like a quick genesis story of why you were, to the title here, building a cloud nation, right? What inspired you? What put you on this path? And why does it really become an important part of your career and your life? So I'll start with you here, Quinn.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Quinn. I'm from Vietnam. And what we're trying to do from Vietnam is like we really focus on Web3 ecosystem. So this like a bit about Vietnam. We have 900,000 builders and also 400,000 builders in Vietnam. So when we do like a lot of like, focus on Web3 ecosystem, we also ask the question like how we can bring all the builders, founders, and also crypto leaders, which like, align with the core values, also have the same vision about the decentralized future, and also how we can together also make it more mass adoption, and at the end of the day still like need to bring the impact to the real world. So that's why we also like doing focus on education. We also do Web3 Village, which is like kind of pop-up city. Everyone let's just stay together for 1 month, and also like incubate the big project. Focus on real-world showcase, and also we do Eat Vietnam, we do education, we kind of the bridge between Web3 people and also the government, the institution, and also the non-crypto people, and bring into the impact to the region.
Yeah, it's amazing. And being able to navigate all those stakeholders, truly a testament to what you've built with Web3 Village. So really congrats. Timur, can you tell us a little bit about what you're working on and any recent updates? I know you just flew in from Chiang Mai, where you guys are doing some amazing things at Edge City, so love to hear more.
Yeah, appreciate it. I'm Timur. I'm one of the founders of Edge City. We create these pop-up cities or pop-up villages. Juan was just talking about a very similar concept. And we essentially gather up to 1,000 people to live together for a month. And it's just an incredible environment to experiment with new ways of living, new technologies, actual IRL applications of the kinds of stuff that we're building in crypto, but also in other frontier fields like AI, biotech, longevity, etc. We've been doing this for about a year now. It actually all started with an event called Zuzalu, which happened in Montenegro about 18 months ago. We were intimately involved there, and from there spawned essentially this entire movement. Why am I building a cloud nation? I actually didn't know this term until starting to think about this panel, but I'm really excited about these things because, and I think we'll get into some of this, but I feel like these kinds of internet-based or network-based communities will start to become much more important aspects of people's lives as the traditional institutions that have governed our lives start to slowly become less relevant from an identity perspective and the way that we just live. So yeah, that's why I'm doing the work that I'm doing. And we just finished a pop-up city yesterday. It was in Chiang Mai. We had just about 1,000 people come for the month, and yeah, it was incredible. These folks were there, so yeah, that's it.
Congratulations. Juan, I know you gave the keynote right now, so I think everyone knows a little bit about what you're working on, but did you talk, I missed a bit of it, I was backstage, but maybe a bit of your genesis story. Why is this important to you?
Yeah, so maybe I'll describe two things here. The first is, the big first call came from Balaji talking about network states and the fact that today, you can't really innovate at a country scale. You cannot create new countries and new nations. In prior centuries, that was the biggest valve to be able to try new things, new ways of organizing people, new ways of creating cities, new ways of relating, new ways of stewarding innovation, and so on. And today, many countries have greatly rate-limited many sectors of innovation. And so it looks like we need a way of experimenting with new nation states and new countries. And today, it's extremely difficult to find a plot of land that hasn't already been claimed. You basically have to wait for a volcano to erupt in the middle of the ocean, which is quite difficult, and then hope that no big nation state try to take it from you, which again, maybe even harder. And instead, if you then forgo land and start focusing on the core thing that a nation means, which is the people, the organizations, the institutions, you don't actually need a land to create a country or a nation. And so instead, you can start with the network and build a state out of that. Take people that agree, that think likewise about how to organize people, and create a new structure for organization. So that was kind of like the rallying call. It was part of Suzalu, and that was a phenomenal attempt at bringing together a range of people and living together for a while. And from there, I was inspired to use this as a tool to build Crecimiento and to, in that case, not create a new network state, but instead support the upgrading of an existing nation that has a massive expat community that is deeply frustrated with the conditions of the local economy, and instead seize the opportunity available today to upgrade the financial infrastructure using a crypto-powered infrastructure. The opportunity there is to create the economic conditions that give rise to a tremendously prosperous country through the use of an economic zone and on-chain financial primitives to bootstrap a whole economy. And if that can be successful, it can serve as a model for the rest of the world on how we can innovate somewhere in between a full, just digital network state and whole normal national upgrading. Instead, we can be somewhere in the middle to use the best benefits of the digital world and crypto as a whole, and a tried and true, proven way of embedding different jurisdictions in current states, which is the opportunity zone or economic zone structure.
Amazing. I can appreciate that greatly. And, one perspective to kind of bounce off you here. So, with advising a government of Bermuda, a very small state, a British overseas territory, actually, operates in their private sector and their community in a dollar-based economy with their Bermuda dollar, right? It's a one-to-one peg to the US dollar, but managed in the private banking sector. And so that, I believe, is a sandbox as well, right? Similar to the sandbox that, not to speak to these two jurisdictions as sandboxes, but they are a demonstration of what is possible, especially when you're on the innovative side of regulation in legislation and policy. And, I talked to Quinn about this earlier. I was like, well, you're advocating for your entire community. You're seen as a leader. Do you see yourself as a politician, possibly, in the role that you see? But maybe give me that kind of perspective of the parallels that maybe the citizen expects to the traditional government or the traditional world, and how maybe there's a new paradigm that's creating where you may not need a politician, right? It may be a pure democracy in that your voice and your vote matters, that you don't need a delegate. But maybe, Quinn, you can give me that perspective. Maybe, President Quinn doesn't ring a bell, but what are your thoughts?
So I just originally start everything, to build the community, build the ecosystem in the region. So I don't see myself as a politician. That's the first thing. More like activist, more like, kind of just trying to create some impact. From the beginning, I even don't know how it's going to be, to be honest. But then I just the more I understand the vision, also the demand, how we can support the builder, the founder, the leaders in the ecosystem, we just know that, actually, all of us also don't see hey, we need more leaders or we need more politicians, but how we all can contribute into it in a different way, decentralized way, but we can align in terms of impact that we want to create in the future, and also impact and apply now, right now in the real world, in our country, and make the country also even better. And then even that, we also can apply into other countries, not only in Vietnam, but also we can support other countries in the region. And that's how we see it more like that way.
Yeah. I appreciate that. And to the theme that we kind of came up with here, the state of states, right? Where are we in the traditional states? Where are we in the cloud states, right? And we talked about the parallels, right? So that governance, that vote, where do you see the divide or maybe the misconceptions of what people should be expecting of a quote-unquote cloud nation?
Yeah, for sure. So I think we're very, very early in this movement, but there's a lot of exciting stuff that's starting to happen. One, I think when people think about this conceptually, they make maybe not a mistake, but the obvious leap to make is, okay, we have nation states, and now we're going to have network states. What are the one-to-one mappings of all the things that nation states do that now these network states need to do? And I think that's not the right way to think about it for a couple of reasons. One is that we're early, but two is that these things will have emergent properties that we can't really necessarily map one-to-one. For example, network states, I don't think for quite some time we'll have to worry about like maintaining geographical sovereignty or like have armies, because they're just fundamentally different structures, right? So I think there's things like that where when you ask like, are we becoming politicians? I think there may just be a new, I don't know, type of role in these entities, right? New types of structures entirely, not just democracy plus, but it could be something actually, I don't know, high bandwidth democracy is something people talk about, or things like that. And then on the early side, I think with things like Crecimiento and Aleph, with things like what we're doing at Edge City, I see them almost as proto versions of what these things could become, but they're critical to bootstrapping this entire movement, because what you need is you need to get people, honestly, Argentina is the best example of this, you need to get people in a place aligned around a key idea and a key vision, and actually like co-locating for a time in order to build connection. And so I think of these things as like accelerators of affinity, because now there's 2,000 people who are in Argentina in August who are lit up by the idea of building this thing. And many of them went to other places in the world, but they're still linked to the idea of Crecimiento as a movement. And now they can actually start to become more of a digital nation of some kind. Whereas if you just have a club of people you met online, and you might be linked through some kind of identity type thing, some values, some project you're working on, but you've never actually spent time together, you've never done anything together, it's going to be much, much harder to get to the level of identity integration that you'll need for something like this. So I see these pop-up cities as like an accelerator, like a bootstrap function for these things that we're trying to build.
Yeah. One, I see you, pioneering here, and I want to kind of challenge you with some of these parallels, right? Yes, you're mobilizing people and you've galvanized this movement, and you're saying, we don't need the politicians, we don't need military, we don't need these things, but what happens in times of maybe crisis, right? Or in times of distress or threat to these communities, whether cyber...
I'm not saying that at all.
Huh?
I never said we don't need government or military or politicians, so I don't mean that in any way.
No. I'm just kind of flowing on the theme here of the parallels and the divide, but do you see a world in which, the community you've now created need to create allies, connections?
Yeah, absolutely. So the whole movement is, unlike other network states that are just starting digitally, Crecimiento is not that. It's building a new community within an existing nation and building a ton of bridges. So instead, it's doing it hand in hand with government. So one of the first things that we did is invite most regulators around crypto or financial infrastructure to come to Crecimiento and to come to Aleph. And we had a regulatory day with every single leader in the of the different regulating agencies on stage discussing the opportunity space for Argentina. And we had multiple visits from government, from part of the current presidential cabinet to parts of the Buenos Aires government working with us to build this. And one of the really exciting things is that, and the opportunity here is that there is that crossover moment of both a grassroots, bottom-up, organic movement with strong top-down openness and support that creates this golden opportunity in this very moment that I think is only open for the next 2 years. If it doesn't happen in the next 2 years, then the administration can potentially change, and it's given Argentina's history and the pendulum swinging, it's very possible that the next, whoever comes next, will not be open to crypto in this way. So we have this very narrow time to try and create that economic prosperity and lock in an economic zone that can give this new financial infrastructure the 20-year longevity.
Yeah, that's great. And one of the topics, we discussed about earlier was, building these cloud nations or network states. Where does centralization versus decentralization play in, right? Google right now, kind of almost owns the brand of cloud, right? Are they a cloud nation themselves, centralized and operate? Quinn, any thoughts on that, Timur? Don't let me stump you. That's not the point
No,
of
is
the
Google
question.
a cloud nation? I mean, I guess to some degree, people are spending a lot of time there. I think it matters a lot about like what is the point of this. Like they obviously are not trying to do that. Could they do that? I guess potentially. I think that would be a little dystopian because I don't think they would do it in the ways of like the types of things that we care about as citizens of an entity in terms of, sovereignty over our data.
But their citizens care about money, right? Maybe that's what drives that community, right? Is just pure financial incentive. Like, how does decentralization almost open up different incentive mechanisms, right? We talked about identity, value, connection, these things that can also be tied into benefit, right? But maybe not purely financial. So I guess I'm trying to challenge that idea and try to introduce how decentralization can benefit.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can build a nation out of just pure financial interest and profit. I think that you don't really need a nation for. You can just go to whatever existing nation exists, and you can go and make a great business there. It's much more about values and culture. It's the values and culture give rise to a policy landscape. And the policy landscape enables certain things, right? So today we live in a whole range of nation states that grew through the last few centuries of lots of different ideas and value systems being explored, and eventually give rise to a quite free world with lots of freedoms that we now called human rights. And those aren't an invention. They're not, unlike the documents that say these are inalienable things that just exist. We invented those. Those are our social technology to coordinate. And we constructed that culture and those principles to enable a range of possible opportunities and ways of relating and ways of operating. And I think today there's, in the hundreds of countries out there, lots of variability in different ranges of experience that you could have. But where the opportunity is, what's missing is that there's specific policy spaces that are just not explored and are completely inhibited by current large-scale parties. And so a group of us around the world think that in order to explore that different way of relating and that different way of organizing and that different policy space, we need to introduce some experimentation here to construct new forms of socializing.
Yeah, but I think it's interesting you bring it back to policy, right? And, we don't want to be the politicians of the new networks or the new nations, but policy and rules and to some degree even policing of people abiding by these rules. Like, these are important concepts that if someone wants to, let's say, untether themselves from a current nation or state, these will be expectations. And, Timur, we talked about this, right? Like, does your citizenship with your traditional nation exist in parallel, or is there a scenario in which you make the leap into a digital life and digital citizenship, and are there digital boundaries and borders that you now have to have visas to access, right? I feel like to some these are foreign concepts, but in your work, in your world, these are real things to consider, right? So, where do you guys see with kind of the frameworks that you're looking to build, and how do you almost continue to inspire your citizens?
So one of the things we talk a lot about at Edge City is our theory of change is very bottoms up. It's very like evolution minded, very, essentially let's try things, or not even let's try things, let's create a space where people can try things. And so the point is, like, instead of 180 experiments that are currently being run in terms of how do you structure a group of people at that scale, what if there were thousands, right? What if we had 1,000 concurrent experiments running, and what are the policies that run, these types of entities? What are the new types of institutions, et cetera? So that's I think the lens through which to look at this. Like, we're in the phase where we're trying to figure out what are the right structures. It's SEZs, it's it might be places like Bermuda that are friendly to this kind of experimentation. Like, what are the right structures that will allow for that level of experimentation over the next couple of decades?
Quinn, any thoughts on that?
So for us, actually, we just see that, we just create the safe zone and also create the inspiring zone for people, for builder, for leader, also to testing out different experiment to see that what is not working in the region for now, and then they cannot test in the big scale with 100 million people. But now with with the scale of 100 or 200 leaders living together in a certain amount of time, and also test out with 10,000, community members, something like that. They can see that what works and what doesn't work, and also we can see that what is the new idea that can really apply into the real world problem. And the key thing is we work from the grassroots, but we also work from the government, also see the perspective, also from the traditional government, how they also see all of that, what is the movement of this kind of pop-up city that can bring into, the current even government, and also even bringing in the economy. So for example, they have some city or some area that, they need to boost for the economy. So how we can support them? Right? How we also can inspire other builders, other founders to really build the real impact in that. So we work on both different perspective from governments, traditional, also from the new digital builders from blockchain ecosystem. And that's the key thing that we think about. Number one is impact, and second that also we really care about the core value aligned. That's the key thing that we really want to make it different, because as a traditional nation also we have the law. The law does say hey, this is a thing that you can't do. But coding also is the thing that hey, they writing code also kind of writing law every single day, but in a way that hey, this is the thing that we doing to that every day. So instead of that, for community, how we can bring all the builders and leaders together and create the impact and build a new future with the great impact is we need to align with the core values. That is a key thing for that also.
Yeah, and the work that you guys are doing truly admirable. You're putting yourselves out there and you're interacting with governments and communities in different parts of the world. And so, what I would call the call to action of this panel is, I've met all of you today, and I really appreciate learning about your stories and your perspectives. And I'd love to find ways of collaborating, knowledge sharing, building bridges, internationally, physically, digitally, however we want to do it. But I think I'd love to be able to draw more attention to your projects from different parts of the industry, right? There's a whole institutional world. I'm the only guy in a suit here at this conference. Usually I'm not the guy in the suit. So this is, refreshing for me in a weird way. But, I think your story needs to be projected to these groups as well, so that they can provide funding support. But with that, I'll give you each maybe a quick closing remark, just your final takeaway thoughts on where you believe the state of states are today. Gwen, start with you.
The state of states, actually, I think that we at the very early stage. We also trying to starting from some new movement, and then also want to test out with the good intention, create the impact, and also inspire more and more people, and also even bring non-crypto people also to join this movement in our pop-up city. And I also learned a lot from both to this leader. So I want to hear also maybe the last minute to share about that with our audience here.
A lot of people are talking about recently about civilizational cycles, and that maybe now, after 400 years of the Westphalian nation-state system, maybe it's time for something new. I think that's potentially true, especially with everything happening, technology in general. I think that will be figured out in environments like this, and it can only be figured out in environments like this. It's not going to come from private market or government or think tanks or whatever. So if people are interested, I would say go to Argentina in December, come to the next Edge City, go to Vietnam. These conversations are happening, so it's very exciting.
Juan, take us home.
Yeah, just want to echo that. Come join us in December in Argentina, and come bring whatever it is that you're doing and building and share it with the broader community, and help us upgrade both the current economic infrastructure of places like Argentina, and then export that back to wherever you're from. So come join us and let's go.
Thank you very much. Big round of applause to your panelists.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gents, this is the final talk of the day. So I know it's low energy, and I know you want to go out there, you want to drink beer, and you want to do an undisclosed other thing that's legal in Thailand, but not legal in some other countries, but is legal in California, it's legal in Amsterdam, or maybe you just want to get a massage. You will have time to do that in about 25 minutes when we wrap up Redacted. But before this, we have Doohee Lee of Modern Lion for the evolution of NFTs from investment to practical applications and beyond. So please give him a big, big round of applause. Last one.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Doohee Lee from South Korea. I'm the CEO of Modern Lion. Today, I will talking about the evolution of NFT from how they are moving from the investment to the practical application and beyond, so particularly in the ticketing industry. Before diving into the blockchain industry, I was deeply involved in teaching computer science to the non-computer science majors. And with my students, I organized a hackathon. This is a hackathon I organized. And through this education system, I don't just pass on the knowledge to the students, but I check the interest moving of the students. In 2022, I found out that the interest of the students were expanding to the blockchain, and the enthusiasm of the moving interest was on the fire. So it inspires me to make a step beyond the education. So I decided to jump into the blockchain industry with Hyundai Cars, the #1 credit card company in Korea. I'm very excited to share my journey and share my experience of NFT working with you today. And let's start with discussing the problem of traditional ticket system. One of the most problem of the traditional ticket system is scalping. Scalping is a very serious problem in many countries, including Korea and Thailand, this country. For example, during the soccer match between Korea and Thailand, the tickets sold out in a minute, and the scalpers buy up the tickets and they manipulate the price. The price increased to 10 times its original value. So it became a very serious problem. And as you can see, there is a concert in Taiwan, and actually the scalpers are arrested by the policemen. So someone should be fixed this problem, because identifying the scalpers and catching the scalpers and arresting the scalpers costs a lot of social costs. So someone should fix this problem, and so we are trying to fix this problem using NFT. Scalpers negatively impact the society in two ways. #1 is fake tickets, and #2 is manipulating the market. Let me give you an example with the famous artist Coldplay. there was a big concert of Coldplay. There was a Coldplay concert in Jakarta, Indonesia. The show was great, but the ticket system was chaos. Some of the tickets were distributed in the form of papers, so it was very easy to copy. So scalpers copy the tickets and they sell the ticket to the people. So hundreds of the people bought it and they became a victim. And so Coldplay lose a fan, and fans missed out on the concerts, and only scalpers get the benefit this situation. And second one is the break the revenue system. When tickets are distributed in the Web2 system, the information of buyer are not disclosed. That means it's stored in the private company. It's not public. So the buyers can get the ticket, gather the ticket secretly, so nobody knows that. Only the company, the ticket company knows it. But they don't have a willingness to make this private information public, so they always fail to prevent scalping. So the scalpers can buy the ticket, then gather the ticket with the software like bots and macro, and they can, so the number of tickets in the market decrease, so they can manipulate the price very easily and freely. This is a problem. So ultimately, the ticket system became chaos, literally chaos. So it should be fixed. So we are trying to fix this problem. Using NFT-based ticket could solve this problem. So let me give you okay. So with NFT tickets, it's possible to track who bought how many tickets and who resold them and who are trying to resell them. And we can track the price at which they were sold, and we can know the potential scalpers in the watching the blockchain system. So let me give you an example of the famous artist Jang Bum-jun. At the beginning of this year, Jang Bum-jun sold his tickets, and the tickets were sold out in 10 minutes. And quickly, the scalpers tried to resell the tickets in the secondary market. So Jang Bum-jun became very angry. So he declared that cancel every concert, and I will not hold any concert until the scalping issue is resolved. It covers many newspapers cover this issue because every artist in Korea were aware of it, but nobody took a significant action so far at this moment. But Jang Bum-jun started to confront this issue. And they're saying that Jang Bum-jun canceled his concert. I think it's very brave. So we met each other, and we explained the NFT ticket system, and we clarify why scalpers wouldn't interfere the market when we use NFT ticket system. And Jang Bum-jun agree our system and understand the NFT ticket. So he can resume his concert. So far, our team and Jang Bum-jun held about many concerts so far. So many newspapers cover this issue because Jang Bum-jun started to confront the big problem, and he solved the problem. So he resumed his concert. It's a great story of this in the ticket industry. So many newspapers cover this. This is a real Explorer page of the Jang Bum-jun mini concert. There were so many concerts. Someone is big and someone was small. This is a small version of Jang Bum-jun. And we can watch the number, the total supply. Total supply means total ticket is 532, and the holder is 295. And the most important thing is that in the red box, the highest
number of ticket is 4. Because we set the limitation as 4, so the person can buy only 4 tickets. The person cannot exceed the number of these 4. So if someone has adopt, are you really preventing the scalpers? It's very easy because it's very easy to prove because just sending this screenshot completes. Many traditional ticket industry says that we are very good at preventing scalping, and we have many tools. We are using this technology. With technology, we are very good at preventing scalping, but it's just saying nobody trusts that. I don't trust that. But we are Web3 person, so we trust the data. So while watching the near Explorer, as I mentioned, we trust. And I can add one more thing. The data stored in the country's computers is very important because when I think it's a power of blockchain. And using NFT ticket, there are 2 more benefits. It's like a farm, so you can plant a seed whatever you want. So we see 2 benefits into the NFT ticket. Number 1 is can artists identify someone who has attended their concert 5 times in a row? It means that artists don't have to rely on the ticket company anymore. They can send the ticket or they can send some benefit to the audience directly. Without a ticket system, they can get the data. So I can say with the NFT, it's possible. And I put the NFC on the NFT. There is a big event in Seoul. It's called the Da Vinci Motel, held by Hyundai, and we give a T-shirt as a souvenir. And if you got the T-shirt, you can tap the T-shirt with your cell phone, and then you can get the NFT. So in this way, you can get the bread and you can get the pin in the events. So I think it's a new paradigm to enjoy the events. Let's take a quick look over this Da Vinci Motel. And 장범준 case and Da Vinci Motel case is very important because this case is fighting against the scalpers in the technical way. So I think it's very important. And from this slide, let me introduce my company structures. Modern Line was founded in 2022, and it's a joint venture between Hyundai Card and Like Lion. Hyundai Card is in Hyundai Motor Groups, and it has about 12 million card holders, and the trading volume is about $12 billion per year, and the market share is about 20% in Korea. And the Hyundai Card has groups called the Domain Galaxy to share the data exclusively with the top of the markets, like Starbucks and Korean Airs and American Express. Total number of the customer is about 245 million. And on top of this, Hyundai Card is very famous for the super concerts, which is the largest concert in Korea from 2007. And last year, the famous artist Brumas was invited to come to Korea, and the member of Queen and member of Beatles was also come to Korea in super concert. Let me take a quick look of the super concert. So Modern Lion and Hyundai Card are planning to use NFT ticket system in super concert in the future. I think it could be very amazing event. And next year, Modern Lion launch NFT account for 12 million Hyundai Card holders on their protocol blockchain. So I think it might be a game changer because it invites the Web2, so many Web2 customers to the Web2 world. So the mass adoption is like a unicorn keyword in blockchain, but I think we can achieve this mass adoption by this way. So I'm very excited to make this program with my team, and please stay tuned to my product in next year. And that brings to me to the end of my slide, and thank you very much. Have a great time in Thailand.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you grab yourself a Hyundai Card. If not, that brings us to the end of day one of Redacted. So let's give a big round of applause for everybody who's been involved and all the attendees, please. All right. Now, it's up to you what you want to do next. Khao Road is pretty insane. There's a lot of brilliant massage parlors. You can go get a beer. You can go and smoke some funny weed. But whatever you do, make sure you're back here tomorrow, bright and early, because we will be kicking off Redacted Day 2, and we will be feeling even more inspired than we are right now to take the fight for our digital sovereignty right to the gates of big tech. But until tomorrow, have fun, stay safe, and I'll see you at Redacted.
Só leva chifre quem não faz amor direito. É desse jeito, é desse jeito. Só leva chifre quem não faz amor direito. Só leva chifre quem não faz amor direito. E mais um.
Camisinha ruim, quase não satisfaz. Mas hoje eu tô vendo a falta que ela me faz. Camisinha ruim, quase não satisfaz. Mas hoje eu tô vendo a falta que ela me faz. Camisinha ruim, quase não satisfaz. Mas hoje eu tô vendo a falta que ela me faz. Camisinha ruim, quase não satisfaz. Mas hoje eu tô vendo a falta que ela me faz.
Como ficar rico se nós tem... Como ficar rico se nós tem pensão demais? Se eu vou lá no sapo, me chama de pai. Na igrejinha, me chama de pai. Se eu... E como ficar rico se nós... Se nós tem pensão demais, eu vou lá no sábado, me chama de pai. Na igrejinha, me chama de pai. Se eu... In